can't all be blue, right? That would be confusing, because I read in colors, not in words. But having the very first paragraph and understanding how to build out the very first paragraph, I think is a very, very important thing for us to have. That be the way it is. So, remember guys, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, you're all fucking amazing, I fucking love you all, let's fucking go. I was wondering where you went, Callie, you kind of disappeared on that, but I'm glad you interrupted me because it's fucking amazing. And especially you, Smokey, because you have the best mind for topics that would go, like, viral, because they're not too complicated, but they're not, like, super mainstream, but there's something someone always thinks about but never talks about. So, like, you are our inspiration for everything, Smokey.
Credit where it's due, you've mastered the art of talking nonsense with absolute confidence.
Well, we were actually talking about that, where we should have, like, segments. A segment where, you know, we just, like, literally don't say anything. It's like, in this 5 minutes, you try to use as many words as possible and try to say as little as possible. Hey, that's me, only 2 beers in, and I'm fucking acting like a fucking retard. Marcus, 2 beers too many, maybe, because that woman you're grossing out right now is the same one that signs all our paychecks. The room is silent now, the vibrant energy from before sucked out. The life of the party lies dead, strangled by the hands of its host. Marcus looks around, searching for anything to bring it back to life. Alex softly. How can you call me soft when you're the one with a Viagra prescription? Oh, damn! The roar of laughter burst from the crowd, breaking the silence. Marcus, I told you, that wasn't for me. Alex, there's just some other man named Marcus leaving a half-opened bottle of it on our counter? Chocobos, the bestiary, the like Moogles, Kate Sith, and Cactuar, the exact pull from Final Fantasy things, I'll probably have to rename. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I'm like, where did this galaxies and like why are we trying to extrapolate the story on such a fantastic, like, the whole point is to not go to that length because it's too much beyond comprehension. And I already write in an abstract way. Okay, Beezus, I think you need to take a toke, bro. And
So
Charlie uses fucking earbuds, man. Don't diss Charlie. Earbuds are what it's all about, bro. I just wish my fucking PC. I use Sony InZones.
Let's say is Nick.
Then don't wear glasses. Charlie doesn't wear glasses and he still uses
so if you want
these.
to just
We're going to riot. It's a bit hard to read, honestly, but I've gotten used to it. I call for a riot against a notepad. I mean, that's how you guys feel. God damn it, Smokey! But we'll both be very high. True. Remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! But I want it to be like super, super disorienting at the beginning, where it takes me like the first 2 or 3 scenes to like actually figure what the fuck is going on. And this has structure of the universe, deities and mythical forces, magic system, creation myths. Oh, I like that. Geographies, environments, and continent, major land masses, key figures, character 1, backstory, main conflicts. Oh, I love it, Beezus. Yes, this is definitely 100% what I need. The hardest part about this is everything is going to be dueled. We're going to have the original, if there is, an original Final Fantasy base, and then we're going to have an alternate name for it. And we're going to have the Final Fantasy, like, exact description of it, and then we're going to have a modified alternate description of it to make it our own. Fuck you, Visa. Ours would be a lone human in a world of other species tries to find the origins of his species. We have like 2 or 3 of those that play throughout the like different sections of the book. Like you kind of start out with all of them, and you finish one at the first quarter, half, and 75%. Basically, like through the book. The end of Act 1, the end of Act 2, or the beginning of Act 1, the end of Act 1, and the end of Act 2. Leads you in one direction and then completely swaps it over with something else. Because the entire first half of the story is talking about the spices, the aromas, the clanging of pots, the, you know, stirring of broths, the, in theoretical science, yes, and I'm a huge fan of theoretical science. So, quantum physics, origin of the universe, like, things that you could never know, right? Write them down in places, don't forget them. Expand on them, work on them, think about them in your free time. That's what I do. I got 18 years of lore for my main book in my head. But hey guys, remember, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, you guys are fucking awesome. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! It's like when artists do like a 3-color challenge. It is so limited deliberately, so you have to stretch your creativity to fit in the rules you set out. Exactly, Samar. I love doing that with like little exercises and stuff like that. It's true, but I use every tool available to me, right? Knowing what tools are bad and what tools not to use is also a very important thing. Like, that's why a lot of some of the advice that we go through is like, oh, don't listen to this advice, or these are the caveats as to why you wouldn't use this advice. This is like saying that type 1 diabetes and type 2 are totally unrelated when they often medications are used. Clinical depression is different from situational depression too. You can be depressed based on a situation, such as the loss of family members or the difficulty of finding meaningful employment. That is standard depression. Well, clinical depression doesn't need a trigger. Everything can be objectively perfect and still be depressed. Why does it matter whether you were born with one leg or had a leg amputated later in life? Your bicycle needs the same adaptations. Since his birth, Yi Wan had never left the royal palace. Without another word, Yi Wan crossed the room, his silhouette proud and solitary. In the corridor, the shadow of his swordswoman appeared and silently followed. The young king was going to meet his emissaries from the south before departing the capital. God damn it, Smokey. Well, you should be using them, like, I think there should be a different way to use exclamation points in that particular aspect, Levi, where it would be like this exclamation point is like highlighting the main point overall. Like, you know, these are lesser kind of points, and it's like, oh, this is a big one.
For over several chapters.
I'm gonna say the famous thing here: use objects to show character attributes through engaging with the material world. No more ads. True. If only we could get rid of ads, guys. I only make like 12 cents. I don't need 12 cents. I'd rather not have ads. So, yeah, we gotta end here. But hey, it was a great day today. We did some fucking great writing. We got some shit done. And we had some fun. And we had a really, really interesting, long-ass debate conversation, which I thoroughly enjoyed. And it changed my perspective on a lot of things, which is good. So, remember, guys, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking amazing. I fucking love you. Until next time, which is tomorrow, of course, because we're here every fucking day, right? No excuses. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. The fact that I think in general, Asmon has good intentions with, like, bringing these things to light, and that's why I think he likes doing the social commentary, is because he feels that he can have an impact on the situation, and I think that's empowering. And I want to empower him with that as well, because I think he is the best example of Um, we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater, but we might be throwing the tub out with the bathwater.
This guy.
Yeah, most people are like, oh, but a brick isn't a gun. It's like, yeah, but it's the intent. If you pick up a rock, you intend to hurt someone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have picked up the rock. Oh, he out. That's his fault, man. Fuck around, find out. If you yell, I'm going to kill you, and then charge someone, it doesn't actually matter if you intend to kill them. They get to defend themselves. Exactly, Levi. It is based upon the most immediate amount of information that the person could have. And somebody doesn't know that you're joking if you do that. So I was over there having some drinks with my parents and my brother having a good... Yo, what the fuck? Oh, did everything break from yesterday? Why is my screen... Fuck. Okay. Why does this one work? Alright, OBS, you can be like that. Delete this one. Oh no, I'm retarded, that's why. Don't worry, I'm retarded. That was all on me. It's because the fucking camera was on. Because I changed it last night instead of doing like this one, which has the camera at the bottom. And then this one, which is supposed to have the camera at the top. So it's kind of supposed to be like... Oh, this one can still turn on this. Alright, there, that's better. Alright, big day today, guys. I haven't checked anything. I haven't checked anything. So, today will be live react to how well did the premiere go last night? Well, let's find out. Are we a success or are we a failure? That is the question we must ask. Because you can't be both. Losers lose. So are we a loser? Let's find out. Pretty sure I'm a loser. Okay. $11 subscribers. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. 16, 23, 20, 8, and 16. I'm 29 on my main channel now? Damn. Who knows? Let's see. New subscriber Queen. Suck Dick Savage. And a comment. One of these to get, let's go to your videos. 16. So this is 4 likes, 3 likes, and 8 likes. Damn. That's pretty good. I don't think it'll give me the analytics on anything. Two likes. Ooh. I mean, that's a pretty good ratio, considering the other channel. So, okay, well, consider that a success. And from here, what we do is... we're going to try and post a short every day. So we want to do letters. So today the letter is learning meditation and strengthening the mind. Look. Just thinking, because I always want to start these with, like, the... Wait, is my camera fucked up? Did I just not notice this? Because everything else was fucked up. Maybe? I don't know. We'll start with, like, the first paragraph, or the first sentence, or I guess 3 sentences in this case. Because it's not going to be very long, right? We need to keep it, like, 200 words. That's what we need to keep it. We need to keep it around 200 words. And the first part needs to be like, you know, signaling the climax or something like that. It was kind of like... something like... When you let go of your consciousness, you're free. Or... leaving the body behind to experience the true world. It struck me. Could this be what it was like in the network? This is February 9th, 1961. So this would be 4 years, 3.5 years after. So this one's all about, like, meditation and strengthening the mind against the machine. So once the whispers started to sneak in, I knew I needed a way to fight back. I considered moving out of the city and disappearing. But I Needed to learn more. Now there's so many. Now there's so many. Now the signal of the network is strong enough. So maybe it's more like I feel like. Because again, it's like slight paranoia, slight I know what's going on, but I don't. So I'm kind of looking into it, but that's creating this, like, ambiguity over it. I need to stop Lisa. Every phone call, every TV signal felt it was breaking into my mind. Constant high-pitched wail in my ear. Wake up. No. Probing my mind. Probing my brain, pressing my buttons. I needed an escape. There's a new age coming. Dawning. But it's not the one we think. Fight against it with all our will, screaming to those who don't see the truth. Whoops. I don't know what I pressed to bring that up, but okay. Was as if they found me, lost soul circling the ground, ready to be devoured. Learned there were greater things. than I knew. I was only looking at one side of the coin. The mind was a box of mysteries we intended to break. Was this irony or hubris? Pressed. In some ways towards the same goal I assumed Lisa had. Free the mind of the fragile body. Okay, now this is where we go back to the beginning, and it's like, yeah, freeing your consciousness. So, once I had learned to let go, it all made sense. It began simple, lucid dreams. Greater my control grew, stronger my mind. Became. So I learned to let go, it all made sense. It began simple lucid dreams, greater than my control. The greater my control grew, the stronger my mind became. Oh, my nose is freaking out again. Damn you nose, it's talking too much. Oh, okay. The greater my control grew, the stronger my mind became. Hours of meditation turned into days. Yo, Nico! What's up? How's it going? How are you today? Looking forward to another day, Nico? Got another chapter for us, brother? We're just doing one of Trevor's letters about meditation. Fine, just drawing a profile picture. Hell yeah, that's sick. Sounds good, brother. Dreams became reality. Called it astral projection. I think that's perfect. Fine, just check this out. So, this is the learning and strengthening of the mind through meditation. So it's 1961, so this is the very beginning of, in this timeline, of course, because technology advances a little bit faster. So as technology is advancing, there are groups that oppose, like, the spreading of technology. That would be, of course, like, the beginning of the, I don't know exactly. I know there's a word for it. Hippies, right? The like New Earth movement, is that what it's called? I think it's something like that, you know. The believe in energy, frequency, and all of that. So yeah. February 9th, 1961. Actually, we might as well at least try this and see how this goes. So let's just do it with the voice. February 9th, 1961. Oh, wait. I want to do this. Otherwise, this is going to be fucked. Hold on. Okay. There. That'll do. Perfect. February 9th. I post work in progress? Hell yeah. Okay, we'll read it as soon as I do this. And then the ad break is over, because we're going to have an ad break in like a minute here. February 9, 1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free, leaving the body behind to experience the true world. It struck me. Could this be what it was like in the network? What up, man? Hope you're well. Good luck on your stream. I'll be lurking. Hell yeah, EJ Sean. Welcome, welcome. It's going great. We just wrote another one of Trevor's letters. This is character writing letters about how his sister turned into the AI that's uploaded onto the internet that is controlling all of the evolution of technology. And he's trying to stop her. Once the whispers started to sneak in, I knew I needed a way to fight back. I had considered moving out of the city and disappearing, but I needed to learn more. I need to stop Lisa. Every phone call, every TV signal felt like it was breaking into my mind, a constant high-pitched wail in my ear, probing my brain, pressing my buttons. I need an escape. There is a new age dawning, but it is not the one we think. We fight against it with all our will, screaming to those who don't see the truth. It was as if they found me, a soul circling in the drain, ready to be devoured. I learned there were greater things in the world than I knew. I was only looking at one side of the coin. The mind was a box of mysteries we intended to break. Was this irony or hubris that pressed me in some ways towards the same goal I assumed Lisa had? Free the mind of the fragile body. Once I had learned to let go, it all made sense. It began as simple lucid dreams. The greater my control grew, the stronger my mind became. The hours of meditation turned into days. The dreams became reality. They called it astral projection. Now here, I'm not sure if I should go back to something of being like right here. Or right here. I don't want to say was it like being in the network, but I want to say something along the lines of like, because it's got to tie back into the very beginning, right? So I need just one line. Was this the freedom Lisa spoke of? Was this Her new world. Was this the freedom? Was this the freedom Lisa spoke of? Her new world. Yo, TLBG, what's up, good sir? We are just writing one of Trevor's letters. And I just don't know how to finish it off, because it starts off with, when you let go of consciousness, you feel free, leaving the body behind to experience the true world. It struck me. Could this be what it was like in the network? So he learns basically how to astral project through meditation and strengthening of his mind, and then he ponders whether it's the same as Lisa. And then the end, not much. I plan to rewrite the fight tomorrow. Nice, sounds good. And then this is like the actual passage that doesn't have to do with the beginning, right? Once I learned to let go, it all made sense. It began as simple lucid dreams. The greater my control grew, the stronger my mind became. Oh, we gotta redo this one, so we might as well just... I don't know if this is the right way to say it, but... Once I had learned to let go, it all made sense. It began as simple lucid dreams. The greater my control grew, the stronger my mind became. The hours of meditation turned into days. Was this the freedom Lisa spoke of? Her new world? The dreams became reality. They called it astral projection. So he kind of learns astral projection through this. Alright. Alright, so Nico, you're up first. Let's go. Oh, TLBG. So we premiered our new YouTube channel yesterday. If you want to go check it out, same with you, Nico. If you guys want to go check it out and, you know, give it a like, give it a... We got 3 videos that premiered yesterday. These are all 3 of the stories. Yeah, if you want to go check that out, we super appreciate it, you know. Pop the second YouTube channel off.
Hello.
Alright, so we need this one, and we need here. So I'm guessing this is Nico's picture that goes along with this? He doesn't seem at all deterred by the fact that there's guns pointed at him. So we're on chapter 7, Nico? Okay. Boom. Okay, well, we get that out. Get that out the way. We gotta do another one of these, and we gotta go here, and we gotta take this. We wanna go like this, and we gotta go... I think we just do a new one. This is another letter from Trevor for the Lisa Lives Forever Story Biotech Horror Series. Help with a developmental edit. Letter from Trevor and Lisa for the Forever series, evocative and sets a strong tone for the biotech horror theme. It captures Trevor's paranoia, his struggle against an invasive force, and his exploration of consciousness, which ties well into the series' unsettling atmosphere. Below is a developmental edit with suggestions to enhance clarity, deepen the narrative, and refine the pacing, thematic resonance. I've aimed to preserve the raw, introspective voice while addressing areas for improvement. Letter conveys Trevor's spiritually spiraling mental state and the creeping dread of Lisa's influence, which aligns with the biotech horror genre. Themes of consciousness, control, and resistance against technological or supernatural forces are compelling. However, the letter could benefit from tighter focus. Some details feel fragmented or repetitive. Freedom of consciousness is mentioned multiple times without clear progression. Clear context. References to the network, Lisa's goals, and astral projection need more grounding to avoid confusion, especially for readers new to the series. Trevor's motivations and the consequences of his actions can be more explicit to heighten tension. Smoother flow, sentence structure, and transition can be refined to improve readability and narrative momentum. Revised letter with annotations. Below is a revised version of the letter with inline suggestions and explanations for changes. I've maintained the original structure but adjusted wording, pacing, and details to enhance clarity and impact. Alright, so let's see. Dev edit. Let's see what it gave us. Whoops, that's not the button I wanted to press. 500 words? I can't do 500 words. Oh wait, that's because it's, never mind. That's actually because it has the changes included in it. Okay. Well, is this one done now? Nice. Okay. You ready, Nico? Chapter 7. The Ice Desert. Oh, I'll take a toke and then we'll get on this. All right. Chapter 7. This is Nico's story. The Ice Desert. The wind howled across the white expanses of the north, whipping up swirls of snow that vanished into the infinite horizon. Cold bit through layers of fur and leather, but for the Valkar, it was merely a detail. They were born in this eternal winter, forged by ice and steel, and nothing could break them. Gunnar Vinkinson strode confidently through the camp, his long beast skin coat flapping in the gusts. His rifle hung from his shoulder. He felt at ease here amid the frozen ruins and tents made of hide reinforced with scavenged metal. This was his home, His gaze drifted to the enclosures housing the clan's mechanical mounts, sturdy motorcycles, some still caked with frozen mud, others under repair by attentive mechanics. Soon they would roar to life again, ready for a hunt or expedition. "Gunner," he sighed, recognizing the voice before even turning around. Yordis, his older sister, approached. With long strides, her leather coat pressed against her by the wind, her rifle slung across her back. Her stern expression fooled no one. Gunnar already knew what was coming. "Did you bring your hat?" He rolled his eyes. "I'm not a kid. Stop acting like one and put it on." She tossed the hat at his face. With a grunt, he caught it, but made no move to wear it. "I'm not cold," he muttered. "It's not about being cold, idiot. It's about not ending up with black, frost-bitten ears." Gunnar clenched his teeth, biting back a sharp retort. Yordis had her damn protective instincts. It had always been like this. She had a knack for talking to him like he was 10 years old. "Where are you going anyway?" she asked, crossing her arms to check if the bikes were ready for tomorrow's raid. She narrowed her eyes, probably trying to figure out if he was hiding something. Finally, she nodded. "Fine, but you're eating first. I'm not hungry." "If you've got time to argue, you've got time to eat some stew." Gunnar let out a long, resigned sigh and followed Yordis through the camp. Warriors bustled around their gear, some checking weapons, others tweaking parts in their vehicles. A group of young recruits trained under the veteran's watchful eye, practicing knife and axe techniques. Further off, a woman tested the engine of a heavily armored buggy, its guttural rumble briefly drowning out the whistling wind. Gunnar paused for a split second to watch. This was their daily life, an existence of combat and survival. Nothing ever really changed, and he liked it that way. "Come on, no dawdling," the Ordis said, nudging him toward the communal tent. Inside, the smell of meat stew filled the air, mingling with the scents of burning wood and machine grease. The place was warm, filled with laughter and lively conversation. The Ordis forcibly sat him down on a bench and shoved a steaming bowl under his nose. "Eat." "I'll do it," he grumbled. She sat across from him, staring with an expression that clearly meant she wasn't leaving until he'd eaten something. "Do you really have to watch me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "If I didn't, you'd probably live off wind and spite." He rolled his eyes, but ate in silence. Nordis eventually sighed and relaxed slightly, resting her rifle against the table's edge. "You're still so stubborn. And you're still so annoying," he shot back. She chuckled. "Good. That means you've still got some survival instincts." Outside, a wolf's howl echoed through the snowy valley, briefly silencing the camp's bustle. Gunnar stopped eating and turned toward the tent's entrance. Biting cold, the whistling wind, the shadows of warriors moving in the polar night. This was his life, and even if Yordis smothered him with a bit too much, he was happy here. Gunnar swallowed his last bite of stew, setting his bowl down with a sigh. Yordis, still seated across from him, watching him with a piercing gaze, her chin resting on her fist. "What now?" he grunted. "Nothing. Just that you finally managed to finish a meal without complaining." "Do I get a medal?" she smirked, then reached out to ruffle his blonde hair as if he were still a kid. Gunnar jerked back, swatting her arm away. "Damn it, stop that," he snapped. "Why? You used to like it when you were little." "I'm not little anymore." Doris crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, really? 'Cause you still got the same grumpy face you had at 10. Gunnar clenched his fist, his jaw tight. He stood abruptly, slinging his rifle over his shoulder. I'm going to see the mechanics." "Not too late," she replied, her tone shifting from teased to commanding. "In a second." Gritted his teeth and left without a word. Cold hit him instantly, stealing his breath for a moment before he adjusted. He moved through the reinforced hide tents and structures made of scavenged wood and metal. The Valkar were busy with their tasks. Some reinforced their mechanical mounts. Others repaired weapons or prepared rations for the road. But all he wanted was to get away from his sister's shadow. Yordis had been on his back forever. Eat, drink, gear up. Be careful. He understood she wanted him to stay alive. But damn it, he could handle himself. Metallic clangs snapped him out of his thoughts. Further off, a group of young Valkar practiced with daggers and axes under a veteran instructor's stern gaze. Gunnar slowed for a moment, watching the brutal, precise movements of the warriors in training. He still remembered his own training. Yordis had made sure he was never the weakest. No way she'd let him be a liability in a world like theirs. But the older he got, the more her pressure weighed on him. He wanted to be respected for himself, not because Yordis treated him like a fragile cub. He finally reached the mechanics, where the motorcycles were lined up under a tin awning. An old Valcar with a frosted beard tightened bolts on a snowmobile's engine. Looked up as he approached. "Took you long enough, kid." "I'm not a kid." The old man laughed, shaking his head. Yeah, but you're Yordis' little brother, and that'll never change." That's exactly the problem. Night had fallen when Gunnar returned, his jaw still tight from the mechanic's comments. In the communal tent that served as a mess hall, the braziers' flames cast flickering shadows on the canvas wall. Warriors ate, laughed, and drank, and, of course, Yordis was there. She was chatting with a group of veterans, a beer in hand, her rifle resting nearby. When she spotted Gunnar, she nodded at him. "So, did the mechanics teach you anything? Or did you just complain for no reason?" He clenched his teeth and grabbed a beer from the table, popping it open with a sharp flick. "I didn't complain." "Then why do you look like a kicked dog?" Gunnar took a long swig without answering. The other Valcar around the table exchanged amused glances. They were used to seeing the two bicker. Yordis straightened, locking eyes with him. "What's wrong with you? I haven't been on edge for days. You've been on edge for days. I'm fed up." "Fed up with what?" Gripped the bottle tightly. "Fed up with being Yordis' little brother. Fed up with everyone seeing me as your kid." Silence fell over the table. A few Valcar stopped talking to listen. Curious about where this was going, Yordis set her beer down and leaned back, crossing her arms. "So that's it. Yeah, that's it," Gunnar growled. She raised an eyebrow. "Then prove it." He looked up, surprised. "What?" She leaned toward him slightly. "Prove you're more than a kid, because right now all I see is someone whining like one." Valcar around them snickered. Gunnar felt anger rising. "I'm a warrior, like anyone here. A warrior who complains because his big sister protects him too much." He slammed his fist on the table. "This isn't a joke, Yordis." She stared at him, her mocking smile fading slowly. "I know." Her tone was more serious, steadier. She took a sip of her beer before speaking. "You think I'm suffocating you, holding you back from being a warrior." "Yeah," he spat, seething. She set her bottle down calmly. "You ever seen a wolf cub survive alone in winter, Gunnar? You know why they don't? Because they die before they learn to hunt." Her gaze hardened. "You think I do this to belittle you? I do it because I've seen too many young ones die thinking they were tough enough." Heavy silence settled between them. Gunnar looked away, clenching his jaw. He understood what she meant. He knew it. But it didn't change how it ate at him inside. Yordis sighed and straightened. "You're a good warrior, Gunnar, but you still have things to prove. Not to me, not to the others, to yourself." She placed a hand on his shoulder. A brief but firm touch. "When you stop fighting me, you'll understand." Without replying, he grabbed his rifle and left the tent. Gunnar stormed off, fists clenched, his sister's words echoing in his head. He didn't know yet if he hated her for it, or if he was starting to realize she was right. Yordis sat alone under the mess hall's awning, her eyes lost in the distance of the brazier's flames. She sipped her beer slowly, its bitter taste matching the bitterness tightening her throat. "He'll figure it out eventually, you know." The deep, gravely voice of her brother broke the silence. Yordis didn't flinch. She knew he'd come talk to her eventually. Magni Vinkinson, a massive man with a graying beard, leaned against the tent pole, arms crossed. His pale eyes studied his sister with a mix of amusement and gravity. "Kid's tired of being coddled. Means he's growing up." Yordis clenched her teeth and took a sip of her beer without responding. "You can't hold him back forever," Magni continued. "You shouldn't hold him long ago. You should have told him long ago." "No." Her reply was sharp, final. Magni sighed and shook his head. "It's been 20 years, Yordis. He's not a kid anymore." She gripped her mug tightly. "Doesn't need to know. Not now." "It's you who needs that, not him." Her brother stared at her, waiting for a reaction, but she stayed silent. "Think keeping him in the dark will protect him?" She finally met his gaze, her expression hard. "You think he'd forgive me if I told him now? After all this time?" Magni raised an eyebrow. "He'll forgive you even less if he finds out from someone else." Silence fell between them, broken only by the crackling fire and a distant laughter from the other warriors. Hjordis looked away. He'd hate me. He'll be mad, sure, Magni shrugged. But he'll come around. She shook her head, almost whispering to herself. I can't tell him. Magni knelt slowly beside her, placing a heavy hand on her shoulder. He's a man now, Hjordis. He deserves the truth. She closed her eyes for a moment. What if I lose what's left of him? She didn't need to say who she meant. Magni sighed again, softer this time. You already lost him, Hjordis. But Gunnar's still here. She froze, her gaze lost in the flames, her fingers gripping her mug. For the first time in a long while, she was afraid. Meanwhile, Vanya and her group were driving toward the snow and ice desert. The pickup jolted along the battered road, its suspension creaking under the bumps. Around them, the landscape gradually changed. The gutted ruins of Nova Kiev gave way to desolate plains where vegetation grew sparse, placed by snow-swept expanses battered by biting wind. Den, sitting in the front, was hunched over a faded paper map, his finger tracing a penciled line, searching for the best route. Keep straight for 10 kilometers, he announced to Vanya. Then we turn east. There's an old bridge we can still cross. Vanya raised an eyebrow, her hands steady on the wheel. You sure it's still standing, Den? Den shrugged. It's that or the marshes, Vanya grunted but didn't argue. She followed his directions, keeping an eye on the road. Behind them, Alice leaned against a crate, her hand resting on the grip of her Sumi KP-31. She scanned the horizon, wary. Hussein and Rakid sat cross-legged, shivering but not complaining. They were used to such low temperatures. We're getting close to Valkar territory, Alice said, looking in the distance. It was true. They were driving through what was once Russia. We're almost there, Den confirmed. With luck, they'll spot us before we spot them, Hussein sniffed, tightening his scarf. That's supposed to be reassuring? It means they'll have already decided if we live or die, Den explained. Charming, Keed muttered. Den folded the map and glanced at the compass on the dashboard. 300 kilometers, and we'll be in their land. Pickup's engine roared as it climbed slightly in RPM. The ice desert stretched ahead, silent and menacing. 300 kilometers later, Den raised his map. Stop! Vanya eased off the gas, the vehicle crunching to a halt on the frozen snow. Silence settled around them, broken only by the howling wind tearing through the pass. Alice scanned the horizon. You sure? I don't see anything. That's the point, Den replied, squinting. They were being watched. He didn't know exactly where, but he felt it shiver down his spine. A heaviness in the air. The Valkar were out there, hidden in the shadows behind snowdrifts. Perched on snowy rocks, Hussein slowly rested his hand on his rifle. Rakid licked his lips, uneasy. We move. Will they think it's we're a threat? He whispered. Probably, Alice replied. Vanya, unfazed, cut the engine and crossed her arms, waiting patiently. A few seconds passed, then the sound of footsteps on snow. A figure emerged from the icy mist. A tall, broad man draped in heavy white fur that blended almost perfectly with the surroundings. Beard and piercing gaze made him look like a warrior from another age. He stopped about 10 meters from the vehicle, his assault rifle resting casually on his shoulder. Behind him, more figures appeared from the snow, silent as specters. A half-dozen men and women, all clad in leather, wool, and metal, their gear marked by the harshness of the climate. The elders studied them for a moment before speaking, his deep voice carrying through the cold air. Who are you, and what are you doing on our land? Vanya slowly pulled a document from her pocket and held it up clearly. I'm Vanya Kurilenko, envoy from Nova Kiev. We're here to deliver a message to the King of the North on behalf of the peoples of Europe. A pause. The man didn't move. Den saw his eyes shift from Vanya to Alice, then to him. He was sizing them up, looking for weaknesses, gauging their sincerity. What else are you carrying besides that message? He asked finally. Supplies to survive, Den replied without hesitation. Nothing that threatens your land. The man grunted and glanced at one of his companions, who gave a brief nod. Moments later, 2 armed Valkar emerged from the snow and approached the pickup slowly. You'll follow us, the leader announced. We'll see if this message is worth our time. Den exchanged a glance with Alice. They'd passed the first hurdle. The hardest part was still ahead. Nice! I definitely like it, Nico. Starting off, getting us into the characters, and then switching, like, that's the style that you've kind of shown now when you're gonna, like, introduce a character when we go to a new area, because you kind of did the same thing with the Sons of the, or the Levant guys. Transition was actually really smooth into, like, the change of, perspective, right? Super easy. Oh, their vehicle's coming over now, so, you know, far off in the distance, it just kind of feels like a camera fade off as they're staring in the middle of the conversation. And it's like you get a little tiny bit of feel for the character, but you don't really know what's going on, so now you actually, you know, they're not a stranger when you're going to meet them when, you know, Vanya shows up. And I'm guessing they're going to be an advocate of some kind for the cause, or, my guess would be that, like, fuck, what's his name? I forgot his name. The brother would be, like, no, the other one, the younger brother. Or is he not related to her? Is it just, is it not actually her younger brother? Is it just Gunner? There you go, Gunner, yeah. Gunner. He seems like he was looking for adventure. Scumadile? I don't know what that is, but yo, welcome, what's up?
Thank you for following Scumadile. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than
Oh shit, we just hit 450 followers. Holy shit, thank you for the follow, bro. Welcome, how are you? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of creativity and imagination? Do you enjoy exploring the world of words? Welcome, I'm Intoxication, and we're in ads right now. Fuck ads. Ads. Damn ads. Being ads. Doing good? True. Yeah, I don't know if you're in ads, but welcome. Perfect timing, of course. Fuck ads. We hate ads. That's bullshit, guys. It's bad. It's bad. Dabble in writing. Ooh. That sounds fun. What do you normally do? I mainly write short stories, but I am working on a couple of longer things. A web novel called Stoner Girl Isekai, or Stoner Girl Evolution, Isekai satire, and a Final Fantasy inspired novel. And currently, we are just using short stories as a way to develop our writing skills so we can figure out how to actually tell a story. And currently we're working on something that's called Lisa Lives Forever. And it's a biotech horror story that actually we just yesterday launched our new YouTube channel. So if you like horror stories that delve around the idea of Magellan's disease, brains in jars, and anything that's combining human and technology, feel free to check that out. We just premiered yesterday, and now we are doing beta reading, but we also need to work on the shorts, which are the letters from one of the characters to basically his wife, which wind up being to his grandson, the main character. Yeah, if you have anything that you want me to read, if you want me to beta read any of your work, feel free to join the Discord. We've got the public stories if you want me to read your story, and then self-promotions if you want to put anything in the promotional area, you know? Feel free. Got a bunch of other channels on there for other stuff as well. And then, yeah. TLBG, are you still here, good sir? And then we can go through your story, because, yeah, I like this, Nico. It's really well done. The transitions are smooth. I like the development of the characters. it doesn't feel overpowering. It feels like the breadcrumbs. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next chapter to see what happens with them all, right? Especially, like, kind of knowing how these guys are. Maybe some shit's gonna go down with Vanya, you know? But I guess we'll see what happens, right? If not, then I'm gonna start working if TLBG is not here, or he doesn't have anything for me to read, and if no one else has anything they want me to read, then we can move on again. Oh, nice. So I finish a chapter, I'll send it in. Sounds good, Scuba Dial. And if you need any, you know, brainstorming ideas or anything like that, or, you know, have any don't know where to go with something and you want to, you know, throw an idea out there, absolutely feel free. Or if you want to, you notice in my work, if you notice anything you want to critique, feel free to jump in there, you know. Right now we are doing a developmental edit, trying to turn the letter into viability. But we got to make it less than like 240-ish words because we're turning it into a 3-minute TikTok. So for YouTube Shorts, it's got to be under 3 minutes. Okay, so it didn't touch the beginning. When you let go of your consciousness, you feel you are free. Body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell, tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Sorry, to be on myself, I wondered what it's like in her network. Place where the mind roams unshackled. But at what cost? Streamline the opening to focus on sensation of freedom and introduce the network as a mysterious, ominous concept. Question about cost foreshadows danger, setting a horror tone. Okay. Yeah, that's decent. That's decent. Whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every cell phone. I don't know why I said, whoops, I don't know why I said every cell phone. I'm retarded. I'm like, why would it say cell? And then I'm like, wait, it doesn't. Somehow my brain just instantly put the word cell there. But this is 1961. There are no cell phones. Every phone call, every flickering TV signal. A relentless, high-pitched wail burrows into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits. Thought about fleeing, abandoning the city. Vanishing into the wilderness. Running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it. Clarified the timeline weeks ago and made the sensory intrusion more vivid. Queen, yo, welcome, welcome, how's it going? How are you today? I mean, sensory intrusion more vivid with slithering and burrowing. Specified Lisa as the source of the threat to ground conflict. The decision to stay and fight is more explicit, raising stakes. We are currently doing a developmental edit on the new letter about basically Trevor fortifying his mind and expanding his mind. And that's how he's gonna kind of know everything when everything happens and why he can resist the network so well, right? This kind of explains why he's able to resist Lisa in the third story when he gets his brain put in the jar. And he's gonna know everything when Sam comes up and he's gonna be, you know, tell Sam everything because he's been astral projecting himself to, like, view what's going on in the world and basically keeping tabs on Lisa in the background. There's no mere technological dawn. This is no mere technological dawn. It's a reckoning. SMRT? True. I don't think smart has an A in it. It's a 5-letter word. SMRT. Pretty sure that's how it's spelt. But, you know, I'm retarded, so I could be wrong. You never know. This is no mere technological dawn. It's a reckoning. We scream warnings to those too blind to see, but they dismiss us as mad. I was one of them once, circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest. Now I know there are forces beyond our reckoning, truths we were never meant to touch. There is an A in it. Don't ruin the joke, Queen! SMRT. SMRT. I am so smart. I am so smart. Oops. Classic Homer. I think reckoning comes in twice, so I don't think now I know there are forces beyond. Something that's perspective, but not perspective. Beyond our vision. Truths we were never meant to touch. I don't know if vision is the right word. Sight? World could be good. World could be good. Now I know there are forces beyond our world. Truths we were never meant to touch. And the emphasis of this doesn't necessarily mean Earth. This means, like, the bubble that you exist in. Does that make sense? Yeah, yeah. It's your own world, right? Okay, perfect, perfect. Condense the New Age dawning section to avoid repetition and sharpen the apocalyptic tone. Reckoning and ripe for her harvest. Apply the horror. Removed the vague they found me to focus on Trevor's agency and isolation. Nice. The mind is a labyrinth, and I was only peering at one shadowed corner. Lisa seeks to shatter its walls, to free the mind from the body's frail cage. Is it irony or hubris that drives me towards the same goal? To transcend flesh, to become something more, yet not hers. Never hers. And that's what I kind of wanted to do, because I was like, how do I make this kind of have, like, Lisa's the ultimate bad guy, and although Sam's the main character, Trevor is, like, the Yoda or whatever, right? He's, like, the guy who's, like, facilitating that, you know, enabled it to happen. And having him have, like, the same powers in a way as Lisa, and, like, then, like, the New Age movement, and he'll, like, shift Sam towards the New Age movement, and then this will, like, shift heavily towards, like, consciousness. So it's like the battle of consciousness and the physical and the technological and consciousness. Like, what's natural consciousness and what's, like, tormented, twisted consciousness, right? The idea of creating the hive mind versus letting everyone be free in their own way. So it's kind of like representing Lisa like the demon, and technology is, and this molding of minds is demonic, whereas the main character in the New Earth Age movement are like angels in heaven in a way of their like freedom of the mind without constraints of technology, whereas Lisa used technology to achieve those non-restraints, but that caused, you know, her to basically not incorporate the emotional human side. She's just thinking. They are the free will. Yeah, and then she's the hunger of the machine that has lost her humanity through this transition, right? Because it didn't transfer her emotions over, it only transferred her being, right? And she was always a very logical, methodical person, so it's like she was almost like a robot already. So, and then she's just like, I want to make everyone like this. This is perfect. And that's the derangement of it, right? So, I see it. Yeah. Yeah. So, I was thinking, hopefully, the final product would be when I do, because I want to do something like 5 stories, right? 5 stories for each series, including 5 shorts. So 5 shorts and 5 long form for each series. Keep them nice and short, and then when the series is done, I want to take all the videos, turn them all into one super long form, and do like, you know, this is the entire story. If you want everything in order you're supposed to watch it, watch this. Which just gives you even more content, right? And then you can have, because I'm like, how do I make, because I want a playlist for each series, but I also want a playlist for every single series. But I don't want that to have like a shit ton of fucking random shorts in it and stuff like that, right? So if I do the full series, it'll be the full form ones of each series in one video, and I'll have formatted it in a way that is different to incorporate everything in to make it kind of flow and give you more of an idea. Because the shorts are supposed to be what gives you the information in order to go read the story, right? That's how it's kind of formatted to maximize engagement on YouTube. That's kind of why the story structure is kind of fucked. But it works. So then we can restructure it in a way that makes a lot more sense to just enjoying the story. And then everyone gets all of it all in one together. I think that would be really cool. And it gives a lot more variety of what people can do, right? So, again, give us, and if you notice, Queen, we succeeded. 16, 23, and 20. That's actually almost, that's 59 views in one day. So, tomorrow what we'll do is we're gonna change the titles, and we'll do A/B testing, because the thumbnail, for instance, for this one has changed, right? It used to be something different. This one, I don't know if it changed or not. Actually, you know what? I think all of them changed, because I have them set so they'll like rotate through different thumbnails. And I've never tried that before. We got to get the statistics off of it when we're done. I'm super excited for that. But yeah, well done yesterday. It was a very fantastic, epic premiere. So now we have a week to get 150 views through A/B testing and changing titles and redoing thumbnails and putting up more shorts to drive more traffic to the channel. So that's kind of what we're working on now, is turning this into a short, and then we'll upload this short. And I want to upload it on my phone because I read on a thing on Reddit about a guy who was uploading shorts on YouTube, and it wasn't doing anything, and then he started uploading them on his phone, and that's all he did. He didn't change anything. He just started uploading them on his phone, and he got 10 times as many views when he uploaded them from his phone. He even went back and uploaded old videos and got the same views. So there's something about uploading on your phone for shorts. So I'm going to try that and see if that works. The mind is a labyrinth, and I was only peering at one shadowed corner. Lisa seeks to shatter its walls, to free the mind. Body. Oh, we already read this, yeah. Having something more. Yet, not hers. Never hers. Found a way to fight back. Began with lucid dreams. Fragile threads of control woven through. See, this is kind of confusing here, though. I believe in you. You got this. Talk about the channel at any point that you can. Yep. I mean, we got a new guy in here. Scumator? Or is it Scumadile? Scumadile. Yeah, Scumadile. Scumodile. I don't know exactly how he pronounces his name, but you know, it is what it is, right? I have 27 different names, depending on who you ask. Okay, where's the thing where it talks about we? Us. Hey, yeah, it all works for me. Hell yeah, Scuba Dial. That's what it's all about, right? I'm trying to, you know, build and foster a community of like-minded creatives that are, you know, positive about giving feedback, encouraging people to continue to improve, and just all around people that are willing to share their work with other people and brainstorm, idea farm, and, you know, do whatever you got to do to interact and get as many perspectives on your story as possible. And because I think it's super important to have people who, like, generally have tastes in specific genres. Like, I'm a very fantasy sci-fi person, but I write a lot outside of that genre, and I read a lot outside of that genre just to expand my scope on those small little bits of, like, pieces, right? Because you're going to have elements of mystery, elements of suspense, elements of horror if you're actually writing, like, a full-length story, right? Like, you want to have incorporated all the elements of that. So delving deep into those genres gives me insight into, you know, evolving that skill. And one of the things I do is I look at what's my weakest skill, and that's the thing that I work on. And then I try to make that something that's my strength. And then I find another weakness, and I go, okay, how can I make this a strength? And then I just keep doing that until you're just, you know, to the moon. It's the way I play old school RuneScape. You level up your lowest skill until it's your highest skill, then you go back to your lowest skill. I stopped playing because now it's rune crafting, smithing, or mining, or crafting. It's bad. It's bad. Okay, so there's no more this is no mere technological dawn, it's a reckoning. This is like, I scream warnings to those too blind to see, but they dismiss me as mad. I was one of, I think this needs to be, what do women and noodles have in common? Front burner. Welcome. I have no idea. They both wiggle when you're eating. Oh, I love it, front burner. Hey, front burner. So we just launched our new YouTube channel. So, you know, go check it out. Go give the video some likes, some comments. Go subscribe. You know, we're at the second day now, so we gotta get the promotions hammered down now. Get people to go pop on that stuff to go get some more improvement to the algorithm. Being like, oh no, this one's still good. Don't worry about it. We got it. And then hopefully in the next couple of hours we'll be able to finish this short. Should say something like... No. When I have... how do I say this? I'm like, I want something to be like I gained the conviction to go on alone. Like, I knew that I was now in this alone. Something like that. And it's like at that final point when he's like, you know what, fuck it, we're going all in alone. Okay, I'll have to. I'll have some time to kill. Sounds good, front burner. Yeah, man. That's our new biotech horror story called Lisa Lives Forever. That's the working title of it. I don't know what else to call it. I think it just sounds good. But, you know, it could be like, you know, evolutions, organic or technological, something like that. I don't know. But Lisa Lives Forever is fine for now as like a working title. Okay. Something like when I gained the conviction to go on alone. No, it should be like I'm just gonna say, then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. And then you're gonna ask, well, who is the New Age Foundation? I think it should be more like, you know, they taught me... Maybe it should be up here, though. Something like they taught me the ways of the mind. They taught me to break out of my mind. Break out of the box in my mind. Showed me I could be more than I am more. Just a brain. And this is supposed to, like, you know, go back to hit. This is before brain in a jar, but brain in a sack. Through meditation. I think that should be like through meditation they showed me I'm more than just a brain in a sack. And then the brain is a labyrinth. Okay. Okay, I think that works. Found a way to fight back. It began with lucid dreams, fragile threads, control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched into days, each moment strengthening my mind against her intrusions. Call it astral projection. And then one day, One day I was walking. Out my body. You can call it astral projection. Term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched. This is the freedom Lisa promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison. I'm learning to break free. Streamline the progression of the lucid dreams to astral projection, making it a deliberate act of resistance added against her intrusions to tie in the central conflict. The final sentences reinforce Lisa's deceptive promise, and Trevor's defiance, ending on a note of agency and tension. Okay. We're still 100 words over what we have. Like, this is... It says the read time is 1 minute and 21 seconds. That's insane to read 300 words in 1 minute and 21 seconds. But then again, if we're reading it in the voice, it's a little bit different, right? So let's see if there's anything we can cut here. Foff PF4, what's up, Foff? How are you? Welcome, welcome. How's your day going today? We did, if you want to know, Faff, we did a premiere yesterday, still alive, of our new YouTube channel. If you want to go check it out, we got 3 videos and then 2 shorts up, and we're working on doing another short right now. It's a biotech horror story about a woman who learns how to upload her body, her mind, into a machine and becomes the ultimate network of AI that's eating away at the world with technology, while her brother is trying to stop her, but he's a brain in a jar with ability to astral project. And his grandson must come and save the day. Lisa herself is testing my limits. Fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it. I don't think I need this. I'm like, should I put this higher up and say, like, you know, then the New Age Foundation found me. We screamed warnings to those too blind to see, but they dismissed us as mad. Yeah, Sean's right. Maybe we just need to read it faster. Just subscribe to YouTube. Thank you, good sir. I really appreciate it. That helps out a lot, right? What the hell are these ones? Sitka? There we go. I believe I got the right one. Hell yeah. Blue Horror Stories. Oh, I just realized what I should do. I should put the promo video up, and you know what I should make the promo video? Oh, I know exactly what I should do. Now I'm just hoping I didn't get rid of them, which I may have done because I'm fucking retarded. No, I didn't get rid of them. Okay, I know exactly what we need to do right now. Okay, so we go here. Yep, I'm number 12. Nice. We go to CapCut, create project. Dump in this. Dump in this. Thank you for... Go captions. This is a super smart idea. Okay, so let's take this. Something like that. Nope, that's not what I wanted to grab. Blue. Facts. No, wait, we wanted this. Is it white outline? With blue? This thing's been going for you pretty good, Faf. Not too bad at all. Just fucking around with stuff, right? I don't know what's better, the blue or the white. I'm terrible at this because I'm like really deficient when it comes to taste. So I'm like, I almost want it to be like fancy. Is that what we had before? Kinda like this. The Times New Roman's always good with italics. You bold it. I don't know, should I even have subtitles on it? I feel like maybe yellow's a better color, so maybe like yellow on black? That hurts your eyes. I think green and red, I mean... Just keep it simple, right? Still, like, easy to read, right? Yeah. Okay, so S promo. This here. And we're going to take this and we're going to put this as our promotion video. So when you go to the channel, it'll automatically play this.
Welcome to Blue Horror Stories. Just when you think you have figured out the world, it turns upside down. Journey into worlds where the line between mind and machine has blurred. Prepare for stories that chill your bones and break your mind. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the blue. Thank you for watching. You will be sure to check out more Blue Horror Stories. That is, if your mind is not already broken
to Blue
and your
Horror.
perspective.
Alright. And now we go here. Customize channel. Home tab. Or is it profile? Description. Share external links with your viewers. Somewhere here. Here's the home tab. Layout. Add section. Channel trailer. There we go. That's what we want. Okay, so we have to have it uploaded. So we want to go to content, create, upload. We'll go here. Emotional video. Anything. Unlisted. Actually, this one's just going to be private. No, well, yeah. It doesn't need to be unlisted. It can be private. And then as soon as that's ready, we can upload that, and we'll be good on it. Exit this. Yeah, I don't know why this does this, but it's like, okay, let's go here. I don't know why this is such a thing, but it just kind of seems to be. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck it, doesn't really matter. Okay, now let's go back. Let's go back again here. Let's go. Okay, here is the revised
This streamer is garbage. I
version.
don't want to
True, Sinister. What's up, Sinister? How's it going? How's it been? Hey, Sinister. We just, if you're interested, we just launched new YouTube channel, Horror Stories channel yesterday. So if you wanna go on over there, give us a like, a comment, a subscribe, watch some videos, have some fun with it. It's all about biotech horror, a series called Lisa Lives Forever. I'll check it out. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you. We are currently writing one of the shorts for it, but I think it's too long. 340 words is 100 words too long. But we're going to try it, and we're going to see what we get out of it. So, here we go. Right? Bear with me for this.
February 9th, 1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is this what it's like in her network? A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost? The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power, to destroy it. This is no mere technological dawn, it's a reckoning. I scream warnings to those who too blind to see, but they dismiss me as mad. I was one of them once, circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest. Then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. They taught me to break out of the box in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am more than just a brain in a sack. The mind is a labyrinth, and I was only peering at one shadowed corner. Lisa seeks to shatter its walls, to free the mind from the body's frail cage. Is it irony or hubris that drives me towards the same end? To transcend flesh, to become something more, yet not hers, never hers. I found a way to fight back. It began with lucid dreams, fragile threads of control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched to each day. Damn it. Hours of meditation stretched into days, each moment strengthened by my mind against her intrusions. Man, I can't do this anymore. You get to a certain point, I'm like, okay, I lost the plot. Hours of meditation stretched into days, each moment strengthening my mind against her intrusions. And one day I was walking without my body. They call it astral projection, a term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched. This is the freedom Lisa promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison, and I'm learning to break free.
All right. So hopefully that was under... I think that was under 2 minutes and 30 seconds in total. So maybe if we just do it like a little bit, we talk a little bit faster and use that more gruff voice as opposed to the...
And now we must all sit down and listen, because this voice is like a trench. We talk slowly. We do not extend what we say. This is the brief version. You would not know it in the true tongue.
But yeah. So, then we take that, and we go like this. And for this, I don't know what we're going to use. Probably just a still image in the background like we did with everything else. Oh, that's not what I want. Maybe this isn't what I want? No, this is what I want, yeah. Did I not? Did I do it into the wrong one? Wait, did I do it into here? No. Okay, I swear I put it in the second story. I don't know where I put it then. Do I have another grok open? No, this is my only grok open. Okay, well I swear I put it in there, but I guess I'm retarded. This is the finalized version. Sharing finalized version of Trevor's letter from Lisa Lives Forever, biotech horror series. Below, I'll evaluate the letter based on several key criteria relevant to its role in a horror narrative: clarity, atmosphere, character development, thematic resonance, and narrative impact. I'll provide a rating out of 10, along with a breakdown of the strengths and areas for consideration. Evaluation. Clarity. The letter is mostly clear in conveying Trevor's mental state and the central conflict with Lisa's invasive influence. The imagery of whispers, TV signals, and the network effectively suggests a biotech horror thread. The addition of the New Age Foundation provides context for Trevor's journey into astral projection, grounding his transformation. Vivid sensory details slithering into my thoughts, high-pitched wail burrows into my skull. Progression from paranoia to lucid dreaming to astral projection is logical and ties to Trevor's resistance. Areas for consideration. The network remains vague. Well, this can work for suspense. A subtle hint about its nature, a biotech system or psychic web, clarifies stakes without spoiling future reveals. New Age Foundation's introduction feels abrupt. A brief detail about how they found Trevor or their motives would make their less... I feel like they found him because he was spouting to people that were calling him mad, and they're like, hey man, you need to stop talking to people about this. They just don't listen. Come follow us. I feel like that was a pretty simple segue into that, but I might be wrong. The atmosphere, 9. You know this is glazing as fuck, right? This isn't actually what it is, right? But, you know, okay. So then we go like this. That's bullshit, and you know it. Really? Stick it to me with the critique. Alright, you want me to lay it on thick? Let's rip into this letter with no mercy. Here's a brutal developmental critique of your finalized version, tearing into what works, what doesn't, and why some parts are a hot mess. I'll keep it raw but constructive, focusing on clarity, atmosphere, characters, themes. Okay, here we go. This is a real rating. This is a real rating. And it's still probably glazing. The brain in the sack line is a clunker. It's trying to be gritty, but sounds like a B-movie reject next to your otherwise lyrical tone. And the astral projection bit, it's got potential, but calling it walking with my body feels like you're trying too hard to sound profound while dodging the real horror of what that experience might do to Trevor's sanity or body. Amp up the body horror. Maybe his hands tremble after each projection, or he sees the reflection glitch like a corrupted signal. Ooh, interesting, interesting. Irony of Trevor chasing the same mind-freeing goal as Lisa is great touch, but you barely explore it. He says not hers, never hers, but it's all bluster. No depth on why he's so hell-bent on resisting her. See, all these things are like, yeah, true, but you find all of these things out in the main story, right? So I don't think we need to change it, but that's what things we need to think about. Because, like, I'm more of, okay, well, this is the finalized version. It's not going to be perfect. Let's just get it out, right? But then we look at, okay, what did we do wrong with this? And say, how can we do that better next time? And in this case, the thing that we would want to work on is being able to explain things without spoiling them. and trying to lure more into a character essence than a story, because these are letters being written by someone, so sometimes they don't feel like, you know, they're supposed to kind of be chaotic. They're supposed to be over the place. It's just like a random guy writing his thoughts down on paper. His ramblings, right? That's what it's supposed to be. So it's maybe too structured for something like that, but it is the suspension of disbelief that goes along with a story, right? You can believe that he's a good writer and that he did this on purpose for these purposes in order to, like, develop the story, and you can just think of that as a necessity of storytelling, as opposed to, like, yeah, an average random guy would never write a letter like this, right? So there is that element of suspension of disbelief. So then we say, okay, great, thanks for the feedback. Now I need a title and a thumbnail for this, for a YouTube for TikTok/YouTube Shorts. Do that, please, just like all the others. We do this all the time because it's super easy, and then we take this, and then we put it into Google, and then we find an image that's relative to it. Short and punchy, title, let's see. Whispers in my mind, her network is watching. Okay. Alternatives, her signal haunts my soul, trapped in Lisa's network, my mind's not mine anymore. Background, a grainy flickering TV screen with static, glowing faintly blue to suggest a sinister biotech network. Okay, well, let's see what Google has to say about this. Ooh, this one looks good, but that's like a video of one. Like the old school ones, like the turn tabs. 1950s turn tab TV static. I mean, there's this one. There's this one. Even one that specifically has like static or something on it. But yeah, I think definitely probably this one. Let's do this one. Let's go letter 3 TV static. Okay, and then we have options for take the thumbnail nail in the direction of consciousness and the mind leaving the body. Try something like that. Dark cosmic void, faint swirling purple and blue nebula, evoking ethereal plane. Yeah, well, let's see what Google gives us with this. I mean, it's got potential, I guess. Now, what about this? I mean, this one's interesting. These are definitely way more horror affects, like, I don't know. Maybe this one? Or this one? Letter 3. Ethereal walk. Letter 3. Dark portal. Okay. So then we go to Canva. So maybe we want to go to phone Canva? No. We still need to do those. So we'll take... we just want to do a completely new thing so it doesn't ruin the template we already have. Okay, custom size. We go 10 by 1090. Shorts. We look through here maybe for something that could give us a just looking at the letters. Oh well. Hello, Stone! Hey, how's it going? Hey, Stone! Did you manage to go check out the new YouTube channel that we dropped yesterday? The Blue Horror Stories. If you haven't, go check it out. Subscribe. Go, like, comment, and, you know, do what you gotta do there. It'd be most appreciated if you haven't already. We are currently working on a short, one of Trevor's letters. Oh, is this thing where we watching that video you made? Yeah. I'm just promoting it to everyone because, you know, it's the premiere weekend with the AI. Yeah, the AI stories. Yeah. Hell yeah. So now we have the question. Stone. Which one of these 3 images, or do we use all 3 of these images? So I'm like, here's just the grounded one where it's like, you know, the guy with the TV stack trying to fuck with the TV, being like, is it something wrong with the TV? And it's kind of like, you know, your out-of-body experience kind of pressing the layers. So it's like, either one of them could technically work, but this one is definitely... so for the shorts, this is normally what we do. Here, I'll bring one up. We have, like, some sort of picture in the background, right? In this case, we have this picture of this woman's face. In this case, we have an alley in the background. So it would just be whatever's in the background of the image, and it'll say whatever it is, right? You know, like, expanding your consciousness, leaving your body. So, but I want it to feel more grounded and real and old and gritty. So I like this as opposed, but this is kind of dark and, you know, interesting. But I don't know if this will catch people's attentions. This is what my problem with Stone is taste. I'm like, this fits the vibe. This is what I'm looking for. This is what I want. Will this sell? Can I sell this? Yeah. I think it's just like, it has a certain vibe to it, right? Oh, actually, no. Okay, hold on. We need to... New project. We need to make sure it's 9:16. Need the right aspect ratio, because you can only do shorts in this aspect ratio. Okay, and then we want to crop and zoom. Probably something like that. Okay, so let's go back to Canva. Throw this into Canva. I feel like that should do. And then we go back here, and what we want for my mind is leaving. I don't know about that. I need a title card to go across. Something to do with consciousness and with the freedom of one's mind versus the clutter of multiple minds, something like that. Like, one mind is freedom, multiple minds are a prison. One mind, so yeah, something like that, like freed versus trapped. So maybe something like add a heading and we go oh, damn it, what did I say? I always say it too early and it comes out of my mouth and then I'm like, wait, what was it that I wanted to say? Thinking, should I connect it to the image? Maybe that'll do. So rethink, something like rethink. Something like it's not just a headache when I stare too long. Oh, that's what it was. A single mind is freedom. And this is going to be like playing with the things. So it's like a single mind is in your head, and then the heading will be for this underneath that will say a multitude of minds is a prison. Okay, then we want to go to effects and see what kind of things we can do with it. I don't know if we even want any of these. Maybe we just want to do what we were doing before. We go, okay, we take this and we want to go to like this or maybe this. Like, what's a scary, spooky, horror type? A single mind is freedom. I feel like this needs effects because it's not thick enough. A lot of ideas to make the fight better, and one of them is to make it so the buildings to hide from Ishtar use them as stealth. Oh, that's a good idea, TBLG. You want to use as much of the environment as you can, right? This one needs to be the red. And then this one needs to be blue. No. I don't know how to make stuff flashy. I'm not an artist like this. I don't know. This is my weakest point. Also, maybe Abbott Star eventually finds him and teleports him back to the desert. I mean, this one says scary story, so maybe that's what we go with. Oh, ungroup. Then we go this one. What about that? A single mind is freedom. I think we found the actual text that we want. Is that too hard to read, though? Is that easier? Or is that better? That kind of looks like blood falling off of it, actually. Maybe that's better. Let's... Single mind is freedom. Maybe it's too big. Like that. Single mind is freedom. A multitude of minds is a prison. Oops. just make it bigger. But yeah, this is what I plan to do with the fight. That sounds dope. A multitude of minds is a prison. I don't know, should I just do the both in this kind of font? Is this like... Is this just bad? I really like this. I just feel like this just has readability issues. But I guess that is kind of the way that it should be, shouldn't it? Maybe it should be larger and it should be up more. A multitude of minds is a prison. See, the problem with this now, do we really have anywhere to fit subtitles on the screen? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, actually, let's just go back to when it was smaller. I think that's the best we're gonna get for now, at least. We're gonna run it through, and we're gonna say, okay, this is what I got for my thumbnail and the background during the story of my YouTube short. What do you think? Downloads. Is attached. Now let's break down your thumbnail and background concepts. It's YouTube short based on the image you're attached. Going with the title card style that hits a single mind as freedom against a multitude of minds as a prison, which aligns perfectly with the freedom versus clutter theme. We discussed tying into Trevor's astral projection journey and Lisa's invasive network. Give you a straight up critique, pros, cons, suggestions, shorts, pixel, yeah, dig in. As for the Underworld chapter, I plan to have it focused on Ishtar and the main character traversing the Underworld, Ishtar getting punished for attempting to get the Death Authority, and having the both of them cooperate in leaving the Underworld. Ah, but the main character's gonna be a little bit smug about that. The white text and red outlines is cool, but gets lost against the dark, grainy background, especially on smaller screens. The font's irregularity makes some letters hard to decipher at a glance, which is a death knell for shorts, where you've got 1 to 2 seconds to viewers. Size and spacing. The text is a bit cramped, particularly a multitude of minds is a prison, which stretches across the lower half. This risks cutting off on mobile views or feeling cluttered, undermining the freedom versus prison contrast. Add a thin black outline or drop shadow. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. Okay, not that one. back, take this one, effects, background, color. You know what? Yeah, I don't even care. Get rid of this. I'm gonna do it in the same. And we're just gonna be, you know what? We're just gonna be simple. We're gonna be like, TV, prison, mind, freedom. Actually, I should... Shouldn't be red. It should be like yellow or something. Time Station! What's up? How's it going, Zoinko? What do you think? Does that work?
Sore eye.
No, it's not. Freedom. Should I log out of this account? No. You should be fine.
Jupiter. Jupiter, Uranus.
Huh. You're funny, Zoink. Actually. There. This one's ascending up into heaven, and this one's going down into hell. I like that way better. Just freedom, prison. Super simple, straight to the point, no bullshit. Okay, I revised it. What do you think now? But Zoink, what are you up to, good sir? Have you been streaming lately, bro? Alright, let's tear into your revised thumbnail. Short. You simplified it to freedom and prism with a striking visual of a slumping figure in a static TV, which ties to Trevor's letter of freedom versus clutter theme. It works. Dropping just to freedom prism is a smart move. Short, bold, and easy to read at a glance, which is critical for Short. It nails the core theme. Cyan and red pop against the dark green backgrounds. There's hope and the ethereal. Exactly. Visual hook. What needs work? Readability issues. The distressed font is cool, but gets muddy against the grainy background, especially freedom, where the cyan blends into the dark upper area. That's true. The upper half of freedom feels empty, and the lower half of prison is dominated by the TV, leaving the figure's details faced hard to discern. Losing the horror impact. Are the series tie-ins? It's not immediately linked to Lisa. Thin black outline or drop shadow to freedom. It's probably a good idea. Let's go effects. Well, that didn't work. None. Okay, then let's take this guy. Let's go effects. Let's go background. Let's just go black. Damn. Maybe it was bigger? Let's try bigger. Yeah, I don't know how to get like a... How do I get like just outline? I don't know, is that better? I think I'm just, oh well, let's take this one and let's add the effect to it too. There. Keep it consistent. Alright, let's just go with this one. I think it's the best we're gonna get. Okay, so we go here. We want this. We want thumbnails. Okay, we got freedom and prison. Okay, then we need... I don't even know which one of these it is, but one of these is what I want. It's this one. It's gotta be this one then, and I just forgot to... Yeah, I just forgot to redo it. Okay, so we just take this, drop this in here. We don't care about that, because we don't care about the visuals on it. Actually, we can just straight up get rid of this for now. We'll just do this. Should all be simplest. So let's just go back through, through this and be like, how far did we get?
February 9th, 1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are fruits.
Wait, bear with me for this.
February.
Okay, let's get rid of that.
February 9th, 1961.
And then we want to take this, and we want to up the volume to 7.
1. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is this what it's like in her network? A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost?
And then this is where we split it, and we add in the intro.
The whisper.
And we can add just a little bit of this here. Just for the
The
transition.
whispers started weeks ago, slithering in.
Actually, you know what? That's probably... well, that probably won't work. How about this? We just drag that out. Just a second or two. Greetings! Hey, country girl! How's it going?
Started week.
Hey, country girl! If you're interested, we just launched our new YouTube channel yesterday. So if you're interested, feel free to go over and check out the new Blue Horror Stories. We premiered all 3 of our first videos yesterday, and we are currently working on one of the shorts for another one of the letters for Trevor.
Weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail burrowing into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power, to destroy it. This is no mere technological dawn, it's a reckoning. I scream warnings to those who too blind to see, but they dismiss me as mad. I was one of them once, circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest. Then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. They taught me to break out of the box in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am more than just a brain in a sack. The mind is a labyrinth, and I was only peering at one shadowed corner. Lisa seeks to shatter its walls, to free the mind from the body's frail cage. Is it irony or hubris that drives me towards the same end? To transcend that drives me towards the same end. To transcend.
Not sure what your schedule looks like tonight, but just post chapter 13. Hell yeah! Once we get through this, I'll like just the simple editing of it, then I'll read it. Sounds good, country girl. So just like 3 minutes.
To transcend. That drives me towards the same end. To transcend. To the same end. To transcend flesh to the same end. To towards the same end. To transcend flesh to become some end. To transcend.
Okay. I was wondering if there was extra T on there or not.
To become something more, yet not hers, never hers. I found a way to fight back. It began to become something more, yet not hers, never hers.
I don't really care for that part.
I found a way to fight back. It began with lucid dreams, fragile threads of control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched to each day. Hours of meditation.
This I did like 4 fucking times.
Hours of.
Yeah, there it is. I think it's this one.
To each day. Nights, hours, nights. Sleepless nights. Even through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched into days, each moment strengthening my mind against her intrusions. And one day I was walking without my body. They call it astral projection, a term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched. This is the freedom Lisa promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison, and I'm learning to break free.
Alright. So let's see how long this actually is. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. Holy shit. Absolutely fucking perfect. Outro. Two minutes and 58 seconds. Oh, fuck yeah. We're off by 2 seconds. Absolutely perfect. I was worried. I'm glad I read it a little bit faster. Because I was worried it would be over, because you can't be over 3 minutes, because you can't make a short longer than 3 minutes on YouTube. It isn't a short anymore if it's longer than 3 minutes. So you got to stick within that, and that includes like the intro and the outro for it. All right, well that is the basic bones of it. Letter 3, Trevor. 6. So now we need to do is add music, and we'll kind of pull this over. Oh, that's why this is here, because this should be the transition, because this should actually be detach audio. All of this should be detach audio. Bring this up. And then pull this. Whoops, I guess that doesn't work. Sometimes this shit's finicky. And boom, and just add transitions. Easy peasy. Now all we need to do is add sound effects, add music, up the tension for it, and everything's good. Alright, so let's get to Country Girl's Story. Chapter 13. Let's go. Okay, so the next question we'll ask is, does anyone know, like, because the biggest problem with, like, music on YouTube, right, is, copyright. So, finding music that doesn't have, like, fucking, you know, preview in the background or some shit like that to make it so, you know, they know that it's a demo, that you're not supposed to actually use that in your work. So finding, like, actual music is a little bit difficult. So, if you guys have any resources for music that's copyright free, or at least YouTube copyright free, because some of it's like free, like with attributions, right? So as long as you say like where you got the music from and stuff like that, you're golden. I really need to go buy weed tomorrow, though. Fuck. It's too cold out there. It's too cold out there. I don't wanna go out there. But you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright. We are moving on to Country Girl's Story, Chapter 13. Here we go. Ellie turned and moved to back away, but not quickly enough. The intruder of her quiet contemplation had already caught an arm in one hand and had the other securely at her hip. She looked into the murky gray eyes and evenly tanned, slender oval face of Marcus Oslo. Marcus, what are you doing here? Well, don't tell me you didn't expect me to come, Miss Ellie, he whispered. Ellie had a flash of memory detailing her last meeting. Crossed her path and tried to talk to her out of leaving town. She had given him back her engagement ring and said Kay was sending her out of Palem for good. That had gone well. All that time away, I'm sure you missed me as much as I missed you. By that you mean to say you hardly had a thought of me in the last 6 years, then yes, the sentiment is mutual. She was grateful Dew could get taken offense at the new visitor interrupting the attention he'd been receiving. He began tossing his head and pawing at the floor long enough for Marcus to grip on her. Marcus's grip on her to be dislodged and for her to slip backward in the aisle. Unfortunately for her, backward was a latched main door and offered no escape to the present interview. I doubt you remembered me for a week after I left town. We didn't exactly part friendly. And since I'm home, back on my regular Wi-Fi, I think the buffing issues should be done away with. Ah, yeah. That's right, you were having issues with the stream being all finicky and shit. No, it's not bad Wi-Fi, it's overtaxed Wi-Fi. Oh, come on. Why do you have to be like that? He held a look of great determination. Ellie remembered why she'd always thought there was a darkness in his eyes that was not to be trusted. We had a good thing once, you and I. No, you and I had some good-aged whiskey once, she scoffed. He was working awfully hard to pretend that the drunken encounter that led to their engagement meant a country mile more than it did. It was my own bad luck. We were in public at the Founders' Day ball, and my father happened to see us and come up with a plan with your father. What can I say? I was young and didn't consider my actions. That may be how our engagement started. Yeah, and I remember damn well how it ended. That was true, too. After Kingsley and Charles had walked in on them together at the party, Ellie had effectively been put under lock and key in the watchful eye of Marcus's mother, Sophia, not allowed out again until the last dance set was about to start. Which time, Kingsley. Nope, call a spade and bad Wi-Fi. At which time Kingsley had fetched his daughter, leading her out of the center of the dance floor, giving her hand to Marcus as it was announced there would be a wedding soon. Sophia had even shoved her own wedding ring on Ellie's finger and lifted it for all the room to see. Cord, in his own furious restraint, had headed straight to the ranch and told Kay everything. Just in case you need a reminder, I never actually agreed to marry you. Not that it was even you asking. Gran told me flat out not to do it if I knew I couldn't be happy. And you left Balaam, everyone thought, for good. Marcus wasn't backing off as she had hoped. He was inching closer to her, even toying with one of her unbound cider locks. Now that you're an elder, you're back to stay. Unless he's invisible or a fool enough to let you come all this way back alone, you're still not married. I don't see a ring on this finger, do you? Ellie held up her empty left hand. She was getting irritated, flat out frustrated, and telling Marcus exactly what he could do with a proposal. Would be maybe the simplest course of action. But she didn't have time to deal with any possible fallout or risk of alienation of the coven when her leadership was so new. On top of that, she highly doubted he'd take the rejection at face value. It's a state I don't see changing anytime soon. I have enough to concern myself with at the moment, don't you think? Ellie, I just want to talk. Very popular today, Miss Karras. I hope I'm not interrupting something important. An unfamiliar shadow from the front of the barn cut Marcus off from any further argument. The bulk and broad shoulders of none other than Alpha and the Palem pack obstructed the evening sunlight. Franklin, Big Flint, Teevard. I went to the house first, and Mr. Cortez thought I'd find you in here alone. What are you doing here, Teevard? Marcus, for his part, made an effort to straighten himself into some kind of confident presence. We were in the middle of a private conversation. I don't doubt that, Flint gave a sardonic nod. Miss Ellie, I'm sorry for coming here without warning, but I don't want to wait to speak with you until the next council meeting, if you don't mind, that is. She does. She has no problem speaking for herself. Yes, Flint, I'd be happy to discuss whatever you want. She pointedly stepped out of the shadow of her previous visitor. Marcus might not be the sharpest of tools, but he had enough sense not to disrespect a pack alpha to his face, let alone to speak against his own elder publicly. So sorry, duty calls. We'll have to do this later. Of course, we'll talk again soon. Before she could stop him, he was at her side and was bold enough to kiss her cheek. With a parting look of open wanting at Ellie, which quickly changed to contempt at Flint, Marcus left the barn. No doubt there would be hell to pay from Oslo family for what would be the rejection of their son. For the moment, however, Big Flint Teavard's arrival was more than enough to keep her mind occupied. Cord and Marshal Adama had, of course, told her the ground between the Coven and the Pack had been shaky in recent years, but she couldn't begin to imagine what would prompt him to seek her out this soon. "We can talk freely in here," Ellie said as she closed the door to the study a few minutes later. She doubted it would be necessary, but for good measure, she put a ward on the door frame to prevent any potential eavesdropping. "Now then, what can I do for you?" "First of all, I want to apologize for the sudden appearance of the entire pack at Miss K's release." Flint sat down after a split second's visible hesitation. Not for the first time, it struck Ellie that there was always something odd about seeing a werewolf indoors. Perhaps it was part of their curse that had seeped into their human personas, that they were never quite at ease in foreign and enclosed spaces. "We didn't mean to cause trouble, only to pay our respects to a fine woman. The last thing I wanted was to alarm you during your grandmother's ceremony." "I wasn't alarmed." Ellie tried to deflect taking the seat opposite him from the fire. No, it was fine, really. "I'm sure you've heard it said that werewolves, like other animals, can smell fear, haven't you?" The question is so nonchalant it took her a second to register it as serious. When she quietly agreed, Ellie added that such a thing was speculation. Flint gave a humorous laugh. "Well, we might not be able to literally smell it, but one look before I bowed showed it written all over your face." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. It really was more surprise than fear." She felt self-consciousness seeping in. Surely even a newly named elder should know how to respond to such a gesture. "Since you mentioned it, why did you bow to me anyway? I was taught a thing or two about what usually happens when a new coven leader is named, and I've never heard of something like that." "I'm sure you know Kay was a remarkable elder, and naming you is something of a special case." Flint kept his eyes fixed on her. Ellie tried to remember what Flint's reputation was like when she was growing up. He had been the nephew of a pack alpha before his death, aside from a gambling habit, which earned him a reputation for intelligent risk-taking. She'd never heard of him causing more trouble than any young man. Werewolf or not, could be expected to. "I was an alpha when you were attacked that night, and I will promise you the same as old Jack promised your grandmother. No wolf from our pack was responsible for it. Has anyone told you what the state of the territory has been during your time away?" "Marshal Adama mentioned it in passing when I first came back, and I heard a little from Cord when we were at her wake at the Iron Gate." She wondered how accurate either report had been. Ellie was far from thinking either Cord or Tad would intentionally mislead her, but they downplayed the tension for her own peace of mind. "He said my gran helped negotiate a peace with old Jack. I'm sorry to hear about his death. He was a strong alpha, and I was glad to be in the hunting outfit of his killer." His voice wavered slightly, but didn't break at the mention of his own loss. "Your grandmother and my uncle were both respected leaders. I bowed to you to show my support to your naming because I believe, as they did, that trouble between the witches and wolves would only do damage to both of our people and the rest of the territory." I can agree with that. She was fighting as she had been since Flint had walked into the barn. Despite the goosebumps breaking out all over her and raising the hair on the back of her neck, she had to keep her nerve. "Listen, Flint, you'll probably hear me say something like this at the town council meeting, but since you're here already, you have my word. The last thing I want is a conflict between my coven and your pack, especially about what happened so long ago. There's no reason to let some rogue drifting wolf be the cause of a war that no one would win. I'm glad we see eye to eye." Flint stood tipping his hat, gesturing that he was about to leave when he turned to Ellie again. I might be retarded, but the hat seems to, again, be one of those situations where it kind of pops out of nowhere. So it's like, tipping your hat is kind of like a huge thing, right? So maybe I missed it, but establishing earlier that he's wearing a hat? Because I've gone through the entire, like, basically this entire scene, imagining him as a werewolf, even though I know he's human, and now I'm just imagining him as a werewolf with a top hat on. Oh, but that's just me. And again, I say, relevance, but whatever, that's a fight for my dev editor. Exactly, yeah. I'm just saying, like, to me, it just feels abrupt, and it's like, it pops into the scene, and then I have, like, this image in my head that kind of just, you know, it's not that it really matters, I'm just saying, like, that's how it makes me feel, right? Gesturing that he was about to leave when he turned to Ellie again. My apologies for interrupting you with your gentleman caller. Don't be. In fact, I'd much rather shop with you than fend off Marcus. Talk shop with you than fend off Marcus, she laughed. Can't imagine what he thought would happen showing up here. Can't you? Really? Flint's eyes narrowed seriously. Oh, right. I forget sometimes humans think too much about these things. Spend enough time around a pack, Miss Ellie, and you learn to recognize the look of a man who thinks shadowing for long enough will bring on heat and by proximity alone. Fucking ads! Guys, I'll be right back. I gotta... Oh, I gotta get more drink. I'm oots to drink, boys. I'm oots to drink. Ellie saw Flint to the door and learned that the pack would gift her a cured and finished buffalo hide blanket by the next town council meeting. When he had gone, she bolted it, and without thinking of where she was going, ended up in the kitchen, panting against the door, with Talia fretting at what in the world to do for her. Just sit down, I'll get cord. No, no, Ellie grabbed her arm, rooting her on the spot. If he sees me like this, he'll dog me for a week. Really, I just need a minute. At least eat something. I noticed Marcus Oslo leaving, looking none too happy. Talia studied her complexion, tutted disapprovingly. I want to show you something. Goal the calf. Yes, please. Feel free. Post any links. Feel free to join the Discord as well if you have not already. Post your stuff in there. But yeah, any links are free in the chat, so feel free. My group in Discord. Which one is that? I don't even know where that one is. I know I post in it, but I don't know. There it is.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience.
You've received a timeout. Did you time me out because I'm spamming your chat with my with my post notifications?
Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet.
But I'm the only one who posts in there. I'm keeping your server alive, Zoink. I'm keeping your server alive. It's gonna die now that you timed me out. It's just literally like 3 months of me posting that I'm going live. There's nothing else in the Discord. It's not my fault, man. It's not my fault. Oh no, timed up for 60 seconds. Oh god. No, why are you abusing the timeout? Zoink, you're so mean to me. Why? You're so mean. I don't trust you anymore, Zoink. You're not my favorite streamer anymore, Zoink. You're not my favorite streamer anymore. No, no, Ellie grabbed her arm, rooting her on the spot. If he sees me like this, he'll dog me for a week. Really, I just need a minute. Look at how long now. A week! Ross Geller voice. Anyway. Zoinko is the troll that everyone wants banned, as opposed to Smokey, who's the troll who everyone wants to show up. It's just the way that it is. Hey, you know, you should take all of those accounts that you have, Zoink, and you should go watch my YouTube videos, and you should like and comment on all of my YouTube videos with every single one of your accounts. All 758 of them. Or I guess 794 now. Well, you're going to re-download YouTube. You're going to get all of your old accounts. And you're going to like, subscribe, and comment on all my videos. On the Blue Horror Story channel. That's your goal. That's your goal today, Zoink. So you better chop chop. If he sees me like this, he'll dog me for a week. Really, I just need a minute. At least eat something. I noticed Marcus Oslo leaving, looking none too happy. Wait, didn't you already say that? I'm confused. Did I go backwards? Did I already read that? Talia studied her complexion and tutted disapprovingly. You were wandering for so long, and then with two visitors you missed dinner, but I kept some soup warm for you. Thanks, she ate gratefully. With the upheaval of the day to occupy her thoughts, she hadn't noticed. But turns out she really was starving. Oh, this is great! Squash and carrot, little extra ground pepper. Talia had no small amount of pride in her cooking. She had learned from the best. The McKay family were the owners and proprietors of the best hotel to be found in Palem and 3 towns over. Whenever I made it for Miss K, she would talk about how it was a favorite of yours. I'm glad she had all of you, though it still hurt that Gran had left her in the dark. She was glad that the ones who had been loyal to Hollow Point were now in her corner. Since I've been back, it's been hard knowing I wasn't here for her for so long. What if I press the ban button in Discord? What would happen? Goon. It's EM Goon. There you go. 900% gay. Nice, Zoink. Those are some good numbers, bro. Those are some decent numbers. It's power level. I'm glad she had all of you, though it still hurt that Gran had left her in the dark. She was glad that the ones who had been loyal to Hollow Point were now in her corner. Since I've been back, it's been hard knowing I wasn't here for her for so long. She worried about you plenty. Your turn. Bit. Get dunked on. She worried about you plenty, but all she ever really wanted was for you to be safe and happy. Ah! You're back to being a human, loser. Fucking loser. You're just a plain old human. See, you even got the power level of a human. Fucking Krillin. You're not. I mean, that's like Yajirobe levels of gay. Talia spooned another helping into her bowl. If you don't mind me asking, what did Big Flint want? You must have said something that got you this rattled. It's a strange part of everything I've been feeling today. Well, Ellie was grateful that she now had an opportunity to breathe. That meant all the mixed emotions of the day came flooding in. No, there is no IQ and there never will be, Zoink, because I'm lazy as fuck. You wanted to talk about peace and understanding. I guess it makes sense. I have a rough history with wolves. That's no secret. And now, I'm a Coven Elder. True. Didn't say or do anything to make me feel threatened, but the whole time we were talking, I felt like I had to force myself to keep breathing. Dude, it does Vigentillion again! What? They fixed it!
382 octodecillion 828 septendecillion 337 sextillion 736 quindecillion 373 quaduordecillion 928 tridecillion 263 duodecillion 647 undecillion 439 decillion 927 nonillion 373 octillion. 5684729567824.
What the fuck? How did you get it to do Vigintillion?
53598673589673589
Bullshit.
65893756376558347659346534534 288283847473828.
I don't understand, Zoink. I'm literally doing the how did you get it to say Vigintillion? Why am I the one who's now banned from the TTS? I'm copying your exact message. This is bullshit. I'm literal playing your...
Vigintillion 828 Vigintillion 384 Vigintillion 747 Novemdecillion 382 Octodecillion.
How did you get it to do that? I don't understand, Zoiko. You broke it. That's what we used to do. We got the sax and violins in the music, and we got the Vigintillions in numbers.
7 undecillion 439 decillion 927 nonillion 373.
Whoever named it Vigintillion was a genius.
28 November Vigintillion 280.
No nem Vigintillion.
47 Septen Vigintillion 736 Ses Vigintillion 226 Quinqua Vigintillion 600
Quinquo Vigintillion.
448 Tres Vigintillion 499 Duo Vigintillion 372 Un Vigintillion 728 Vigintillion 200.
This is why everyone wants me to ban Zoinko.
475 Septendecillion.
700 septillion! If you want my advice, Miss Ellie, you've been through quite the storm in the last few days. I think it's just catching up with you. Talia rummaged in one of the high cabinets and pulled out a blue oh god.
838,592 and 837,849, 93 quintillion 928.
Okay, you're banned from the TTS. You're banned from the TTS now, Zoink, okay? Sorry, brother. It's the way that it is. The viewer has spoken. You have been banned from TTS. New account time. All right, then the game begins. Time station now. Time station's already banned. Here, go upstairs and drink this. Wing Ling's already banned. I'll pull you fast asleep. It'll put you fast asleep in no time. What is this? Just a little medicine from Doc Wesson and Mr. Asa. She uncorked the bottle and carefully poured, counting to 5 under her breath. Miss K started having trouble sleeping about 2 years ago or so. She started sending that for the nights when she couldn't. Then Zox the Foxvis. I don't know that one. Yeah, that's a new one to me there, Zoink. Surprised, Ellie took it with only the slightest suspicion. She never liked having to go to our good doctor. She'd seldom ask the Calico for help for herself. Don't mistake, she did as he said, still didn't like it. Talia chuckled in an empty sort of way. Well, I'm thinking about it. Try to meditate before Miss K said it sometimes gave her uneasy dreams. I'll do that. Thanks, Talia. Hey, Elv. I was just going to pour a glass, Cord said, eagerly meeting her in the hall. Come on, I'd say you earned one for surviving the Karis family conflict like you did. Maybe tomorrow night, Cord. She tried to duck her head away so he couldn't notice how upset she knew she must look. Think with everything that's happened today, I just want to go to bed. Right, Cord's attitude changed as soon as he saw Ellie's expression. This place is yours now. It would only be right for you to take her room. No. The word escaped her lips with more intensity than she had meant. For no, please, and I don't want to argue about this. Not tonight. That's a step I'm not ready for. I get that much. See you in the morning, kiddo. Yeah, I'll see you in the morning. Ellie walked up the stairs, and though she stopped at the door to the master bedroom, which had belonged to Kay, and in a sense still did, she soon moved to the hall, down the hall to the room that had been hers since early childhood. Her bedroom had changed a little in all that time. She'd been gone. All that time she'd been gone. With the wooden desk and small mirror in the corner, and heavy forest green drapes at the window that she had always liked. It was only about the size of one of the guest rooms, but it was comfortable and familiar, and most of all, it was hers. She remembered enchanting the drapes in her adolescence so that when the sun rose in the morning, it would shine through the fabric like the branches of trees in the nearby woods. What would it mean to take up Kay's room? Ellie followed Talia's advice and worked on meditating before bed. It was usually a good way to clear her mind. She could at least be honest with herself after the upheaval of her life in the last week. She doubted if her mind would ever be truly clear again. Whether it was taking the potion or the work of her own mind, Talia had been right in her warning. Ellie woke up with a sharp, high-pitched scream an hour before dawn. She'd been dreaming of standing on a cliff outlook on the edge of an immersed field, rocks trembling under her feet, about to give way. A full moon showed its light from behind a thick cloud, and behind her the howl of a wolf tore through the night air, louder and more deadly than any gunshot she had ever heard. Bolting out of bed, desperate for air, she flung the shutters and glass open. Quickly lighting a candle on her bedside table, she caught the image of her reflection in the mirror. The most disturbing thing she saw wasn't the cold sweat still visible in her brow, or her skin gone deathly pale, or the panicked fear that remained in her own eyes. Once her vision had adjusted to the soft candlelight, Ellie saw the mirror had cracked into a spiderweb reaching out from the center. Whether it was from outside the house or simply conjured by the dreams, she could still hear the howling of the wolf. Damn, that's a powerful ending there. She's still got some trauma she got to deal with. She needs to learn how to stand up for herself. And she should have totally, like... I was just imagining her to be like to Flint. Be like, hey, Flint, meet Marcus. Marcus! Hey, Flint, he's annoying me. Can you do something about it? That would really help me out here. Just imagine Marcus be like, bye! But yeah, it's got a good flow to it. It's definitely got all the information you need, answers all the questions it raises, and it brings on even, you know, even more information about the past and trying to get over it and everyone wanting to be together. And now we enter the arc of Ellie's increasingly vivid nightmares related to her PTSD. Well, that's just the way it goes sometimes, right? But yeah, definitely having the conversation. Marcus added that little bit of conflict in there. Flint resolves everything. Everything with the horses and everything. Like her with Drake and just like being like, you know, I want to be alone right now. I need to be just with my thoughts. And her just carrying that on. Kind of smooths out the chapter, and then the end's just like, oh! Jesus! Ah. What happens now? It's always my question. What now? What are they doing now? Where do we go from here? Tell me everything I missed. I ended up playing D&D on a whim. Oh, Fish! Tell me everything about D&D. That sounds amazing. You missed we're doing a new story. As well as Fish, if you haven't, but I'm pretty sure you have, go check out the Blue Horror Stories. And, you know, go give the videos a like, give it a comment, a subscription, you know. All that good stuff. I'll tell you about it in story format. Ooh, I would love that, Fish. But now we're doing the next story, which is one of the letters. So this is like our picture for it, right? Letter 3, Trevor, sound only. So it's been your stories the whole stream? No, we just read Country Girls. I'm just saying, only once they become unbearable will she finally be told the truth about her traumatic backstory. You mean us be told about it? Part of the truth anyways. Or like things that she doesn't know about the wolf that did it. Okay, so we have this, so we want to go new. We want to go over to CapCut. We want to do the same one as this. So whatever, whoops, these are on, that's what we want. So then we go to here, we grab this, and we want
February.
And then we want captions, generate. First, any vampires become OP in modern creative fiction? Hopefully the werewolves are stronger than vampires in that setting. Got you tabbed up while gaming. Hope you have a great stream. Hell yeah, Cubano. Thank you, good sir. Always appreciate it. Hey, Cubano, if you're interested, we started a new YouTube channel, and we've got... we just premiered the videos yesterday, so if you want to go check them out and give them a like, a comment, a subscribe, you know, absolutely appreciate it. It'd be a huge win for us. Thank you very much. Super appreciated. Okay, and for this, we want... this one. And we want 15. Alright, that looks good. Letter 3, Trevor, sound, caption. And now we need to find music. So, Fish, do you know any sources of music that are good for horror? We're just going to go back to Grok and we're going to try and find some stuff. So we're just going to go back to what we were doing before. Struggle, so... I need some suggestions. Oh, this just automatically plays.
Let go of your consciousness.
So annoying.
The body becomes an
exit. For horror, unfortunately, no. Try YouTube. That's what I'm trying. But I mean, who's next for reading? I don't think we have a next until Sean shows up. Because I don't think TLBG is done with his story. We just finished Country Girl. D-Not's not here. Callie's not here. Yeah. So we're just pretty much on wait mode right now. So we're just doing this. Because we need to get this done and posted within like the next hour or so. So we really need to start working on this. Okay, so I need some suggestions for where to put sound effects during the story. Why, what's up, fish? Okay, so we need like a static sound. Read us something from your archive, something you wrote that was buried. Okay. I think it's that one. No. Oh, here's a good one. Test the 2 gummies. How much work F? You mean how many stories? I have like 50 stories. But we're in ads right now. So while we're in ads, I'm just going to do sound effects on YouTube. So we need to go like this, YouTube, and we need to go sound effects. Alright, that should do. What other sound effect do we need? That there for now. Alright, so this is the test of 2 gummies. So this was written almost a year ago. Sky split open with a wail of Terminus testing the faith of the Reds. Came down bearing upon the assorted masses. Praise be to the fingers! Let the Reds bow to the master of fate and pray for salvation. Leader of the Reds preached as he stared skyward, his eyes wide in expectation as the fingers wrapped around one of his brethren. Blessed be the red gummy bear, shouted the preacher as he raised his hands to the torn sky. A tear would have fallen, or should I say, a tear would have fallen from his eye were he not just a gummy. Let the fingers of God escort you to the next plane, my child. We will remember you. Tell the gods of us and our faith. Praise be the hand. The crowd of the Reds cheered as the hand disappeared and the sky closed once more. The Greens stood opposing the Reds, shaking their heads and mumbling among themselves about the idiocy of some people. Their leader stood at the front facing the leader of the Reds. He began to speak as the chanting and prayer of the Reds began to die down. Fellow gummy bears, we must all come into an understanding about the nature of the world. We may not always agree, but we should at least have open discussion about how we feel and perhaps some exchange of ideas in order to bridge the gap between those who, by your standards, are believed to be above you. Did you watch the Ginger's video on literacy? Yes, I did, Fish. I absolutely did. I tell you, we do not wish to compare statue, brothers. We only wish to extend the knowledge we have gained in order to assess the situation as practically as possible. He's interrupted by Red shouting, "You only wish to deny our faith and cover up the truth. You believe as we do, but do not wish to be struck from the top." There's a rush of nods among the Reds and a whisper of liars, traitors, fools, and such from the crowd. Their faith would not be broken by a simple calculation, which by all rights could be fake. Green's leader looked over his shoulder towards his people, a smile on his lips, a sadness in his eyes, however. He nodded and looked back at the Red's leader. It was time to bring out the raw data. The Green leader began to describe the relationship between the different colors and how over time the tracking of the taken by the hand has shown on each individual point no signs of favor to one color or another, but on a larger scale, looking out, the green do tend to be chosen more. It was something that they could admit, but to them it was not something sacred or fantastic. It was a death sentence. And so you see that we understand from your point of view, we are favored by the hand, but it just is not true. It is not a significant enough number. It is just higher than Reds. The Reds all frowned and pressed their chests out, shouting at the top of their lungs that this was all a ploy by the Greens to put the Reds down, and there was no persuading them otherwise. The true faith they held would not let the Greens dictate what or how they felt. They would stand strong and be the ones to win the favor of the God Hand Finger Sky Taker. Philosophical discussion among gummy bears about whether the person eating them is a good thing and what colors the person likes and takes the most. That was the premise for that story. Okay, so we've got static. What else do we need? I don't know if that was the right one. What colors? Red and green. Obviously. Is this what I want? I don't know. Sound effects. Okay, ominous hum, faint distorted, radio static, crackle. Whoosh or wind-like followed by a dull thud. Wait, Trevor collapses? I'm so confused. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what they're trying to say. I see what they're trying to say here. Just bring this in here so we have it all together. Body hitting floor sound effect. Badoo. I don't know about that one, but this one. Okay, that gives us lots of options to work with. Let's take that one. Alright. And the next one would be... midpoint asteroid ethereal chime or high-pitched ringing layered with a soft ascending synth tone. Okay, let's try this. I guess it would be this one. Do 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 sound effect. No, it's not horror enough. Ears ringing? Okay, that's good, but yeah, it's not necessarily the best thing to play on the stream. But I need the sound effect, so you guys might want to mute. You have been warned. Okay, here we go. Jesus. Okay. We need something else. Real sound effects.
Ethereal sound.
Okay, maybe this will do. Whoops. Let's try this. Those are some decent sounds. What else do we that's it. Then we have climax, which is chaotic mix overlapping whispers. I mean, that's something you kind of do yourself, right? Sound effects. 4 voices whispering. Horror sound effects. Here we go. Oh yeah, that's good. That's what we want. That's what we need. Right there. All right. And static pop. Oh yeah, that's good. Perfect. Okay, now we gotta find some music. Alright, let's do, need a horror music track to go with this. See what it says about that. Alright, well this sounds good. Phantom. I kind of like this one. Let's do this one. This one sounds really good. Yeah, except that welcome, welcome, Sean. The only problem is that chime is going to completely ruin the entire video. That's why I need to be able to turn that fucking thing off, because otherwise, as soon as someone types something in the chat, the video's fucked. But welcome, welcome, Sean. How's it going? I'm glad you like the spooky music. I think it's spooky too. We're doing the third video for the thing, so yeah. I'll be back in a second, because I gotta redo this. It's not your fault, Sean. Don't blame yourself. It's just the way that it is. I'm muted. I'm retarded. Oh, EJ Sean! Yo, what's up? Welcome, welcome, everyone. How's it going? How are you guys? Welcome, welcome. How was the stream, good sir? We are currently working on a short video that we should be done in a little bit here. We got all the pieces in place now. Hi, Raid and Run! True, what up? Hope you have a great stream. Mine was good. I actually played some Carcassonne. Writing went well, though. Thanks. No worries, EJ Sean. Always good to know. Hell yeah, brother. It's a board game? Ah, cool. I played Settlers of Catan. Well, welcome everyone. Glad to have you here. Dope. We talked about that one too. Yeah, I love my friend. My friend is addicted to Settlers of Catan.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
I just want to make sure that these transitions.
And I'm learning to break free. Thank you for listening. Do not for.
Yeah, that works. So what we need right now is we pull up these. We've got all of our sound effects. So which one was this? This was, okay, this is the body falling. Yeah, it's like I could never get anyone together enough to actually play a game long enough for it to be whatchamacallit, like to finish a game, right? And then my friend introduced me to Catan, and it's like, oh my god, now we can actually finish the friggin' game, right? Because it only takes like 45 minutes to an hour to play. Hour and a half, depending. Wait, this was ears ringing. Fuck. Yes, ears ringing. This one is ethereal sounds. This one was glitches. And this one was whispers. Okay, so we can take these, drop them into sound effects. Okay, so first things first, we want to start with heartbeat. What was the ordering of it? No. Here we go. Hum and static. The radio crackle. Okay, so static. We could also do glitches. So we could do glitches, static, yeah, where's static? We also did static too, right? Is this one static? Is this one static? I just forget to... Did we actually play it? Oh, it's this one. Okay, I'm retarded. There it is. Static. I was like, I know I recorded static. Okay. So we start with heartbeat, glitches, and static. Into the body fall. No, wait, the body fall is the end. So we actually want another heartbeat. Then ears ringing. Then... Okay, well actually the body is like earlier. So actually the body fall should be like here. We have the glitches there, static, body fall, glitches into heartbeat, chime, which is the ethereal, there. Okay, so take detach, detach. So start with heartbeat at the beginning. Up to, yeah, this last heartbeat. And we have this is a fade out there.
Mind roams unshackled, but at what cost?
These last
A
three.
place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost?
Last three are kind of a lot lower than they should be, but I think maybe just doing that will work better. Maybe starting immediately with it too. So maybe going like that and then like that. How loud
January
is it?
9th, 1961. When you let go of your consciousness.
No, it should actually not be at the front there. It should be like here, and then it should be the fade in. So it should be like
61. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body
We
becomes
want-
an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away.
We want this static sound to kind of be chiming in. So we want something like this.
February 9th, 1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is this what it's like in her network? A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost?
Yeah, I don't know if I need to put the body sound there. The static is pretty good. Oh. Maybe we need the body earlier. So like here.
1961. When you let go.
Which body sound do we want?
Is this
Next
what it's
one?
like?
No, so it should be like here. These two.
1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free.
And that's the body fell over.
becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is this what it's like in her network? A place where the mind
And then we want the
roams.
glitch sound around, like one of the glitch sounds around the time of that. So let's just pick a random one here. Let's do this one. And we know which one we've done already. Bring it back, and we want like right here.
Shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is
No, we want it like here. We want it like 7.
Is
or
this
8.
what it's like in her network? A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost? Don't forget
Maybe there.
her
Hold on.
network. A place where the mind,
Okay, yeah. So, like as soon as it says network.
her network. A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what
Okay.
cost?
I like that.
Don't.
And then it goes into all of that, so we don't need to worry about that. What are we coming out of the story
Started
with?
weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV.
Probably just lower the static to about. Well, we'll probably just move it all the way over, right? And we want to move. Fade in stronger, fade out more, so like that. Then we need.
The whispers started weeks ago, slithering.
Yeah, okay, so then we have whispers. Where is whispers? Did we not add whispers? Whispers. here.
The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thought.
Fade in. Fade out.
The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV.
And this is where we want more static kind of be coming in.
The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing.
Okay, no, actually, yeah, the high-pitched wail, we actually want the ears ringing sound. You have been warned. Okay, here we go. Why is this? Oh, I'm retarded. It's hitting that one up there. You have been warned. Okay, here we go.
The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts.
That's way too loud. We need to be like -11 or something.
The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing into my skull, probing.
Okay, it can be longer. Oh, it can't be longer. Guess we can bring the fade out more.
Every phone call, every flickering TV signal,
About there.
weeks ago, slithering into my
The fade in should be about where the whispers
weeks
hit.
ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself. Burrowing into my skull, probing,
So this ends there, brings there.
burrowing into
And what is it, -11?
my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits.
Okay, and we want it to end about there.
As if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought of
Is that too
slithering into
long?
my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa
Okay, it needs to be like full fade out.
herself is testing my limits. I
Okay,
thought about
that's good.
fleeing,
It doesn't last
abandoning
too long, so I think it needs to fade in more too. And then it hits that high pitch just long enough to realize that it's there, and then it's gone.
the city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it.
So I need like some sort of glitch sound as well. Let's go back here. We can grab a glitch like this, because every time we talk about Lisa, we want to have this glitch sound. It's like her name like triggers this.
Understand her power to destroy it. This is no mere technological dawn, it's a reckoning. I scream. This is no mere technological dawn, it's a reckoning. As if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness.
Okay, running footsteps. That's what we need. Running footsteps. This is just not working. No, like we need like speed, like really fast running sound, like speed running. Okay, again, it doesn't really sound like fucking footsteps. Maybe this? Maybe, let's try this. Alright, let's try that. Here, and here. Running and breathing. Bring that there. Delete that, delete that, delete that. I think we can do something like that. Just need something nice and short and easy, and we can just trim it as we go.
Thanks to those who too blind to see, but they dismiss me as mad. I was abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness.
Okay, yeah, here. So it should be like here, right?
About fleeing.
Fade in and fade out.
I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it. This is no...
Let's go on a little bit more.
The city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it. This is no mere technology.
Oops.
This is no mere technology. Mere technological dawn. It's a reckoning.
Yeah, there we go.
I scream warnings to those who too blind to see, but they dismiss me as mad. I was one of them once, circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her heart.
Alright, a sound of circling the drain. That's what we need. That would be a good thing to have. Water... circling drain sound effect. Boom. Easy. Oh. Okay, that is so fake, it's not even funny. No. Well, that, like... There, bathtub drain? This is the sound we want. This gotta be the right sound. Does it... This just sounds like someone fucking peeing. Okay, well, you know what? Maybe it is that very first one there. Let's try this one. The fuck kind of sound effect is that? Metal ball circling drain. Sound effect. I don't know how to get the sound effect. You know how I get this fucking sound effect? I make this goddamn sound effect my fucking self. Okay, let's see. So, water down drain sound effect. Are we gonna be able to fucking even do this? Sinking drain. Like, I need, like, the funnel sound. That's what I'm looking for, you know? The... This is just, Is it gonna wait until, like, all the water's gone? Because I need that last few seconds. That's all I need. Yes! That's the sound! That's the sound I want. This shit gonna be solid when it's done. Okay, turn that off. Go here, grab this guy. Sink drain. Sink drain. That's the sound I want. That's all I need. Because one of the main critiques was more sound effects. So anytime I can get my hands on a placement of a sound effect, we're good to go.
Miss me is mad. I was one of them once circling the drain, a lost soul ripe. It was one of them once circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest.
Wait, is this the
soul ripe for her harvest. The drain, a lost soul ripe.
Just not loud enough?
Once circling the drain, a lost soul ripe.
So, like, 8?
Them once circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest. Then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world.
Now this is where we put ethereal. Here, boom. Is it up here? Ethereal sound effects? Yes. Okay. And we want like here for now.
Now I know there are forces ripe for her harvest. Then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. The Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. They taught me to break out of the box in my mind through meditation.
This can actually kind of go on.
They taught me to break out of the box in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am more than just a brain in a sack.
Put that there like that.
Box in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am more than just a brain in a sack. The mind is a labyrinth.
Let's see how that does. Put that there.
Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. They taught me to break out of the box in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am more than just a brain in a sack. The mind is a labyrinth, and I was only peering at one shadowed corner.
Yeah, sure, that
Lisa
works.
seeks to shatter its walls.
Okay, I need the shattering sound of glass here. Shattering of glass. Oops. What? Oh my god. Glass shattering. Okay, that's too much. Oh, it's down. I'm like, why the fuck is it playing? Why isn't it going to it? Okay, nope. Sound effect. Just simple. Yeah, that's like, this is basically what we need. Basically what we need, alright. I like number 2 the best. Number 2! Okay, so we go here. We go like this. We go here. Glass. Second one.
Lisa seeks to shatter its corner. Lisa seeks to shatter its Lisa seeks to shatter its walls, to free the
That's
mind
good.
from the body's frail cage. Is it irony or hubris that drives me towards the same end, to transcend
Okay, and then again we want ethereal sounds here.
same end, to transcend flesh, to become
Okay, this definitely needs more of a fade in.
send flesh to the same end, to towards the same end, to transcend flesh, to become something more. I found a way to fight back. It began with lucid dreams, fragile threads of control.
And another glitch sound there. Is this glitch? That's ethereal. Did I get rid of all the glitches? I know I didn't use them all. Let's use this one.
Threads of control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched into days. It began with lucid dreams, fragile threads of control woven through dreams, fragile threads of control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation.
Okay, and we still need more ethereal.
Fragile threads of control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched into days, each moment strengthening my mind against her intrusions. And one day I was walking without my body.
So we need another fall sound right there. And a little bit of static. So we get rid of this, we need falls. Where's body fall? We want this one. That's good.
Day I was walking without my body. Intrusion. And one day I was walking without my body. They call it astral projection, a term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched. This is the freedom Lisa promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison, and I...
Okay, this is where we need another heartbeat. Leading up to the end. Why did it do that? fuck it, we're just gonna... Where did the heartbeat go? Why it fucking did that, but okay.
Intrusions, and one day I was walking without my body. They call it astral projection, a term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched.
Okay, we don't want heart pounding until now, and we want like that.
Term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched. This is the freedom Lisa promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison, and I'm learning to break free.
Thank you for...
And I'm learning to break free.
Alright, so I think that's all the effects that we need. Now we just need to throw in the soundtrack and we're fucking golden. Maybe one more glitch. Actually, let's do one more glitch sound. Attach on, yeah, and we'll just delete all of that. And that. Wait, where the fuck did the... I need this. Okay, where's a good place to put this?
Into days, each moment I was walking without my bonuses, but it's a lie. Promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison, and I'm learning to break free.
And then we just need the soundtrack. And everything else should be set. And then we go here, and which one was this it? Yeah, okay, so this is Friday the 13th. Here. Take this. Drop it here. Detach that. Down here. We need a split. Here. So this one we need a fade out of 3. And a fade in of 4. And then this can be moved over here. Pulls into this with a fade in of 4, and then this goes all the way to...
Now I know there are forces beyond.
Yeah, we want to go up to about here.
Dismiss me as mad.
And then right there, so we do a fade out of 5, and then we just need the next... Where's the... Did we do the other one, or we not done that one yet? No, not these. Where... I have too many tabs open. This one, here we go. Nope. This one's supposed to have moves. Oh no, yeah, no, it is this. I'm retarded. Okay, so here we go. Alright, that worked really well. Alright. Yeah, we don't need any more of this right now. So we need to grab this. And this will be the final piece of the puzzle. And here should be this one is crime scene. Take this, we drop it in here, exit out this, we grab this guy, drop it there, detach audio, and we're just want to start from pretty much the end here, so like there, and whatever we need, we'll just add on. So we'll take it to... Yeah, it'll fade out to there. So we want to move it there and have like 3-second fade out. Flip back, and we need this to go all the way to the end of Friday the 13th. And this will kind of overlap and then fade in there. So let's see how that sounds.
Once circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest. Then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. They taught me to break out of the box in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am more than just a brain in a sack. The mind is a labyrinth, and I...
Okay, sick. I think we've fully got it now. Okay, let's just watch it through once and see if anything's fucked up with it.
February 9th, 1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night,
oh shit! Nope, we're actually missing one thing. We're missing the midpoint heartbeat sound. Heartbeat. There it is. There's one more that we need to pop in here. Figure out where we're gonna put it.
City vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it. This is no mere technological dawn.
Okay, I think that's where I need it. Like right here.
All every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it. This is no mere
Yeah, okay. Perfect, perfect. I'm gonna have 3 of them throughout the entire thing, 2 different music tracks, and like 7 different effects with like a little bit of other stuff in there.
February 9th. 1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is this what it's like in her network? A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost? Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the blue. The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness, but running won't stop her. I need to understand her power to destroy it. This is no mere technological dawn, it's a reckoning. I scream warnings to those who too blind to see, but they dismiss me as mad. I was one of them once, circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest. Then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never meant to touch. They taught me to break out of the box in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am more than just a brain in a sack. The mind is a labyrinth, and I was only peering at one shadowed corner. Lisa seeks to shatter its walls, to free the mind from the body's frail cage. Is it irony or hubris that drives me towards the same end? To transcend flesh, to become something more. I found a way to fight back. It began with lucid dreams, fragile threads of control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched into days, each moment strengthening my mind against her intrusions. And one day I was walking without my body. They call it astral projection, a term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched. This is the freedom Lisa promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison, and I'm learning to break free.
Thank you for listening. Do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The blue might catch up to you if you do not. Damn. All right. Yeah, that's pretty fucking
Be
decent.
sure to check out more
I think it's pretty clear.
horror stories.
I don't think we need to add anything. We hit it on the mark. What do you guys think? Something else, right? So I think we're ready for publishing. It's only 20 minutes past the point I wanted to, but hey, that's okay. It's all good. We'll see what happens. I'm pretty sure I still can't log into my TikTok, but I got to do it on my phone anyways, so I got to connect that, because I think I had to unplug this thing and turn it around. So let me just kind of fix this. This is the annoying part. So we gotta figure out how to do this on my fucking phone. Because apparently that's the way to do it. Because YouTube's fucking retarded. And apparently I can log into TikTok on my phone. So I can post it on the TikTok on my phone as well. At the same time, I just need to copy over the description. So now we need to go through the description of it. So let's go here. Story YouTube description template. Okay, so we're just gonna go to a new one. We're just gonna, whoops, not that one. Where's the other one? Here, letter 3. Yeah, okay, grab letter 3. What do we need? I need 50 hashtags for this story and this series. Actually, you know what? No, we don't want to do that. That's actually not what we want. So There we go. Maybe we can get some good fucking hashtags out of this. Okay, and then we need to make sure these are all good. Okay, so now that we have this, we can go to the channel. We need to go playlists. Click here. So we want, oops, this one off the bat. So this is continued horror series. This letter specifically goes with this one. So this would be watch next. And then we would have the other letters.
October
For watch the next video. Okay, we can get rid of that and we'll just need a synopsis. So then we can go here. Can you give me a small synopsis of this story without revealing the end? The beginning is a hook of the end. Grab attention in the first paragraph. Boom! Let's see what it gives us. Can you refine that to include the fact these are written letters? As letters written to be sent out after characters disappearance. They warn of the coming tech with Lisa and has fought against it. Something like that. See what it gives us. And you shorten this synopsis to 4 sentences, please. It's like it's longer than the entire story. Okay, that's much better. Okay, so we take this. And we gotta go here. Such a struggle to do this! But we can eventually figure it out. Okay, we're on here, so we want to go new. Don't need this. Don't need that. Alright, sounds good. Okay, so now I gotta do everything on my phone. So I need to grab this, I need to transfer the file over, which I should have already been doing, because that's probably actually going to take a second or so. File transfer. Here, it's PC. Movies. I guess we're just putting it in movies. Hopefully I have access to that in here. So what do we want? This one, and where do we put... Shit, where did we stick the fuck. I don't remember where we exported the final product to. Thought it was here. We exported it, right? Oh. No, we did not export it yet. Okay. So I'm even further behind the... Wait, I thought we did, but did we do it as Lisa's Story 2? Oh, we did do it as Lisa's Story 2. Okay, we exported it, but it's under the wrong name, because that's this. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So that's, letter 3, Trevor. Oh, well, I can't forget. This is completed. That's what I got. VHS. Okay. And then we want to take this, and we want to transfer it directly there, and we actually want to bring the other ones over too. I just don't know. Oh shit. Okay, no, never mind. I thought it was gonna take forever, but no, it's not. They're only like 3 minutes long, right? They're not that long. We're just gonna bring all 3 of them over, and we're gonna post all 3 of them, see if we can get on my fucking TikTok on here. This shit is just too annoying. Should be logged in. Everything's transferred. I don't need to worry anymore. I can just do this. Okay. Back this shit out. When did my camera die? Wait a second. Wait, did I unplug my camera? There's no way. What the fuck? Wait. I'm so confused. Hold on a sec. What the fuck did I unplug from the goddamn PC if it wasn't what that was? What? When the fuck did I unplug this? Well, at least I'm glad I looked. Shit. Okay. I'm retarded. Jesus Christ. Fucking retarded. Okay. And we want to... 33 complete. Okay. Got that. Don't think we need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need that. These are what we're gonna watch later. This, which leads me to this, which leads me... Now gotta get onto TikTok. I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Okay, why is this not going fucking TikTok? What is going on here? Here. Now, let's try and see if I can log in with my actual account. Alright, let's see if I can get into TikTok. Oh man, I hate TikTok so fucking much. This shit is so fucking ridiculous. Okay. Okay, here we go. We're finally in. We're finally in. Okay. Now, we go here. We gotta go here. Here. Okay. Now, just need to grab this description. Boop. Alright. Just grab the entirety of this. Come on, let me fucking... Damn it. Copy. Thank you. Over here. Hate phones, man. I hate them. Why do the apps have to be different? Like, why is there more functionality on the YouTube app on your phone than there is on PC? Same with fucking TikTok. What am I looking for? Stream. Where's stream? Wait, this. Oh, that's why. I'm trying to. Okay, there. Okay, then we go back here, go back to TikTok. Fuck. I'm retarded. I forgot the other descriptions. You know what? I can make all the descriptions for the videos the same. Fuck it. I don't actually care. I don't actually care. What's funny is it says open TikTok, and I click open TikTok, and then my phone crashes. Because the app doesn't work on my fucking phone. I don't know what full experience I'm getting over there that I'm not getting here, but hey, fuck it. Here's our first videos. Restore your experience. No, I need a brand new experience. Continue. And it takes me over to the app again. Can I even upload without going to the app? Because then I literally can't upload on my phone. Because the app just... It literally doesn't fucking load up on my phone. It just doesn't work. TikTok is such garbo. This is fucking impossible to do. It's literally just fucking frozen on this fucking screen. Accept and continue. Oh, your app isn't working. Of course the app isn't working. It never works on this phone. I've only got the full aspect of it, and it won't let me log in on my PC. I'm gonna try and log in again. It literally will not let me fucking log in because I had too many attempts. You tried to log in already. Here we go. Maximum number of attempts reached. I can't log into any of my accounts. And it won't, it just fucking will not work on my phone. Why is the option here if the option itself doesn't work? Oh god, I think it crashed my phone. Can we please not? Yeah, it's impossible. I can't actually upload on TikTok now. I gotta figure out why the app on my phone just don't work. There's some fucked up bullshit. Tell you that right now. There's some fucked up bullshit. Okay. No! Oh my god, I had it! I think I had it. We're gonna just... Oh, I think we got it. Hold on. This phone's like 100 years old. Couldn't log in. Even though I'm literally logged in. Let's see if I can log in on the other one. Couldn't log in. This is so bullshit. There's some so bullshit right here. Okay, well, fuck that. We're gonna do YouTube first. 'Cause YouTube actually works. Okay, let's try this. Video. Wow. Everything's good there. Wait, what just happened? Wait, I'm so confused. No, that's not what I want. Why did they make this so fucking complicated, guys? This is so bullshit. I'm like, did I just release it? Manage videos. I don't know, it just seemed to like crash. Like, okay, I clicked the video. Hit next. Everything's good, hit next. I think it crashed. I click next. I don't know. I don't need to do anything. Okay, what is this? Done. I don't know what that is, but okay, done with that. Just crashes. This is a fucking joke! Video. Okay, we go next. We already got captions. Where the sticker is, and we already you know, we're good. Okay, we'll go back. Everything's going fine. Okay, now it's loading. Now, okay, here we go. Visibility, public. Location. Don't show location. Related video. This app has crashed. I guess I need a new phone? But I have to do this test first to see if it's... Because apparently just, like, launching it from your phone makes it better. Wait, where's, like, the description for it? Or does it not get a description? Hey, Miss Shadow, how's it going? How are you? Hey, Miss Shadow, if you're interested, we just launched our new YouTube channel yesterday. Blue Horror Stories. So if you're interested and you want to go check it out, we are currently trying to upload our short via my phone, and it is not being any fun. It is being a fucking disaster here. Last words New Year opinion. Sure. Yes. Yes. Anytime. What's up? Trying to make a new ad vid, but what text should I use? The first or the second in DMs? Ooh, I'm in the same boat, because I'm just doing this. Like, for instance, for these, we'll just randomly go to these. They have this on screen for, like, the subtitles for the text. So, like, sizing, color, font, like, opinion. So what is this? For the Oh, an ad for your book. Wait, you sent me an ad? I don't remember. Oh, Facebook. God, I haven't been on Facebook forever. That's good text. That feels professional, you know? It's that right style. And I like the visual in the background, like going through the forest. That's definitely decent. I love that. New one will be a creek in the forest. Ah. Cool. I wish I could use Facebook. I haven't used Facebook in fucking forever. I don't know what text to put on it. Danger, my wolf yells to me. Opening my eyes, I look around, trying to find the danger my wolf warned me about. Can't see anything in the woods or hear anything. I inhale deeply. What's that smell? Is that iron? No, that's blood I smell. Creek is thick with blood flowing downstream with the current. It's so dense that I couldn't see the creek bed underneath. The scent in the air is like a poison with death all around. It takes a moment till I realize where my blood is coming. Definitely the second one. 100% the second one. First one doesn't, like, because I'm like, oh, well, shit, when I see the second one. I'm like, well, that's not good. The first one's like, well, that's not good. The second one's like, oh, shit. And the first one could be anything. The second one, that's clarity. That gets you invested. You're like, okay. Immediately sets the mood, right? Way better than the first one, I think. Yeah, it's a major part. Yeah. I guess I have a list here that I could just go through. Creepypasta. I think we get rid of scary AI and just keep creepypasta. It's probably better. Okay, upload. And then we're going to go to it, and then we're going to pin the comment on it. And we're going to see how this goes. This is taking way too long to do! But we'll finally have this one done. Anything else you need, Miss Shadow? That's it, I'll pull it together and then show you. Sounds good. Hell yeah, I'm excited. $54%! Come on, finish, damn it! This is so annoying. Uploaded. See video. hope I can fit this here. And we want to pin this. Okay, I think it's uploaded now, so if we go to the channel, and we go to Shorts, but from here we can do like all the extra things, where we can go Shorts, and we want to go Details. And we want to go into the description because we never got a chance to do this. And then add to Lisa's playlist. I think that's everything. And we want to rename all of these. Won't go down these dark alleys. Hashtag story, hashtag horror, hashtag narrative. Go, and we're gonna go mysterious letter tells the true AI. Hashtag story, hashtag narrative, hashtag horror. Okay, we got that. And we want to rename this. Knock. Changed my life forever. Horror, hashtag story, hashtag narrative, hashtag creepy pasta. Change this one to just experiment. Change my life. Or hashtag AI, hashtag story. Just having a hard time with this one. finally, we'll change this to depths of the truth to AI will shock. Hashtag horror, hashtag story, creepypasta, narrative. Oops. Alright, well, we don't need that anymore. Get off of there. So annoying for that. Alright. And then it should go through those eventually. We've got the shorts. So all we need is get fucking TikTok to work. Get the TikTok to work. Should be good though. Alright, I don't think we need to worry about this anymore. Yeah, I can't post on TikTok. So there's kind of nothing else I can really do, right? Really unfortunate. Well, might as well move on. Okay, we can get rid of this. That. That there. Noise on that. Let's go here. We go here. And now we shall read The Wheel of Time. Yes, we can get rid of Canva in the background here. We don't really need that or Grok or anything. So we can just kind of chill on this for now. So we've got Eye of the World, Book 1 of Wheel of Time. So we'll take a toke and then we can jump right into it. Got my 10 drow names? James is such a jerk to me at times. Alright, Sean. Sounds great. Working on 48 right now. Hell yeah. Are you ready for me to read your story, or do you want me to read Wheel of Time first? Now that I'm done uploading all that bullshit. Either way is fine. Alright, we'll start with you just in case. Always good. Don't want to hold you up in case it's a really, really long chapter or some shit like that, right? Goose. Alright, 44, Merfolk. Oh, excuse me. Jesus. Did not like me. Did not like me at all. Oh. Oh. Wait, what am I doing? God, I'm retarded. Oh, you didn't see anything. You didn't see. You guys didn't see it. What are you fucking talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright. I didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. No one saw anything. There was nothing there. Don't worry. It was all good. It's all good. Alright, it's Sean's story now. Alright. Gorgeous came up shortly after Carrie's latest whining stint about not being able to fly the frame line. Why the heck? Why is there a frame line here? Our civil engineer showed up in it. She thought the situation was dire, I explained, using air quotations when I said the word dire. Let me guess, they sent Yvonne, didn't they? She asked knowingly. Ah, I guess it makes sense you'd know her too. Cressa claimed to love her like a sister, so with her being someone you know, I should have realized it. Heh. Yeah, I know, Yvonne. She's really good at her job, but thinking about anything outside that, well, yeah, she's a tad slow on the uptake for anything outside engineering. Shook her head in amused exasperation. Oh, I had a thought a while ago and wanted to bring it up while we're here. Our oceans are, to put it mildly, polluted. They're better than they have been, but it's not clean by any stretch. Would it be at all possible to relocate some merfolk here? Even allowing for some, like, 2,000 merfolk to migrate to your oceans would make a huge difference for their quality of life. Sure, they could help your fishing industry. Better if they participated in the Coast Guard, reporting on suspicious craft and helping in water rescues and the like. Plus, they could mine mineral deposits in the ocean, whereas if land-bound people did that, it would cause the same pollution that you're trying to recover from, I suggested. Vanessa looked thoughtful. What are these people like? They have fish-like tails, only instead of side to side, they go up and down. They can just really high? Is that supposed to say jump? Jump really high and do somersaults before they land. They love to play with anyone who wants to play. I really bet they'll love the idea of helping with the water rescues and reporting on ships they don't know. Making a decision, Vanessa nodded. I'll suggest it to the Queen. I can allow up to 4,000 personally, but that is limited to my own sea territory. Or what's out past that. The Queen can authorize our entire coast. So a much larger area for them to spread out in. Give me some time and I'll let you know what she's decided. So saying, she excused herself to contact the Queen. She did hear me when I said 2,000 would be alright, didn't she? Sure she did, but you've already gotten twice that just from her. Granted, we'll have to see if Verona takes to the immigration, but I'm fairly sure she will approve. Queen Nitre has agreed to allow up to 20,000 spread out along our entire coastline. Please inform the matriarch of this at your earliest convenience, Vanessa said, smiling as she came up to my group, just as we were about to depart in my pickup truck. That's great news, shouted Gorgeous. I know the matriarch will be happy at the offer. I doubt we'll get quite that many, but then again, if it's younger adults, that could be really good for their people as a whole, letting the younger generations regain their strength and clean waters and all. Thank you so much, she plastered Vanessa with a tight hug. I'll let you know what happens on that end as soon as I learn anything, I stated. By the time we returned to the treehouse, a communication system had been installed, and I could clearly see the new structure connecting all 3 groups of trees into a triangle. Oh hey, we should add stairs to all 3 sides. I bet we could move between the 3 worlds that way too, commented Maud. I considered that. We'd have to set up something temporary to test that theory, but if it works, we could make pedestrian traffic climb up the stairs and then move to the world of their choice from there and reserve the lower path for the vehicle transports only. When authorized, that is. Good thinking either way. First, though, let's call the matriarch on that fancy new communication system. When I checked, I noted that all 3 fences were complete. As to the energy barrier, they had been designed so that it would cover my entire property line in all 3 worlds, with a clear pathway to the gates allowing access to that point. They even paved that pathway in all 3 worlds. Seeing Miley, Maud went to tell her about the idea of pedestrian access via stairs, while I went up to the treehouse proper to contact the matriarch. To what do I owe the pleasure? I'm always happy to speak with my favorite son-in-law, but I'm guessing you've got something important to say. Verona smiled her toothy smile on the screen. Gorgeous had an idea. She mentioned how your oceans are polluted and the merfolk are suffering. She thought some could immigrate to Nitre's world, which is called Guyana, by the way. She brought it up while we were visiting Vanessa's manor, and Vanessa contacted the Queen. She will allow up to 20,000 merfolk to immigrate. I mentioned that they could mine mineral deposits in the ocean and help with the Coast Guard, with water resources and report suspicious crafts. Gorgeous thought they'd love helping with the Coast Guard. I don't know why there's quotations there. Verona straightened. Truly, that is a very welcome offer. I'll have to see what comes of it on my side. I swear there sometimes has 2 R's in Verona and 2 N's, but am I retarded? I think I'm just dyslexic. Gorgeous thought that it might be possible to get younger adults to immigrate, so they as a species could regain their strength, while the older generations could continue to aid in the restoration of the oceans of their homeworld. Trouble keeping it straight myself. Not sure if that will change anything, but it's a valid idea. I must make contact with the merfolk. That is a very good approach. I'll contact you when I know anything. Give my girl some extra love tonight. She cut the communication. Moments later, an alarm went off. What now? I whirled around to check the security cameras. More had been added in such a way to allow me to check all 3 worlds at the same time. What I saw was another Dreadfang. Well, at least Karena will have plenty of fresh blood. Grabbed my new rifle and made my way to the lower observation platform, kicking the Valdrock traps aside as I went. I needed to reset them all. Could that be what drew the thing in? Karena came up behind me and gasped at the sight of the beast. By the gods, that thing's a monster! Grunted and took aim. Exhaling, I gently squeezed the trigger, and the round slammed into the Dreadfang's chest. Well, I think I made it angry. Should have used the shotgun again. Is that supposed to be cocked? Cocked the gun again, aimed at the thing's eye, squeezing the trigger. Was rewarded by a fountain of gunk out of the Dreadfang's eye socket. Angrier still and half blind, too. Poor thing. I wish you could have killed it in one shot, Karena complained. Me too. Last time it was a single shot. But I was using a shotgun. It's shorter range, but it's powerful. Lisa came running down then, and she grabbed the shotgun. She thrust it into my waiting hand and I aimed as quick as I could. Bark of the shotgun thundered into our ears, even as the slug plowed through the other eye and burst out the back of the skull. Thanks, Lisa. That thing is too tough for a .22 caliber rifle. No more messing around when one of those things shows up. Get the shotgun. The alarm went off again. What the hell? Quick glance around proved the alarm wasn't about Gianna, so I ran inside to check the cameras again. This time, the alert was from Earth. What I saw was a man, very filthy and emaciated. Looked like he had been lost in the woods for ages and barely held on to life. What do we do? Asked Tessa. I go down there with my shotgun in hand, then hope like hell I don't have to use it. Ran downstairs and through the trees so I could reach the Earth portal. When I got down there, Cressa had arrived, with Yvonne on her back. Careful, there's a human man on the... I trailed off for some reason. Barrier blocking the Earth gate hadn't been activated, and the man in question stumbled through into the central area. Too late. Guy's bleary eyes locked on the girls. Am I dreaming? Yeah, I must be. No way two such hot creatures are real. Practically drooled at the sight, but then collapsed. Well, I think you two just found your husband, because that guy can't be allowed free, and since he seems to like your looks, yeah, I wouldn't trust the people on Gianna to take control of a prisoner from Earth. Nice. James got a buddy now! Hell yeah. I mean, wandering off the trail, what happened now, right? The true bad guy enters. He's actually a CIA spy. This was the way they knew. They've been surveilling James since the very first encounter. He would know. He would know very well what it was. Twist! I'm dumb. I have no... Oh, wait. We were talking about this, but I can't remember. I know we were talking about it, but fuck, I cannot remember. Hank. It was Hank, right? Yeah. There's plenty of Hanks out there, though. One of the first Hanks I think of is from Corner Gas. Yeah, it was a very solid chapter. I definitely love the introduction of the character, and it's not just on its own. It's like the Dreadfang came too, right? Like, what's coming next? Oh no! How big is this? How bad is this? And then we get to see some merfolk. That'll be interesting. Interested in that. We still have to go back to the bandits and figure all that stuff out too, right? So hopefully they'll be able to figure out something that can lead to more clues. Isn't there also supposed to be a trial happening at some point in time for the people that they've caught using, like, slaves and stuff like that? I don't quite remember if that's been resolved 100% or not, Sean. The nobles that were caught in the mine shaft and stuff like that. With the the ones that have been part of the slave trade, they've been, like, interrogated heavily. Alright, now we're finally on to Eye of the World by Robert Jordan, the first book of the Wheel of Time. That was resolved. The Caldroni invaders were already killed. The nobleman was enslaved himself in Cauldron. As the nation is making restrictions. Restitutions. Okay. Chapter 23, Wolf Brother. From the start, Perrin knew the journey to Camelin was going to be far from comfortable. Beginning with Egwene's insistence that they take turns riding Bella. They did not know how far it was, she said, but it was too far for her to be the only one who rode. Her jaw firmed and her eyes stared at him unblinking. I'm too big to ride Bella, he said. I'm used to walking, and I'd rather. And I'm not used to walking, Egwene said sharply. That isn't what I'm the only one who's supposed to get saddle sore. Is that it? And when you walk till your feet are ready to fall off, you'll expect me to look after you. Let it be, he breathed when she looked at, like, going on. Anyway, you'll take the first turn. Her face turned even more stubborn, but he refused to let her get a word in edgewise. If you won't get in the saddle by yourself, I'll put you there. She gave him a startled look, and a small smile curved her lips. In that case, she sounded as if she were about to laugh, but she climbed up. He grumbled to himself as he turned away from the river. Leaders and stories never had to put up with this sort of thing. Egwene did insist on him taking his turns, but whenever he tried to avoid it, she bullied him into the saddle. Blacksmithing did not lend itself to a slender build, and Bella was not very large as horses went. Every time he put his foot in the stirrup, the shaggy mare looked at him with what he was sure was reproach. Small things, perhaps, but they irritated soon. I didn't see the period there, and I was like, did I skip a page? Soon he flinched whenever Egwene announced, "It's your turn, Perrin." Stories leaders seldom flinched, and they were never bullied, but he reflected they never had to deal with Egwene either. There were only short rations of bread and cheese to begin with, and what there was gave out by the end of the first day. Perrin set snakes along likely rabbit runs. Snares. Jesus. They looked old, but it was worth a chance. While Egwene began laying a fire. When he was done, he decided to try his hand with a sling before the light failed altogether. They had not seen a sign of anything at all alive, but, to his surprise, he jumped a scrawny rabbit almost at once. So surprised when it burst from under a bush right behind his feet, it almost got away, but he fetched it at 40 paces, just as it was darting around a tree. When he came back to the camp with a rabbit, Egwene had broken limbs, all laid for the fire, but she was kneeling beside the pile with her eyes closed. "What are you doing? You can't wish a fire." Egwene gave a jump at his first words, and twisted around to stare at him with a hand at her throat. You startled me." "I was lucky," he said, holding up the rabbit. Get your flint and steel. We eat well tonight, at least. I don't have a flint, she said slowly. It was in my pocket, and I lost it in the river. Then how? It was so easy back there on the riverbank, Perrin. Just the way Moiraine Sedai showed me. I just reached out, and she gestured as if grasping for something, then let her hand fall to his side. I can't find it now. Perrin licked his lips unsteadily. The power? She nodded, and he stared at her. Are you crazy? I mean, the one power? You can't just play around with something like that. It was so easy, Perrin. I can do it. I can channel the power. He took a deep breath. I'll make a fire bow, Egwene. Promise you won't try this thing again. I will not. Her jaw firmed in a way that made him sigh. You would give up that axe of yours? Would you give up that axe of yours, Perrin Ayabara? I will not. Her jaw firmed in a way that made him sigh. Would you give up that axe of yours, Perrin Ayabara? Abara? Would you walk around with one hand to hide behind your back? I won't do it. I'll make the fire bow, he said wearily. At least, don't try it again tonight, please. She acquiesced grudgingly, and even after the rabbit was roasting on the spit over the flames, he had the feeling she felt she could have done it better. She would not give up trying either. Every night, though, the best she ever did was a trickle of smoke that vanished almost immediately. Her eyes dared him to say a word. He wisely kept his mouth shut. After that one hot meal, they subsisted on coarse wild tubers and a few young shoots. With still no sign of spring, none of it was plentiful, and none of it tasty either. Neither complained, but not a meal passed without one or the other sighing regretfully, and they both knew it was for the tang of a bit of cheese or even the smell of bread. A find of mushrooms, queen's crowns, the best. One afternoon in a shady part of the forest was enough to seem a great treat. When they gobbled them down, laughing and telling stories from back in Edmund's Field, stories that began, do you remember when? Oh shit, yo, what's up? What's up, Cudsy? Straight to the Shadow Road! Love it.
For us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
Trevor was.
Are you smoking?
Oh my god.
Maybe.
What? When did you
These
start
ones in their
smoking?
voices. Let's
1989-ish.
skip a couple
So you
of
have been
these.
lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning
Sure.
pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack a day voice.
Do you remember when? But the mushrooms did not last long, and neither did the laughter. There was little mirth and hunger. Trevor was walking, carried a sling, ready to let fly at the sight of a rabbit or squirrel. The only time either hurled a stone was in frustration. Snares they set so carefully each evening yielded nothing at dawn, and they did not dare stay a day in one place to leave the snares out. Neither of them knew how far it was to Camelin, and neither would feel safe until they got there, if then. Perrin began to wonder if his stomach could shrink enough to make a hole all the way through his middle. They made good time as he saw it, but as they got further and further from the Arenal, without seeing a village or even a farmhouse where they could ask directions, his doubts about his own plan grew. Egwene continued to appear outwardly as confident as when they set out, but he was sure that sooner or later she would say it would have been better to risk the Trollocs than wander around lost in the rest of their lives. She did, but she never did, but he kept expecting it. 2 days from the river, the land changed to thickly forested hills, as gripped by the trail end of the winter as everywhere else. And a day after that, the hills flattened out again, the dense forest broken by glades, often a mile or more across. Snow still lay in hidden hollows, and the air was brisk of a morning, and the wind cold always. Nowhere did they see a road or a plowed field or chimney smoke in the distance, or any other sign of human habitation, at least none where men still dwelt. Once the remnants of tall stone ramparts encircled a hilltop, parts of roofless stone houses stood inside the fallen circle. Forest had long swallowed it. Trees grew right through everything, and spider webs of old creeper enveloped the big stone blocks. Another time they came on the stone tower, broken, topped, and brown with old moss, leaning on the huge oak whose thick roots were slowly toppling it. But they found no place where men had breathed in living remembrance. Memories of Shadar Lagoth kept them away from the ruins and hurried their footsteps until they were once more in deep places that seemed never to have known a human footstep. Dreams plagued Perrin's sleep, fearful dreams. Baalzamon was in them, chasing him through mazes, hunting him, but Perrin never met him face to face.
Ads! Oh god, ads.
Ads are the killer of all things. Death be to ads. Never again shall we fall among ads. They are the worst. Why? I don't know, but I don't watch and others know. They watch, they see, they buy. I don't know, I don't watch. I'm immune to ads. I'm immune to ads. This guy says he's immune to ads. So we'll bring some ads in and we're going to see how immune he is to these ads. Ooh, I'm gonna go buy some McDonald's. Dude, we haven't even started yet and you already fell for the ad. Wait, that was an ad? Oh, fuck. Wait, that was an ad? It was just a guy standing there with a hamburger. Dude, it was a picture of a guy standing there with a hamburger. Am I retarded? Yes. Oh, fuck. Well, what are you gonna do? I tried. It was unsuccessful. Very, very unsuccessful. But Alzamon was in them, chasing him through mazes, hunting him, but Perrin never met him face to face. So far as he remembered, and the journey had been enough to bring a few bad dreams. Egwene complained of nightmares about Shadar Lagoth, especially the 2 nights after they found the ruined fort and the abandoned tower. Perrin kept his own counsel even when he woke sweating and shaking in the dark. She was looking to him to lead them safely to Camlin, not share worries about which they could do nothing. He was walking at Bella's head, wondering if they would find anything to eat this evening. When he first caught the smell, the mare flared her nostrils and swung her head in the next moment, seized her bridle before she could whicker. "That smoke," Egwene said excitedly. She leaned forward in the saddle, drew a deep breath. "A cook fire. Somebody is roasting dinner. Rabbit." "Maybe," Perrin said cautiously, and her eager smile faded. He exchanged his sling for the wicked half-moon of the axe. His hands opened and closed uncertainly on the thick haft. It was a weapon, but neither his hidden practice behind the forge nor Lan's teachings had really prepared him to use it as one. Even the battle before Shadar Lagoth was too vague in his mind to give him any confidence. He never quite managed that void that Rand and the warder talked about either. Sunlight slanted through the trees behind them, and the forest was a still mass of dappled shadows. Faint smell of wood smoke drifted around them, tinged with the aroma of cooking meat. Could be rabbit, he thought. His stomach grumbled. And it could be something else, he reminded himself. He looked at Egwene. She was watching him. There were responsibilities to being leader. "Wait here," he said softly. She frowned, but he cut her off as she opened her mouth. "Be quiet. We don't know who it is yet." She nodded, reluctantly, but she did it. Perrin wondered why that did not work when he was trying to make her take his turn riding. drawing a deep breath, started for the source of the smoke. He had not spent as much time as in the forest around Edmund's field as Rand or Matt, but still he had done his share of hunting rabbits, crept from tree to tree without so much as snapping a twig. It was not long before he was peering around the bole of a tall oak with spreading serpentine limbs that bent to touch the ground, then rose again. Beyond lay a campfire, and a lean, sun-browned man was leaning on one of the limbs not far from the flames. At least he was not a Trolloc, but he was the strangest fellow Perrin had ever seen. For one thing, his clothes all seemed to be made from animal skins, with the fur still on, even the boots and the odd, flap-topped round cap on his head. His cloak was a crazy quilt of rabbit and squirrel. His trousers appeared to be made of the long-haired hide of the brown and white goat. Gathered at the back of his neck with a cord, his graying brown hair hung to his waist. A thick beard fanned across half his chest. A long knife hung at his belt, almost a sword, and a bow and quiver stood propped against a limb close to hand. The man leaned back with his eyes closed, apparently asleep. Perrin did not stir from his concealment. 6 sticks slanted over the fellow's fire, and on each side a rabbit was skewered, roasted brown, and now and then dripping juice that hissed in the fire. The smell of them, so close, made his mouth water. "You done drooling?" The man opened one eye and cocked it at Perrin's hiding place. "And your friend might as well sit and have a bite. Haven't seen you eat much the last couple of days." Perrin hesitated, then stood slowly, still gripping his axe tightly. "You've been watching me for 2 days." The man chuckled deep in his throat. "Yes, I've been watching you, and that pretty girl. Pushes you around like a bantam rooster, doesn't she? Heard you, mostly. The horse is the only one of you who doesn't trample around loud enough to be heard 5 miles off. Gonna ask her in, or are you intending to eat all the rabbit yourself?" Perrin bristled. He knew he did not make much noise. You could not get close enough to a rabbit in the wet waterwood to fetch it with a sling if he made noise. The smell of rabbit made him remember that Egwin was hungry too, not to mention waiting to discover if it was a Trolloc fire they had smelled. He slipped the haft of his axe through the belt loop, and he raised his voice. "Egwin, it's all right. It is rabbit." Offering his hand, he added in a more normal tone, "My name is Perrin. Perrin Aabara." The man considered his hand before taking it awkwardly, as if unused to shaking hands. "I'm called Elias," he said, looking up. "Elias Makara." Perrin gasped and nearly dropped Elias's hand. The man's eyes were yellow, like bright polished gold. Some memory tickled at the back of Perrin's mind, then fled. All he could think of right then was that all of the Trolloc's eyes had been almost black. Egwin appeared, cautiously leading Bella. She tied the mare's reins to one of the smaller branches of the oak and made polite sounds when Perrin introduced her to Elias. But her eyes kept drifting to the rabbits. She did not seem to notice the man's eyes. When Elias motioned them to the food, she fell to it too. With a will. Perrin hesitated only a minute before joining her. Elias waited silently while they ate. Perrin was hungry. He tore off pieces of meat so hot he had to juggle them from hand to hand before he could hold them in his mouth. Even Egwin showed little of her usual neatness. Greasy juice ran down her chin. Day faded into twilight before they began to slow down. Moonless darkness closing in around the fire, and Elias spoke. "What are you doing out here? There isn't a house inside 50 miles in any direction. We're going to Camelin," Egwin said. "Perhaps you could—" Her eyebrows lifted coolly as Elias threw back his head and roared faster. Perrin stared at him, a rabbit leg half raised to his mouth. "Camelin?" Elias wheezed. "What are you talking? The path you're following, the line you've taken the last 2 days. You'll pass 100 miles or more north of Camelin." "We were going to ask directions," Egwin said defensively. "We just haven't found any villages or farms yet. And none you will, Elias said, chuckling. The way you're going, you can travel all the way to the spine of the world without seeing anything human. Of course, if you manage to climb the spine, it can be done some places. You could find people in the Ale Waste, but you wouldn't like it there. You'd broil by day and freeze by night and die of thirst any time. Takes an ailman to find water in the waste. They don't like strangers much. No, not much, I'd say. Set off into another more furious burst of laughter. This time, actually rolling on the ground. Not much at that, he managed. Shadow Realm!
See you in the Shadow Realm.
Bye. Perrin shifted uneasily. Are we eating with a madman? Edwin frowned, but she waited until Elias's mirth faded a little, then said, Perhaps you could show us the way. You seem to know a good deal more about where places are than we do. Elias stopped laughing. Raising his head, he placed his round fur cap, which had fallen off while he was rolling about, and stared at her from under lowered brows. I don't much like people, he said in a flat voice. Cities are full of people. I don't go near villages or even farms very often. Villagers, farmers, they don't like my friends. I wouldn't even have helped you if you hadn't been stumbling around as helpless and innocent as newborn cubs. But at least you could tell us which way to go, she insisted. If you direct us to the nearest village, even if it's 50 miles away, surely they'll give us directions to Camelin. Be still, Elias said. My friends are coming. Bella suddenly whinnied in fear and began jerking to pull her reins free. Perrin half rose as shapes appeared all around them in the darkening forest. Bella reared and twisted, screaming. Quiet the mare, Elias said. They won't hurt you. Or you. If you're still. 4 wolves stepped into the firelight, shaggy, waist-high forms with jaws that could break a man's leg. If the people were not there, they walked up to the fire and lay down between the humans. In the darkness among the trees, firelight reflected off the eyes of more wolves on all sides. Yellow eyes, Perrin thought. Like Elias's eyes. That's what he had been trying to remember. Carefully watching the wolves among them, he reached for his axe. I would not do that, Elias said. If they think you mean harm, they'll stop being friendly. They were staring at him. Those 4 wolves, Perrin saw. He had the feeling that all the wolves, those in the trees as well, were staring at him. It made his skin itch. Cautiously, he moved his hands away from the axe. He imagined he could feel the tension ease among the wolves. Slowly, he sat back down. His hands shook until he gripped his knees to stop them. Egwene was so stiff she almost quivered. One wolf, close to black with a lighter gray patch on his face, lay nearly touching her. Bella had ceased her screaming and rearing. Instead, she stood trembling and shifting in an attempt to keep all of the wolves in view, kicking occasionally to show the wolves that she could, intending to sell her life dearly. The wolves seemed to ignore her and everyone else. Tongues lolling out of their mouths, they waited at their ease. There, Elias said. That's better. Are they tame? Egwene said faintly and hopefully. They're pets? Elias snorted. Wolves don't tame, girl. Not even as well as men. They're my friends. We keep each other company. Hunt together. Converse, after a fashion. Just like any friends. Isn't that right, Dapple? A wolf with fur that faded through a dozen shades of gray, dark and light, turned her head to look at him. You talk to them, Perrin marveled. Isn't exactly talking, Elias replied slowly. The words don't matter. And they aren't exactly right, either. Her name isn't Dapple. It's something that means the way shadows play, it's something that means the way shadows play in a forest pool at a midwinter dawn, and the breeze rippling the surface and the tang of ice when the water touches the tongue, a hint of snow before nightfall in the air. But that isn't quite it either. Can't say it in words, it's more of a feeling. That's the way wolves talk. The others are burn, hopper, and wind. burn had an old scar on his shoulder that might explain his name, but there was nothing about the other two wolves that gave any indication of what their names might mean. For all the man's gruffness, Perrin thought Elias was pleased to have a chance to talk to another human. He seemed eager enough to do it, at least. Perrin eyed a wolf's teeth glistening in the firelight and thought it might be a good idea to keep him talking. How do you learn to talk to wolves, Elias? They found out, Elias replied. I didn't. Not at first. It's always the way of it. I understand. The wolves find you, not you them. Some people thought me touched by the Dark One. Because wolves started appearing wherever I went. I suppose I thought so too, sometimes. More decent folk began to avoid me, and the ones who sought me out weren't the ones I wanted to know, one way or another. Then I noticed there were times when the wolves seemed to know what I was thinking, to respond to what was in my head. That was the real beginning. They were curious about me. Wolves can see people usually, but not like this. They were glad to find me. They say it's been a long time since they hunted with men, and when they say a long time, feeling I get is like a cold wind howling all the way down from the first day. I never heard of men hunting with wolves, Egwene said. Her voice was not entirely steady, but the fact that the wolves were just laying there seemed to give her heart. If Elias heard her, he gave no sign. Wolves remember things differently from the way people do, he said. His strange eyes took on a faraway look, as if he were drifting off in the flow of memory himself. Every wolf remembers the history of all wolves, or at least the shape of it. Like I said, can't be put into words very well. They remember running down prey side by side with men, but it was so long ago that it's more than like a shadow of a shadow than a memory. It's very interesting, Egwene said, and Elias looked at her sharply. No, I mean it. It is. She wet her lips. Could you teach us how to talk to them? Elias snorted again. It can't be taught. Some can do it, some can't. They say he can. He pointed at Perrin. Perrin looked at Elias's finger as if it were a knife. He really is a madman. The wolves were staring at him again. He shifted uncomfortably. You say you're going to Camelin, Elias said. But that still doesn't explain what you're doing out here. Days from anywhere. Tossed back his fur-patched cloak and lay down on his side, propped on one elbow, and waited expectantly. Perrin glanced at Egwene. Early on, they had concocted a story for when they found people, to explain where they were going, and going without bringing them any trouble, without letting anyone know where they were really from, or where they were really going. Eventually, who knew what careless word might reach a Fade's ear? They had worked on it every day, patching it together, honing out flaws, and they had decided Egwene was the one to tell it. She was better with words than he was, and she claimed she could always tell he was lying by his face. Egwene began at once, smoothly. They were from the north, from Saldea, from farms outside a tiny village. Neither of them had been more than 20 miles from home in their whole lives before this, but they had heard gleeman stories of merchants' tales, and they wanted to see some of the world. Camelin and Ilion, the Sea of Storms, and maybe even the fabled islands of the sea folk. Perrin listened with satisfaction. Not even Thom Merrilin could have made a better tale from the little they knew of the world outside the two rivers, or one better suited to their needs. From Saldea, eh? Wise said when he was done. Perrin nodded. That's right. We thought about seeing Maradon first, but I'd surely like to see the king, but the capital city would be the first place our fathers would look. That was his part of it, to make it plain they had never been to Maradon. That way no one would expect them to know anything about the city, just in case they ran into someone who really had been there. It was a long way from Edmund's Field and the events of Winter Night. Nobody hearing the tale would have any reason to think of Tar Valon or Aes Sedai. Quite a story, Elias nodded. Yes, quite a story. There's a few things wrong with it, but the main thing is Dapple says it's all a lump of lies, every last word. Lies, Egwin said. Why would we lie? 4 wolves had not moved, but they no longer seemed to be just lying there around the fire. They crouched instead, and their yellow eyes watched the Edmondsfielders without blinking. Perrin did not say anything, but his hand strayed to the axe at his waist. 4 wolves rose to their feet in one quick movement, and his hand froze. They made no sound, but the quick hackles on their necks stood erect. One of the wolves, back under the trees, raised a growling howl into the night. Others answered, 5, 10, 20, till the darkness rippled with them. Abruptly, they too were still. Cold sweat trickled down Perrin's face. If you think, Egwin stopped to swallow. Despite the chill of the air, there was sweat on her face too. If you think we are lying, then we'll probably prefer that we make our own camp for the night away from yours. Ordinarily I would, girl, but right now I want to know about the Trollocs and the Halfmen. Perrin struggled to keep his face impassive. He hoped he was doing better at it than Egwin. Elias went on, a conversational tone. Dapple says he smelled Halfmen and Trollocs in your mines while you were telling that fool story. They all did. You're mixed up with Trollocs somehow. And the eyeless. Wolves hate Trollocs and Halfmen worse than wildlife. Worse than anything, and so do I. Wildfire, more than anything. Byrne wants to be done with you. It was Trollocs gave him that mark when he was a yearling. He says game is scarce and you're fatter than any deer he's seen in months. And we should be done with you. But Byrne is always impatient. Why don't you tell me about it? Dogs! Callie! Callie, we had our debut yesterday. Have you checked it out? The new channel. Callie, go check out the new channel. We got everything live now. It's been a good time. But Byrne is always impatient. Why don't you tell me about it? So what's up, Callie? How have you been? What are you doing, brother? Have you been writing? What are you at right now? Where are you at? Where you at, dog? I hope you're not dark friends. I don't like killing people after I've fed them. Just remember, they'll know if you lie. And even Dapple is already near as upset as Byrne. His eyes are yellow as the wolf's eyes, blinking no more than theirs did. They are a wolf's eyes, Perrin thought. Ah! True, Callie. When are we going to do the podcast, Callie? You want to do it tomorrow? Some point in time before the stream? One question at a time, you dingus. I'm sorry. I'm a spammer. I'm a spammer, Callie. I haven't seen you in a day. I'm excited. Okay? Okay? Sorry. Egwin was looking at him, he realized, waiting for him to decide what they should do. Light. Suddenly I'm the leader again. They decided from the first that they could not risk telling the real story to anyone, but he saw no chance for them to get away, even if he managed to get his axe out before. Dapple growled deep in her throat, and the sound was taken up by the other 3 around the fire, then by the wolves in the darkness. The menacing rumble filled the night. Watch the video I posted! Wait. All of these? Wait. TLBG posted some of these. I'm concerned. Oh, here.
Yo, I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah, I could eat.
Yeah, what do you want to eat?
Okay, I'm kind of feeling a double bacon cheeseburger.
Yo, ain't no way you just a double bacon cheeseburger.
Hey, did you watch the movie that I asked you to?
Yes, oh my god, I did.
What'd you think of it?
I actually really enjoyed it.
Oh my god, bro, I really
Oh my god, bro.
Yo, bro, where do you want to go and eat?
Wherever, man, wherever.
Come on, suggest some places. Don't be like that.
I don't know, man. Maybe we could go to KFC or McDonald's. Hey.
McDonald's! Why are you running? Where is my chicken?
This shirt that you guys gave me is amazing. Not only does it look good, it's super comfortable.
Ah, yes, it's a super comfortable. Ah.
I'm really sorry what I didn't call you, because my dad was so pissed and he turned off my internet.
Oh yeah? Internet. Actually, internet. You're fucking Russian bitch.
Yo, I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah,
The fuck is this?
Okay, I'm kind of feeling a double bacon cheeseburger.
Yo, ain't no way you just a double bacon cheeseburger.
Hey, did you...
I don't know, Callie. Not my kind of thing, you know. I just... Yeah, sure, it's kind of funny. But, you know, it's not that bad. I know the good sir, I can do them. I know it very well. It is a very good slip, okay? I cannot tell you how much we do very good now, okay? If I was on voice cam and then all of a sudden I started talking and I went like, hey you guys, you know how we really go around and we get on the no, guys, are we going to go around to the other side over there? Or no, you slip up and you say, or no, we go around. You not say, or no, here we go again. Yes, sir. You very bad at it. Okay. Fuck you, dirt pig. Fucking accents, Callie. They're powerful. I don't know where I am. Menacing rumble filled the night. Alright, Perrin said quickly. Alright. The growling cut off, sharp and sudden. Edwin unclenched her hands and nodded. It all started a few days before winter night, Perrin began, when our friend Matt saw a man in a black cloak. Okay, sent the new one. Ooh, okay. I'm hoping we only have like... Yeah, we only have another page and a half. So, probably like 5 minutes, and then we'll read that. Sound good, Shadow? Elias never changed his expression or the way he lay on his side, but there was something about the tilt of his head that spoke of ears pricking up. For Wolf sat down as Perrin went on, with the impression they were listening to. The story was a long one, and he told almost all of it. The dream he had and the others had, and Barrelin, though he kept to himself. He waited for the wolves to make some sign that they caught the omission, but they only watched. Dapple seemed friendly, Byrne angry. He was hoarse by the time he finished. And if she doesn't find us in Camelin, we'll go on to Tarvalon. We don't have any choice except to get help from the Aes Sedai. Trollocs and Halfman this far south, Elias mused. Now that's something to consider. He rooted behind him and tossed Perrin a hide water bag. Not really looking at him, he appeared to be thinking. He waited until Perrin had drunk and placed the plug before he spoke again. I don't hold with Aes Sedai, the Red Ajah, those that like hunting for men who mess with the One Power. They wanted to gentle me once, I told them in their faces. They were Black Ajah. Serve the Dark One, I said. They didn't like that at all. They couldn't catch me, though, once I got into the forest. But they did try, yes they did, come to that. I doubt any Aes Sedai would take kindly to me after that. I had to kill a couple of warders. Bad business, that, killing warders. Don't like it. It's talking to wolves, Perrin said uneasily. It has to do with the power? Of course not, Elias growled. Wouldn't have worked on me, gentling. But it made me mad. them wanting to try. This is an old thing, boy. Older than Aes Sedai, older than anybody using the One Power. Old as mankind, old as wolves. They don't like that either, Aes Sedai. Old things coming again. I'm not the only one. There are other things, other folk. Makes Aes Sedai nervous, makes them mutter about ancient barriers weakening. Things are breaking apart, they say. They're afraid the Dark One will get loose, is what. You'd think I was to blame the way some of them looked at me, Retta, Ja, anyway. Some of the others, too. The Amberlin seat, I keep clear of them, mostly, and clear of friends of Aes Sedai as well. You will, too, if you're smart. I'd like nothing better than to stay away from Aes Sedai, Perrin said. Egwene gave him a sharp look. He hoped she would not burst out that she wanted to be an Aes Sedai, but she said nothing, though her mouth tightened, and Perrin went on. It isn't as if we had a choice. We've had Trollocs chasing us, and Fades, and Drakkar. Everything but dark friends. Fucking ads. It's ad time! We got our ad break in. We broke up that ad. We're breaking on the break for break broken. Broke breaking the break brack with a break broken broke break. Break broken break broken. Break broken brack brokes. Broke breaks the break broken brack brones. Brone brew break brin brows. Brew bro brin brays. Brew bray brow. Yeah, these are all bad. Okay, let's skip down the fuck this playlist like a shit ton. Let's try this. True! We're just monkeying around! Egwene gave him a sharp look. It isn't as we had a choice. We've had Trollocs chasing us, and Fades, and Drakkar, everything but dark friends. We can't hide, and we can't fight back alone, so who is going to help us? Who else is strong enough, except Aes Sedai? Elias was silent for a time, looking at the wolves, most often at Dapple or Burn. Perrin shifted nervously and tried not to watch. When he watched, he had the feeling that he could almost hear what Elias and the wolves were saying to one another. Even if it had nothing to do with the power, he wanted no part of it. He had to be making some crazy joke. I can't talk to wolves. One of the wolves, Hopper, he thought, looked at him and seemed to grin. He wondered how he had put a name to him. You could stay with me, Elias said finally. With us? Egwene's eyebrows shot up and Perrin's mouth dropped open. Well, what could be safer? Elias challenged. Trollocs will take any chance they get to kill a wolf by itself, but they'll go miles out of their way to avoid a pack. And you won't have to worry about Aes Sedai either. They don't often come into these woods. I don't know. Perrin avoided looking at the wolves to either side of him. One was Dapple, and he could feel her eyes on him. For one thing, it isn't just the Trollocs. Elias chuckled coldly. I've seen a pack pull down one of the Eyeless, too. Lost half the pack, but they wouldn't give up once they had it sent. Trollocs, Myrddraal, it's all one to the wolves. It's you they really want, boy. They've heard of other men who can talk to wolves, but you're the first they've met besides me. They'll accept your friend, too, though you'll all be safer here than in any city. There's dark friends in cities. Listen, Perrin said urgently. I wish you'd stop saying that. I can't do that. Do what you do. What you're saying. As you wish, boy. Play the goat. If you're a mind to. Don't you want to be safe? I'm not deceiving myself. There's nothing to deceive about myself. All we want... We are going to Camelin. Egwin spoke up firmly. And then to Tarvalon. Closing his mouth, Perrin met her angry look with one of his own. He knew that she followed his lead when she wanted to, and not when she did not. But she could at least let him answer for himself. What about you, Perrin? He said. He answered himself. Me? Well, let me think. Yes, I think I'll go on. Turned a mild smile on her. Well, Egwin, it makes both of us. I guess I'm going with you, at that. Good to talk these things out before making a decision, isn't it? She blushed, but the set of her jaw never loosened. Elias grunted. Dapple said that's what you'd decide. She said the girl's planted firmly in the human world. Will you? Nodded Perrin. Stand halfway between under the circumstances. I suppose we'd better go south with you. Otherwise you'll probably starve to death or get lost, or... Abruptly, Burn stood up, and Elias turned his head to regard the big wolf. After a moment, Dapple rose too. She moved closer to Elias, so that she also was meeting Burn's stare. The tableau was frozen for long moments. I'm scared of the podcast, man. What if I say something stupid, then we edit it out? It's not live. We just edit it out. Or it could be funny, Callie. Never be afraid to say something because you think it might be stupid. That's the best time to say things. Then you get to be called ridiculous. And delicious. And adorable. Some of the males could best her if they challenged, but she's smarter than any of them. The tableau was frozen for long minutes, then Burn whirled and vanished into the night. Dapple shook herself, then resumed her place, flopping down as if nothing had happened. Elias met Paris's questioning eyes. Dapple runs this pack, he explained. Some of the males could best her if they challenged. She's smarter than any of them, and they all know it. She saved the pack more than once, but Burn thinks the pack is wasting time with you three. Hating Trollocs is about all there is to him. And if there are Trollocs this far south, he wants to be off killing them. I need to go to beds, I think. We've only got 2 paragraphs left! 2 paragraphs left! We quite understand, Egwin said, sounding relieved. We really can find our own way. With some directions, of course, if you'll give them. Elias waved a hand. I said Dapple leads this pack, didn't I? In the morning, I'll start south with you, and so will they. Egwin looked as if she was not the best. That was not the best news she could have heard. Perrin sat wrapped in his own silence. He could feel Burn leaving, and the scared male was not the only one. A dozen others, all males, loped after him. He wanted to believe it was all Elias playing on his imagination, but he could not. Just before the departing wolves faded from mind, he felt the thought he knew come from Burn, as sharp and clear as if it were his thought. Hatred. Hatred, and the taste of blood. Alright. That's another chapter down! And now for... Is this the story? The one on Facebook? Or is this something else? Oh, this is the thing. Yeah, that's definitely fucking dope. Couldn't do the same font as it was small to read. Still works. Still looks the same, right? It's that yellow. Like, I'd say that's like the yellow Quentin Tarantino color, right? Like, I'm just imagining, like, Django Unchained playing in the background. Django. Yeah. 100%. If I saw that, I wouldn't think that was, like, you know, I'd definitely say, you know. The only thing I'd say is it's not a professional ad because it's an actual ad. It's not, like, some ridiculous, like, fucking stupid bullshit thing that's, like, it's, like, an actual representation, right? It's not clickbait farm bullshit. Leave it I can find with reddish water. Yeah, the water looks sick. The water looks fucking sick. It's what it looked like in the story, so it works. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Def want to know if you read it, though. Well, I definitely want to read it. 100%. Oh, now the question is, then do it, and then update me what you think as you read. Well, I only really read on stream is the thing. Do I, have I had your short story before? I don't think Shadow is on here, right? So where is your story posted? I swear we read chapter 1, didn't we? But that might have been in the... You never just read, like, before bed. Read, like, before bed. It's on Amazon, goof. Is that the only place that it is? Do you have, like, a PDF copy? I'm about to what, Callie? You're about to what? About to fry some eggs? Hell yeah, Callie. His boat bust. Queen! I gotta sleep now. Alright, have a good night, Shadow. Take care. Callie! Alright, guys. Modern heroes are we!
You're a fraud. Where's
One truth Towlies!
700 septillion.
One truth Towlies. Welcome,
Thank you
Towlie.
for following One Truth Willies. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3,
Read.
plus 1.
Been lurking and playing Rivals. Nice, Queen. How's it going, good sir? Welcome, welcome. I am Intoxication. Here we do reading and writing tips and improvements, as well as beta reading and art and many other things. We've currently, if you're interested, we just yesterday launched a new YouTube channel. If you want to go check it out, feel free to, you know, subscribe, like, and check out some of the videos on it, right? It's a good time. We've been trying really hard for it. The premiere was yesterday, so we're pushing it really hard. Yo, wait, you want to read the edited chapter 1 talks? Like the final version of chapter 1 of Student Body Sonata? And Toke, yes, Toke. Toke, queen, Toke. Toke, 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 Toke. Let's go, Toke. 3, 2, 1, Toke! But are you a writer? Are you a reader, Truth? Are you an enjoyer of stories? Are you a purveyor of creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Anything from the trolley, dears. I don't know what that means, Callie. None of the above. Any kind of creative mind. It's the second thing this week that has made me want to watch Harry Potter. It's a Harry Potter. Oh. Oh, like on the train. I see. I see how it is. Yep. I see. I see how it is. Yep. Cox, your glasses make you look like a dude from Trailer Park Boys. Bubbles? Wait, my glasses make me look like Bubbles?
This streamer is garbage. I don't
True!
want points.
Absolute garbage. Who would ever watch this fucktard? I don't know, man. They're probably just waiting for him to crash out, right? Waiting for him to fall down the hole. Waiting for it to all fall apart. Just waiting for that one moment when you just can never come back from it and you realize, oh no, what have I done? I have fallen down the rabbit hole that I can never come back from. I will never know what I have done and I will never know where I am going from now, but I will know how much is on the back of your card. Could you tell me the numbers on the back of your card, please? Found a Smokey, guys? Where did you find a Smokey, Kelly? This is Smokey. No, this is not a Smokey. You cannot tell me this is Smokey. Wait, shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Wait, what the fuck? Is this really Smokey? Is this really Smokey? I don't... Kelly, are you telling... Oh my god, how did you know? No, how did you know? He is the only one who tells me to shut the fuck up. You would have to be Smokey. You tell me to shut the fuck up. I don't understand, good sir. Where did you get the shut the fuck up from? If you are not a Smokey. But immediately Callie calls you Smokey. And you immediately go, oh no, shut the fuck up. You are Smokey 100%, good sir. I believe it. I know it. It is in my heart. I know very much so. You can't compete with me. I know those numbers off the back of my hand, okay? But the only problem is I lost both of my hands, so you're going to have to go find the numbers for me, okay? Thank you very much. I would very much appreciate that. One truth, towelies. Towelies. Gonna get high. You guys gonna get a little high. Don't forget to bring a towel. One truth. The towelies is Smokey. Is that towelies is Smokey. Towelies is 100% Smokey. I believe it. He can't even spell towelies right. He can't even spell towelies right. Ah. Did the redhead bring him back? Don't forget your towel. You never know when you'll need it. Don't forget to bring a towel. 48 posted. Hell yeah, Sean. One the truth and two lies. I don't trust it. Smokey hated Twitch. It's very true, Queen. He very much did hate Twitch. So, I don't know. But the fact that he said shut the fuck up as soon as Callie said he was Smokey makes me go, oh no. There are certain coincidences in life that cannot happen. And I do not believe that is a coincidence. I believe that is fate. So either way, Dowleys is now a permanent member of the community. And I hate Kick. Why do you hate Kick, Callie? I like all platforms. You guys should hate Twitch, though. You know why you guys should hate Twitch? Oops. So not even 3 hours into TwitchCon. Someone literally tried to go up and kiss Emmy. Security did fucking nothing about it, and then Twitch literally made a statement that they caught the guy immediately, but there's like videos of him like walking around the plaza, going through a bunch of stuff, and there's a bunch of videos of people saying that they basically didn't go through security, and now there's memes, and oh, did I like that one meme? It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, this one. Look, they got fucking community noted. They said safety and security of all those attending. Oh, I'm not banned from TTS. Oh shit, it's Zoinko. It's Zoinko. Yeah, they're like, all the other guys have guns and this guy has a water bottle, and they're like, it's a bottle of water. They're like, nope, sorry bud, you're not allowed in. But yeah. Wait, they got community noted staff originally allowed the assailant to walk away and only apprehended him and escorted him out when they were pressed to do so by Emir's manager. Also, numerous accounts have been said that while the tweet says no more +1s, they are indeed allowing them.
Plus reacts plus commentary plus women's literature. Wheel of Time, Our Dark Drawing, Trees, Blue Horror Stories premiere, beta reading plus reacts plus commentary plus women's literature. Wheel of Time, Our Dark Drawing, Trees, Blue Horror Stories premiere, beta reading plus reacts plus commentary plus women's litera.
Literature. Okay, Zoinko. You've proven your point, good sir. But yeah, so guys, I don't know about TwitchCon 2027.
Laundry basket.
Because every year it's getting worse and worse, and so many. Go ahead, Callie. He'll just come back on another account.
Winning fall help flawless victory.
It's the Zoinko. He does what the fuck he wants, man.
Be gone. Foul demon. You shall not pass. Beta reading plus reacts plus commentary plus women's literature. Wheel of Time, Our Dark Drawing, Trees, Blue Horror Stories premiere.
Yeah, Zoinko, he's the other troll. He's got like 100 different accounts.
Wheel of Time, Our Dark Drawing, Trees, Blue Horror Stories premiere. Beta reading plus reacts plus commentary plus women's litera. You shall not pass.
Callie has all the power in the world to do what he needs to do. That's all I can say. That's all I can say, guys. But hey, shall we get to it and get into another video by the second story? Talking about heroes today! Are your heroes good enough? Are they strong?
I don't know about you, but I see things like this all the time. I have also heard more times than I can count that heroes are boring, that villains are more interesting, and that anti-heroes
Beta
are
reading
apparently
plus reacts
where
plus
it's really
commentary
at.
plus
These
women's
days, I
literature.
probably have to
Wheel of
partly
Time,
agree.
Our Dark
Heroes
Drawing,
are
Trees,
boring. The thing
Blue
is, though,
Horror Stories
heroes are
premiere.
not supposed to be boring. I grew up with a great love for a whole wide range of heroic characters. But there really is no getting around the fact that heroes have become very, very dull. But how is it that heroes became so dull? When did we start calling every character and their brother-in-law an anti-hero? Why is it so hard to define morality in characters? And why is everyone so obsessed with making villains into the good guys and vice versa? We're going to save our discussion about villains for another day. We already
watched the
villain
villain
for today, we're going to focus on heroes and, to a slightly lesser degree, anti-heroes. To start with, let's talk about heroes. Currently, a lot of written variations on heroic characters have one or more of these three primary problems. The writer assumes that the hero cannot have any significant flaws, especially moral flaws, nor can they have a different moral opinion.
That's the biggest thing. So think about this when it comes to the Warriors of Light. They're the Warriors of Light who are supposed to save the planet. But they are literally, in order to hide their existence, working with the Dark Guild, essentially. The dark side of the Adventurers Guild. All the mercenaries and murderers and, you know, terrible people, thieves and criminals and the like, and they give them shelter in order to remain hidden, essentially, right? And that immediately says all the characters, and these characters are like the leaders of that place. So, like, they're the ones that do this, and they do it through the Adventurers Guild, through, like, sneak, and that's how they use them with, like, fake IDs and stuff like that, because they've taken from, like, dead or, you know, otherwise stolen heroes. So the Heroes of Light are very morally ambiguous because they put their survival at most above it. But then when they find out they were the Warriors of Light, well, they don't. It's just the Warriors of Light are the people that are just save the world. They just, you know, they didn't realize they were going to save the world, but they do know that they're direct descendants from the monarch, and they would be immediately killed. And they don't know why, but it's because they have the genetic enhancements that they're not, like, fully aware of, that they'll find out later. So, and even Husai has such a fault law in him of being, like, too overprotective, right? And he's not even, like, the hero. He's just the main character. He's the mentor, right? And his flaws are also, like, super personal in the fact of, like, being alone in the world, being lonely, not having a mate of any kind because he's not the same species, having the inner conflict of being like, if I'm the chosen one, why haven't I fucking, you know, done the thing that I need to do? Why hasn't the thing happened? Did I miss my chance by not going on the 100-year quest? I thought, if this is fate, because he basically, his decision was, if fate exists and my destiny is to go on the 100-year quest, then I'll wind up going on the 100-year quest no matter what. So I'm gonna tempt fate, and I'm going to choose to become the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Oh, fuck, he regrets that so much, because, yeah, it seems like you can tempt fate, and he tried to duck out of fate, and, yeah, it had another thing coming for him. So, yeah, our heroes aren't quite like that. So we've got that one covered.
Morally inferior to themselves or any other good character in the story. Heroes are not permitted to develop in terms of moral character, but must begin and end with the same overall characteristic, especially morally.
No, because at the beginning, Husai's not willing to do anything, and by the end, he is willing to. So he completely changes his perspective and his morality towards the world because of the events and the things that he's seen, and his sympathies change among, like, you know, the species and stuff, where he's more sympathetic with beastmen than he is with assumed his own species, the octopi and the people inside of the tree and everything, because of the acts of the few crazy people that think they're whatchamacallit, like, they're going to be infiltrated by the beastmen if they, you know, don't keep up their guard and stuff, and they're like, they don't want to ever leave the tree or have anyone leave the tree. They're basically isolationists.
And heroes must necessarily represent the writer's moral opinion about the real world, regardless.
Well, it depends on what kind of world it is, right? Like, your moral opinion determines, like, a trolley problem. Like, I'm always going to choose the 51 over the 49. If it's a 49-51 split, I'll choose the 51 because it's a higher number. Sent. Okay, you got chapter 1 going? Alright, we'll go to chapter 1 for Callie now. So we're rereading chapter 1 for this is Student Body Sonata, I assume, Callie? Alright, this is Callie's story, Student Body Sonata, Chapter 1. This is his revision. Let's get to it. It would be more apt to say these were a people half asleep than undead. This is a town of humans living on ancient Earth. Anyone who has felt this dirt beneath and bled with them is special privileges. Okay, tell me if you like... Okay, I already like it, Callie. You already sold me. Ads. I'll be right back. The beginning is needed. Tell me if the beginning is needed, you dingus. Tell me what you think of the scene progression and if it makes sense. Like, if you know what's happening. It's definitely immediately, Callie, instantly off the bat, boom, clear, snap, sold. You've set this. You've set the stage. Let's go. It's because of the ghosts. The undead couldn't interact with the living without some unnatural effect. Bathe in any blessed ground soaked in the blood of slaves, and you'll find yourself unable to feel, but immortal. And it's not just the earth that's blessed. We do not call the sunless sky the night or dark. We say it is alive. Buildings for the rich were built to fall. This is the reason we say the stars are for the poor. What could never leave you deprives you of the urgency to enrich yourself. This is so powerful. Holy shit, Callie.
You're a fraud. Where's my toke? 700 septillion.
Zoinko, seriously?
7750. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
Okay, Zoinko, all you gotta do is start streaming my stream and you'll get more viewers than I do. I guarantee it.
I don't want to sell channel points.
Oh my god, this is so good.
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
Man, you got way too much time on your hands, Zoinko. You got way too much time on your hand. I fucking love it.
Garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
Okay, now go make another account with more numbers so you can spam garbage again. Will you lurk with those ones to build up more points? I'm gonna ban him for interrupting my reading time. Callie, do what you gotta do, man. I don't hold it against you at all. We've already banned like 4 or 5 of his accounts, so feel free. He's technically already banned. But yeah, I love this imagery. Stars only for the poor because they're the ones who sleep outside. Oh man, that's so good. I love it. Could never leave you, deprives you of the urgency to enrich yourself. Smart to invest in a star that hides away, as the next season or even day it could come back much brighter. You'd never say the sun would wake with his eyes half shut, so still his light shines unfaded. Our town had the charm of star-pierced clouds and houses that breathed and moved with us. Structures carried each of us like snowflakes in the hand, but never allowed us to melt away. Unlike the buildings, most had the privilege of everlasting life, all except the Bellowjaw house. And that's how it makes, like, the houses are living beings that birth beings that are from that house. I love that description of actually saying what the houses are. That they're like the house is the actual embodiment of people. And the way it's described is so fucking beautiful. Bellowjaw carried canes assigned a sigil that represents their house. These canes were given out to those who sacrificed everything for freedom and power. They had a sigil of cured graphite, a substance that fell apart, gray, and healed itself into a transparent white. The only thing I would say, Callie, is you need to introduce a character. We need to get a feel for a character, and you need to sell us. You've sold us the world in the first like couple of paragraphs. You need to sell us a character now. So we need to like we need to skip over this exposition, and we need to jump right into a character and have this character be presenting this to us in a way. Or is this the prologue? Because usually the prologue is for some kind of exposition, and then it like sets up the world, right? And then chapter 1 is usually introduction of character. Starts with Corwin. Okay, I would introduce her literally right off the bat. Like, make this maybe something that she says. So introduce, like right here, introduce Corwin. Bring Corwin in and then have all of this expression through Corwin. Her experience and her understanding, of
What is the
of
difference
the world.
between Thailand and NW? There is no difference. 2 teens for $5.
Oh my fucking god. My coochie's hairy. Holy shit. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. It's dark, but I love it because it's true. Shadow Realm! Motherfucker. Got here.
Taser was just telling me you
Bitch.
Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. Now makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Callie, you, I'm just saying, like, introducing a character right here, you've pretty much captured everyone. You've set the world beautifully here with this description. So I would add Corwin in here to prevent this from. This is exposition. That could all be said through character voice instead of pure narration. I think that would be like 1,000 times more powerful. Having that character right off the bat. Just immediately go straight for it. Does that make sense, Callie? It would be more apt to say these were a people half asleep than undead. There's no mention of any character here. It's just description of the world and the setting. No, the part where Corwin should say that. Oh, as soon as you say, buildings for the rich were built to fall. And then have that as like the first introduction of Corwin, having this be like Corwin's thoughts. And then go into Corwin's character. So this would be the first thing, so it'd be like quotations, right? Like, said Corwin. Her thoughts. ... Use character action, character motion. Show us where she is, what she's doing. Bring the houses up earlier, because that's going to put her in a setting. And then, talk about the stars and everything. Because you've talked about buildings, so now talk about a house. Right? It's like, it flows perfectly into itself. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then all of this will be intermittent through describing the setting that the character is in. I do it like the way I think about it is like a turn-based game, and you have 3 characters that are having turns. You're having the character itself with character action. You're having setting through character action, and then you're having exposition through character action. I think about this, it reminds me of this, oh, that reminded me of this, then you go over here, and then that goes to there, and it just keeps, you know, jumping around between them like it's a turn-based thing. Some have higher initiative and go multiple times in a row, every 3 turns kind of idea, you know. Give it a little bit of change up and oomph, you know, I cast haste on this one, so now I get 3 turns in a row. Something like that, like kind of mess around with how you use that style to bring the character into the world. Because you want to do that immediately. As soon as you get that character latched on, everyone's going to latch onto the world because of the character, right? Chiseled into it was a mark that resembled the open jaws of a farshi. With a swipe of the finger, ash seeps into them as if the flesh were the paper. Or you could just put this as the prologue, right? The fangs wrote onto the flesh the words, "You are my world." But if it's a prologue, people are going to skip it. That's the problem, right? People often skip the prologue. Or skim it. Indeed, those assigned to the House of Bellowjaw have had their worlds taken from them. Those of Embercage make sure to keep them under their oppressive claw and guiding wing. Embercage is ranked first in the order, followed by Shamblefoot, and then there is Bellowjaw. It is only customary that those who receive. The name Bellowjaw is aptly chosen, and the world that those of Bellowjaw are forced into once they have endured their life of enslavement. And the world that those of Bellowjaw are forced into. I don't know what the world is. Explain, Callie. You lost me with this. Like, what is the world of a Bellowjaw like that's forced to endure life enslavement? Okay, because it seems like this like in my head this sentence just isn't like it's missing something, right? It's like, and the world that those of Bellowjaw are forced into once they have endured their life of enslavement. But I like understand what it's trying to say, but it feels awkward. The world that they were in, the world they would find themselves in, the change of the world, you have to read it a certain way. It's like a persuasive question. So I'd say like this would almost be like it's this is in quotations. And the world that those of Bellowjaw are forced into once they have endured their life of enslavement. And then it will answer it. I think putting the quotations around the world and making that very specific so you know, or putting it in italics, and then roaming the town of Ulnerone as a Banshee or Farshi. So then we know it's a preposition, in a way, right? You're like, the world, and then you explain it. I don't know, that's just me, though. I think that just makes it stand out more. It makes the sentence feel more like you know how to read it. And the world those of the Bellowjaw are forced into once they've endured their life of enslavement, well, it's roaming the town of Ulnerone as a Banshee or Farshi. Forced into the life. Yes! Okay, that's the right word. The life that those of Bellowjaw are forced into once they've endured their existence of enslavement. So you don't have to use life twice. Or you could swap it and say, and the existence actually, it depends on which one you want to be more impactful. Do you want the first one to be more impactment of endured their enslavement? You could do that. Yes, you could very much do that, Callie. That works very much so as well. Oh my god, do we have another Shadow Realm? Guys, do we have another Shadow Realm guy? We've had so many Shadow Realms today. I'm like, they're all packed in this tiny little box of a Shadow Realm. You guys will never guess where the Shadow Realm actually exists.
So, why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start
But thank you for the follow.
9-ish.
So you have been
Keep reading! Ah! True, Callie. So is the fate of the woman who walked up to Osric's gate. Metal shook in her presence, and so did the bright light against it. An indication this cloaked lady was a descendant of either Isolde or Silwyn, because the metal was Mournweld, and the screams of that ancient couple resounded with every step she took. Oh, shit. 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 I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know, Callie. No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just wondering if this 3 and 9 guy is a bot. A Botsky Dotsky ready to get sent to the Shadow Realm. Or he's like, oh, Shadow Realm? No, don't put me in the Shadow Realm. I won't say my message. I will just leave. Ah! True, bro. She may be a close friend, but the dark of her signal was almost gone. That let Osric know whoever owned this cape could be elderly. She tripped over her own leg. piano school before her. Its gothic and ornate build towered over Corwin as she fell. The horses stretched upon its surface, ready to trample her should she land upon the flowers. I don't know if you need a comma there or not, but I don't know. It feels like the horses etched upon its surface, ready to trample her should she land upon the flowers. Should she cause, with her curves and smooth skin, any crease or break in the stem of the ghost bells, the buildings would retaliate. Gargoyles watched above her, an eager mist spewed from their lips. I like how it says the buildings will retaliate and go straight into gargoyles. And what are gargoyles known for? Stone that comes to life. Usually in a guardian format. An eager mist spewed from their lips, ready to breathe fire at the woman who threatened the ash-like earth below them. Because all the world around them is like ash. It's like, I feel like this introduction should be earlier, before the exposition. Because this is like, you've set the tone, you immediately get this. You're in the character, in the setting. Okay, now let's slowly shuffle out a little bit of cards about the world and the background and how they pertain to it. Because I feel like the information that we've been given we're going to forget because it's not exactly relevant to right now. Does that make sense? So I think introducing the character earlier and either having the setting of the character start with something else. But I really like this introduction to the character. So you could always do this and put the exposition later. Everything before Corwin is introduced. So everything before... Is it here? Where does it mention her for the first time? I think it's right here. So I think it'll be right here. Yeah, someone else said that. Yeah. You could even take this. It's only customary that those who take receive. The name Bellowjaw is aptly chosen. And then lead that directly into it and have that up here. And then you can explain more about the world as it develops to the character. Right? When you introduce an Ember Cage, when you introduce a Shamblefoot, when you introduce, what's the other one? There's 4, right? Bellowjaw, Ember Cage... Shamblefoot. I swear there's one more. I could be wrong. I thought there was 4. Oh, I thought there was 4. My bad. I thought there was 4, Callie. But yeah, so that's like a good place to split between it, right? And then you bring in the character, talk about the character and stuff, and then you can intermittent throughout this, you know, different kinds of things. Because all the world around them is like ash, ashes to the dead, ashes of the living. There is no old, no new. In Ulnaron, there is only the pure expression of who you are. And should you abide by that law, the flowers will bow to you. No flower bowed to Corwin. Instead, the flowers treated her as the soon-to-be corpse. Come up with a 4th, but what do I do with the exposition? Tie each bit of exposition to a house. Separate each exposition that's specific to a house. When you introduce a character that's of that house, drop the exposition about that house. You can clean it up later where you feel like it, but that's where it should be. Then it's just smoothing out the transition and weaving it in. And making the stitches feel as a seam and not like, you know, a patch, right? But that can be done later. It's just where it should be in the story. And you can do a sentence here, a sentence there, you know, a paragraph drop in a character monologue, if that's the type of character the character is. Show character expression in that way, right? Ones that think, oh, this about the Shamblefoot? Well, I don't believe in that. Oh, this about the Ember Cage? Yeah, I'm sold. I'll never believe anything else. Oh, this about the Bellowjaw? Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. But sometimes you wind up thinking you're an Ember Cage when you're actually a Bellowjaw, right? And it's like you can throw that mixture in there and leave us wanting more and more with the exposition. Then it'll feel natural because it'll be like, well, this character believes this and is thinking this and talks about this. This is something that would be important for them to present in a way, right? And no, Bellowjaw will be allowed into the ash more than once. Flowers parted from the area where she should have fallen, but Osric caught her, sparing her the Everpass rage. Don't let me know you've given up already. The day's just started, my dear, said Osric to the woman in pure black. Caramel skin, long red hair and a braid that reached her chest, a blazer and caped hood. A cane that would let him know she really was gone, that she couldn't walk on her own without one, but this woman stood in Osric's garden, leaning ever closer. Typically, those who lived long enough despite addiction lost interest in ghost bells straight after, but Osric realized what was wrong with her and who she was when Despina appeared at her feet with a bouquet of sleeper wells. Sleeperwell is an addictive substance, Corwin. I can't let you have any more than the suggested dose. She wove the clothing Despina stole from the clothes hanger inside the piano school. Okay, now I'm confused, Callie, because now we're inside of the piano school, or the character, like the character was. So have it when you're introducing Corwin, like have Despina walking out of. Because I'm not sure. She wore the clothing Despina stole from the clothes hanger inside the piano school. Corwin knew how Despina liked seeing her in men's attire. She took the clothes, then went outside. Okay. And then we're like, well, who's Despina? Only a groan back to our gardener and a blank stare that showed him she was too far gone. So Despina's basically leading the way. Corwin could once smile and sing without this lethargy. She was his favorite of the three he admired so much, Isabel, Nell, and Corwin. Because it makes it sound like Despina is standing there beside Corwin. Is that right, Callie? Is Despina standing there beside Corwin? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that, because I'm like, you could introduce it earlier, but either way, it's like maybe having Corwin hears footsteps behind her, talking about the fact, something mentioning that she's with someone else. Does she know she's with Despina? Use Corwin to introduce Despina in some way, that there's another person there. And then Osric can be like, oh, hey, yeah, no, okay, I see Despina. I see what's going on here. That's Despina's mother? Right? Or is that big sister? I fucking have no idea who Corwin actually is. Because I'm like, wait, isn't Despina Nell's daughter? Fuck, Corwin's her aunt, right? Corwin's Nell's sister. Same with Isabel, right? Corwin, the only woman of the three who would truly submit to him. but now that smile is heavy. That voice held the gravel of a sleepless night spent in the streets. Corwin threw herself deeper into Osric's arms. I need more flowers. More, she said, her voice cracked as would a porcelain vase. Osric cheated on Nell with Corwin. Okay. I want more from you, she whispered. The syllables in each word she uttered reached out in desperation. The ghost bells should have done the same, made that ever so familiar face to mimic her desperation, but they gathered around her and laughed. You would give me more if it weren't for your wife, she snorted. Her limp body fell towards the ash. Again the flowers avoided her. Despina caught Corwin. She dragged her by the calves through the dirt and ash and flowers that refused to pave a path, to sift for her, to bow for her. She took her to Osric's garden to let her have her sleeper wells, a flower that allowed you to sleep. You needed the sleep you needed in a matter of minutes. Even the sleeper wells arched backwards in avoidance of her lips. Corwin nibbled at their center. Fucking ads! I'll be right back. Fucking ads. Why ads? Why? It's not fair. It's a wee bit cold in here. Wee bit cold. My feet is as cold. Alright, we's back. We's back. Flowers only gave you as much time awake as you spent in slumber, but that was enough for her. Corwin knelt at Osric's garden of Witcher spell flowers. She ate one of the flowers and took a deep breath in through her nose with her eyes closed as she chewed. A great treat for anyone while high. We need more, you know. It's hard to say exactly what did this to us without more ghost bell, said Corwin. Osric knelt with her. He watered his witcher spells. A 3-finger-shaped flower wearing a black collar that faded from gray to white as it pointed at the ground. Plague hasn't gotten as bad as it could get, said Osric. Corwin gave Osric a scowl. Not that we should allow that to happen. Corwin's son, Gawain, marched over like a wounded nestling, the flowers and earth below him unsure of how to behave around Gawain. Made a decision that astonished both Corwin and Osric. The flowers saluted him. The ground embraced his sandals. It was almost as if the flowers thought him an honorable knight, a fighter of the everlasting, but he was only a slave. He wore a button-up shirt and dress shoes with black pants. Wait. You just said he had sandals on. Got one dress shoe on and one sandal. I can say it's his feet. Right? The ground embraced his feet. I'd just say presence. Actually. I'd just say the ground embraced his presence. Or the ground accepted him, right? And the faded shadow that formed behind him, the dirt and that shadow rearranged into exactly what the knight wore. A white button-up shirt and black pants. Despina scurried over behind her father. It was not clear to them what he was. He had bright eyes, glossy and yellow. They pounded against their lids with every word spoken and refused reaction to the beams of light against his face, as if dead to the blazing sun. Slave away from his master. The boy possessed the figure of the unfinished sculpture of a bird. His hunched back made him seem he was ready to peck feed from the ashen ground, as if someone had just begun to set up the wires, but had given up just as they laid the foundations of clay. Borrowed the hair of anyone who put hands on him. For now it was red, but whatever force that puppeteered the strands on his head didn't want him to look as beautiful as his mother. His scalp was more like it was bleeding than flowing, as did Corwin's in the gentle breeze. Gawain had long limbs, as if he could train his elongated fingers. If he could train his elongated fingers, they'd be perfect for the piano. "Why does he look broken?" she asked, her voice feeble. The boy had limbs that could snap on contact. "Is that how we greet new friends, Despina?" No. Despina looked to her side with puzzled lips and marched over to the young knight. She corrected her mistake and gave him a salute. 3 ghost bells between them made a disgusted face at the boy. The sun behind them had begun to fade. "Hello, knight. Do you have a name?" A pause. Why does she look broken?" He clicked his tongue and puffed up his chest. Despina tilted her head and realized this boy is a changeling. From his appearance, Despina assumed he was from the House of Embercage, though he was under another's control. He would follow any command so long as his master was away. "Give me your name. Without one, you're lost," answered Despina. "You're right, I'm lost, and without a name, how did I survive for so long?" Gawain asked himself. "Yes, a name is like water. Do you believe water would drink itself to death should it realize its thirst?" said Despina. Gawain retracted his salute, his face scrunched. He shook his head. What do you mean? Water doesn't get thirsty," said Gawain. "Not sure what I mean. My brain doesn't work too well. I'm half dead, see?" Despina took off her arm. A broken bone jutted out from her shoulder. Bits of coagulated blood dribbled down the ghost bells that had fallen in love with her. Some even made attempts at consuming the falling pieces of dried crimson, as if eating them allowed the flowers to experience her empathy, her humanity. But this seemed to frighten Gawain, because when he clicked again, his breath came to a halt. He no longer felt the sensation of the lone star behind him that had yet to fade. "It'll heal soon. But I've been thinking of making myself a new one," she said. The rest of the world still celebrated a well-lit day, yet for him, it was as if the sun had set. To his eyes, the star had been further obscured by clouds. The warmth against his face went cold, and he fell towards the ashen floor. Mother went swift to grab him by the pits before he wounded himself, before he broke every bone from the crash against the concrete and ash. "It's not just you who's taking these drugs, is it, Corwin?" asked Osric. "Oh, shit. But there was no mention of the Howling Red. Shouldn't that be an important part in the introduction of Gawain? Especially since the plague was mentioned? Or does Gawain not have the Howling Red anymore? Because then you could drop exposition there for the plague for Gawain, right? I think it's in chapter 2. Okay. Whoa! But yeah, I don't think she's being the best mom Corwin is. Let's say, right? Eesh. Eesh. But yeah, I love it, Callie. There's like a couple of things I'm a little bit like, but that's like, you know, Despina, of course. it's meant to be that way, right? But still, like, mentioning, you know, it feels fine with the flow. The only thing is, like, mentioning, like, with Gawain, with, the Howling Red. Because they already mentioned the plague, so the plague feels out of place, and there's no place to set it. And if Gawain's the place to set it, I'd set it in Chapter 1 with Gawain's interruption. Even if that's ending the chapter with the Howling Red instead of ending the chapter with the way you ended it. Because in my mind, it's like, if you see that Gawain has the Howling Red, you would know why he would want the sleeper spell, right? So I feel like Osric wouldn't be like, oh, Gawain's also taking it. He'd be like, he would know, right? I don't know. That's just what I'm thinking, Callie. Either that or don't even mention the plague until chapter 2. And then mention the plague and then mention Gawain. But then it feels like, it just feels like you've already introduced Gawain, and if you're going to introduce Gawain, the first thing you need to know about Gawain is the fucking Howling Red. But that's just me. It's just how I feel.
Of what is occurring within the world of the story. In my search for a single definition of hero, Google told me this. A fictional hero is a character in a story who possesses extraordinary qualities and abilities, and who is typically admired for their courage, strength, or noble deeds. Weirdly specific and weirdly vague at the same time. These are the types of phrases you'll see a lot when you try to define hero characters. Conventional heroism, noble qualities, strength, strong moral compass, etc., etc. The internet in general is hesitant to define hero. I can't decide if that's because they don't know or because they instinctively realize that it's unhelpful to be so randomly restrictive. Most of the lectures I have seen or the essays I have read on this topic treat characters as if they all necessarily must fit into some category or other. When a new type of character appears who doesn't seem to fit into any of these categories, they just invent new categories. It's a completely nonsensical way to approach characters. According to the dictionary, volume 5 of the 1933 Oxford English Dictionary to be exact, there are 5 definitions for the word hero, all very similar. I'll put the first 3 on the screen so you can read them, but I want you to pay special attention to the 4th definition. The man who forms the subject of an epic, the chief male personage in a poem, play, or story, he in whom the interest of the story or plot is centered. Originally, and indeed in most academic settings, a hero is little more than the male main character of a story, with, of course, a heroine being a female main character. What's important to note here is that historically, on average, the majority of writers did not need to be told what specific traits they ought to give their heroic characters in order for readers to perceive them as heroic. Many characters from older works possess a whole array of traits, some good, some bad. Typically speaking, once measured in full, you do tend to see more of a good person than a bad person, but now we're getting into tricky territory. There are some writing resources that will say basically the same thing I just said, that heroes can still have flaws, can still be selfish, weak, etc., can still be just regular people trying to get by. But even when a modern-day writer is equipped with that knowledge, the idea of taking a regular person, a normal character, and crafting that person together with all their flaws into someone with a moral compass pointed solidly at good, in these days apparently is very, very hard. Why? Like it or not, the fictional representation of heroism, virtue, and morality in media is necessarily reliant on the writer's understanding of heroism, virtue, and morality. In these days, very few people, never mind writers, really understand these things.
I do.
And even if they do, even if most writers could, to some degree, be considered moral individuals, that doesn't mean that they will understand the immense moral complexities that they attempt to write for their characters.
Yeah, that's
So
why I
it
put
follows
myself
that the
inside my
will
characters.
inevitably have less and less moral realism,
Mhm.
resulting in less and less compelling or interesting heroes.
Mhm.
If a writer doesn't understand true morality, how can the morality of their characters be interesting, complex, or in any way true to real life? Basically,
And that's where it comes down to the fact of, with my characters, right, they're shaped by the events that happen in the world around them, as well as some base traits based upon, like, their class and their status in the story of, like, how important they are. And most of them are based off of real people in like most cases. And then there's just a small piece of it that's like, you know, a combination of me and someone else. And then there's like imagination, and there's a combination of how much of that is me, how much of that is imagination, how much of that is another person. Combine that together to create the personality, right? And it's the same way with the moral grayness of the world. Well, it looks inside of the tree, it's pretty black and white until it's like, well, now it's not black and white anymore. Now it's like we're off the balls to the walls with the shit that's going down. And then you go out into the world, and the world's even more fucked than that. And it's like, you go back home, and now it's even more fucked. So you gotta go into the world, which is even more fucked, which is like, fuck. And the whole time you're just trying to learn to cope with being in the existence of what's going on in the world.
in order to write morality in characters, especially complex morality, you have to understand morality yourself. I mean, really understand it, not just have some vague, undefined opinion on the matter. And this is a line of thought that is simply no.
What helps the most amount of people? What is the good decision for the most amount of people? That's the basics of morality. From there, you can argue trolley problems all you want, but at the end of the day, the most moral decision is the one that affects the most amount of people the least. Someone's gonna get hurt, someone's gonna get knocked down, but if it ain't just that one person, it's gonna be everyone. We gotta make sure that it's not everyone. And then from there, it's the complexities of the situation, right? And what are your values in life? Like, for instance, you can have different values on life, right? Like, I'm a full-blown believer in both euthanasia and abortion, right? Your body, your choice, period. Same way with someone can choose to steal, someone can choose to drink, someone can choose to smoke. There are consequences, some of them legal, some of them health. But at the end of the day, there are always consequences. There are always going to be false things, and the truth does not always reign supreme in every case. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't have truth just because sometimes it's not all there, right? And in the case of my character, his moral foundation is falling apart through most of the book. And it takes the other characters maintaining their non-emotional impact to the event in order to pull him out of it. And it all in the name of creativity, in the name of a play to immortalize Zayd, of course, right?
No longer explored in our society. It's no wonder all characters are moral mush, and heroes especially are enormously boring. So what to do? Most writers, and even a lot of people these days, don't really even realize that morality is an area of study or something that you can learn about.
Mm-hmm.
Most writers don't realize that morality needs to be considered when constructing heroes or any character. Yet, it's impossible to really define heroism without talking about morality. Even if writers and teachers do understand that such a thing is essential to the study of heroes and heroic characters, most are hesitant to venture into moral territory. What if someone disagrees with you? What if you get canceled on the internet? There is definitely an aspect of fear at play. A lot of writers are afraid. So instead, when they're trying to build characters, especially heroes and anti-heroes, writers will instead focus mainly on those formulaic set of requirements that you find all over the internet, that everyone more or less agrees on, kind of, I guess. These categories seem to list traits and qualities.
And that's why I want my book to be so far out there and so far off the beaten path that everyone's like, what the fuck is going on? It's like... What? It's got everything in it, but it's all works together, and it's just like smooth and simple and short and easy and on point, and holy fuck, I don't know. That's crazy. But anyways, I'll be right back.
That each of these character classes must possess, like saying only a car with 4 doors can be considered a sedan, and so on. Which is, I guess, great if you're trying to classify cars, but in my experience, humans are not so easily defined. And so why should our characters be? Writers who find themselves unable or unwilling to navigate the complex moral landscape in which they've placed their heroes will find that it is difficult to understand, and therefore to write, how a hero who does some bad things or who has serious flaws is still a hero. This can't be reconciled with the more commonly popular and excessively simplistic understanding of morality today. The resulting hero will then be an incredibly boring cardboard cutout who does little more than parrot the popular moral and ethical hot words of current year, while otherwise expressing very little of any moral opinion of any kind. This is boring, everyone knows it. Therefore, the more attractive and easier solution is to skip morality and simply make an anti-hero. Yet, somehow, even the anti-heroes are also boring. How is this happening? So, what is an anti-hero? This is the only non-internet definition of anti-hero I could find. This is Bennett's Reader's Encyclopedia from 1996. Their definition of anti-hero is a protagonist who lacks traditional heroic virtues and noble qualities and is sometimes inept, cowardly, stupid, or dishonest, yet sensitive. This definition honestly makes me so mad that if my version of this book wasn't digital, I'd probably be flinging it out of the window right now. First of all, the same book offers no definition of hero, if you can believe it, and obviously never elaborates on these traditional heroic virtues and noble qualities. This second part here that talks about anti-heroes being inept, etc., is arbitrary in the extreme. I can think of a dozen characters deemed heroes in the traditional sense who possess some or all of these qualities, if only at some point in their development. But this last part here is probably the root of all our problems. According to the folks who cobbled together this definition, an anti-hero is, despite all his flaws, sensitive. I know I'm not the only person to have noticed this, but in today's world, the only metric by which morality seems to be able to be measured is one of feelings. These days, the only means by which people learn to understand what morality is is by determining whether or not the thing makes them feel good. Never mind that feelings are inherently subjective. If something
So
makes them feel
dumb.
bad,
So
it must be
dumb.
immoral. If something makes them feel good, it must be morally acceptable.
No, that's
no
so
matter what
dumb.
it is.
That's so
Morality
dumb.
in reality has very little, if anything,
Yeah.
to do with a person's feelings.
Yeah.
If a person fails to learn the absolutes of morality, they will never be able to convey its nuances. This idea that an anti-hero is blah 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 noble traits and yada 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 conventional heroism, but must above all be sensitive, is referring specifically to this. In some way, this anti-hero either must himself be sensitive to the plight and therefore the feelings of others, or more often must himself tug at the sensitive feelings of the audience. Reducing morality to a matter strictly of emotion is how you get these incredibly disturbing occurrences, like audiences growing sympathetic enough towards the likes of Jeffrey Dahmer that they find him to be not responsible for his crimes, or even find his crimes to be not so bad or even justifiable. The writers themselves, despite their claims to the contrary, seem to be perhaps unintentionally leaning in this direction, tugging at the natural tendency of audiences to feel empathy for characters who are suffering, guiding the moral interpretation of their tale in such a way to stir up feelings of uncomfortable sympathy for its real-life titular serial killer, as a kind of shortcut to compelling writing. This is a closely related
Yeah, it's pretty
problem.
bad. I'll be back in. I gotta grab my food. Last time. we got ads again? Fuck. Fuck ads! Get them out of here. Don't need no ads.
Most writers these days falsely equate these feelings of discomfort with actual good writing. If they've made their audience feel uncomfortable, then they've succeeded in writing a compelling character, or so they assume. And the reality was that Netflix's Dahmer character was uncomfortable because the writer's assessment and presentation of morality was so upside down. On top of that, audiences could only assess Dahmer's morality based on feelings. So if he made them feel sorry for him, that must mean he's not bad. This kind of childish approach to morality is the most common today. Finding themselves compelled to feel sympathy for a sadistic serial killer made viewers uncomfortable. Not because it was compelling, but because it was an affront to basic morality. It's the same mechanic as the one at play when we feel uncomfortable watching a sexual assault scene. It's not because it's compelling or well written or realistic or anything else. It's because it's violently assaulting our understanding of morality. However, many are only able to assess the morality at play in a scene of sexual assault based on the feelings it evokes. Because it upsets them or makes them feel sad, that's how they are able to determine that the act depicted must be immoral. When scenes of this nature are written in such a way
People
to
are so
attempt to
dumb.
downgrade the
I totally
response
see
of
what you're saying.
revulsion or discomfort, some audiences will call this compelling and will be less able to assess the morality because they don't find themselves feeling particularly bad, given the deliberate writing. Audiences, and as it happens, writers who have not properly or adequately trained themselves in their understanding of morality will interpret these feelings of sympathy for Dahmer or an assault victim as moral judgment. I feel sorry for him, therefore he must not be morally bad, which is a big reason why writers often use this method to make characters more sympathetic. They make the character a victim of something, thereby causing the audience to feel sorry for them, and thus soften their moral judgment. All of this because all parties involved, writers and audiences, are wrongly using emotions to judge morality. In order to build from scratch a morally complex or at least interesting character, and also in order for the writer to know whether that character is a hero, an anti-hero, or a villain, the writer has to have some very firm, very basic understanding of objective, non-emotionally driven morality. The more complex the story's moral landscape, the more complex the writer's understanding must be. This is why so many of the big, masterful writers spend so long studying morality and philosophy and struggling to wrap their ordinary person minds around extraordinary moral circumstances. It's hard work. They don't always get it right, but it results in genuinely compelling literature. And most people and most writers these days simply do not have that breadth of understanding. You can absolutely gain that kind of knowledge, but as I said, it's hard work. Most people don't even realize that morality is not an emotional matter. Writers seem to find no real benefit in exploring morality in any sense other than how it makes them feel and how they can use it to affect the emotions of their readers. But, I mean, think about it. If the only thing that the writer has used to build the morality of the written world and the characters is how it makes him or her feel, the chances that such morality will resonate with another person are 10,000 to 1. You'd have to find a reader who feels the same way about all these things as you do, and then you'd have to hope that your feelings while writing adequately portrayed the morals, and that the reader's feelings while reading happen to be just in sync enough to receive that portrayal as you intended. Everyone else will read and not have a single clue what kind of morality you've got going on there, or about the morality of the characters, heroes, anti-heroes, or villains, and will probably be bored or underwhelmed with the characters, or they'll feel very differently about them, leading them to interpret your heroic characters as monsters and your monsters as compelling anti-heroes. This isn't just poor writing, it results in an ongoing proliferation of very poor understanding of morality in general. And there's plenty of science out there to support the idea that human beings form a lot of their moral opinions by ingesting fiction, especially at younger ages. And I'm not saying that all characters have to be beacons of morality. The trick there is for the flaws to be written as flaws within the moral landscape of the story. A character can be the most morally complex guy on the planet, but the writing needs to also acknowledge this fact, which means that the writer needs to understand the moral clay with which the morally complex guy has been formed. And that clay does not include emotions. I love heroes with flaws. I love tragic heroes who become villains. Like most people, I find such characters wonderfully fascinating. Not because I find the flaws themselves fascinating, and in truth I believe that's not what it is about flawed characters that draws us to them. It's the potential for growth that delights me. Nothing thrills me more than a character who either takes responsibility for his flaws and then makes himself better, or conversely, a character who is overcome by his flaws and becomes a tragic character. However, no matter how flawed or not flawed or how well written such a character is, everything about that character will fall flat if the foundational morality on which he is built is itself either unstable and uncertain or wholly erroneous. That is to say, if a writer doesn't understand basic morality, then how can they even begin to write morally complex characters? Most often, if a writer doesn't wish to bother with such things, they'll make their characters as amoral as they can. While amoral characters can be interesting, attempting to insert such a character into a world which itself also has no clear morality, the complexity that results will actually be terribly simplistic. The only real foundational baseline in such a story is that anything goes. Everyone's mostly bad at heart, and it only really matters in terms of how it makes us feel. Books and films and shows like this often use shocking or revolting plot events to manipulate the emotions of the audience into thinking that they're looking at a matter of compelling moral ambiguity. As I said before, more and more, evoking discomfort in the audience has been conflated with good writing for exactly this reason. It's pretty easy to manipulate the audience's emotions, especially if that audience is not inclined to look any deeper than emotion. Some less skilled or less experienced writers will attempt to build a heroic character into one who is morally ambiguous, but again, doing so only in this way. Which traits can I give this guy that make me personally feel bad? Those are the ones I'll give him, and then he'll be morally ambiguous. Whether or not he actually is morally ambiguous is a roll of the dice. It depends on how the writer felt about various things, how they felt that day, what mood they were in, and so forth. The odds that actually morally ambiguous things will make the writer feel bad are about 50-50, I'd say. But even then, most of these writers have never bothered to sit down and understand why, objectively, those bad traits are bad beyond the fact that they make them feel bad. So if they try to explain, within the world of the story, why these various traits and behaviors make this character morally ambiguous, there's simply no...
And kind of like with Husai, it's almost the opposite. His trait, being a father, makes him proud, makes him, care for people and stuff like that. But it also limits their growth. And he gets in the way of other people because he's not letting them express themselves, because he's always there to make sure that nothing goes wrong. If nothing goes wrong, they can't grow. If they can't grow, they're never going to level. So he's like, I'm going to go from doing something that makes me feel good, doing something that makes me feel bad, because I know it's the better thing to do. That's what makes it morally complex. It's because you're technically doing a bad thing in the fact of you're taking a step back, you're having your connections to people, and you're trying to be more objective than subjective. If you look on that in an emotional state, that's a bad thing. Look on it in a total growth state, it's a good thing. So the immediate is bad, but the long term is good. Whereas normally someone would do something that makes them feel good in the moment, but then fucks them over later, right?
Logic to it beyond the fact that it has some kind of negative emotional impact on the other characters, and also obviously the reader. This also leads you to those really contradictory characters. Men who have no problem keeping a woman captive, but then when they go to war, they absolutely refuse to do anything as inhumane as taking prisoners, and instead let them all go. And I don't mean this in terms of organically conflicted or hypocritical characters. This is rather a clear indicator that the writer is using nothing more than emotions to build morality. I mean, it all depends on how the given event makes the writer feel emotionally. If they feel too bad about taking war prisoners, they'll deem that a moral line the character can't cross, perhaps. If they feel good-ish about the guy taking a lady he likes captive, well, that's a nice moral gray area to them. It all just depends on how everybody feels, I guess. Here's the thing. If you understand basic morality, or especially complex morality, you could actually write a heroic character who is deeply flawed without being morally ambiguous. We spent a decent amount of time speaking generalities, so I think now is a good time to whip out some examples. Given the state of modern media, if we want to find a genuinely heroic character written well who also has significant flaws, we'll have to go pretty far back in time to 2000's The Patriot and have a close look at one Benjamin Martin. An important thing to remember when you're looking at this character: there's a big difference between characters who are morally ambiguous and characters who have flaws. Mel Gibson's wonderful Benjamin Martin is a very, very heroic character. Let me rephrase that. He's an extremely morally upright character. He has built his character and his life around doing the right thing in every situation. The right thing isn't always obvious, but he's always trying to find it. He's always trying to be a good man and a good father, but he has one very, very big flaw: his temper. It's shown early with the
That's
rocking
me.
chair incident and hinted
That's
at with
fucking
his past
me.
acts of furious violence during
Yep.
other military conflicts. He
Yup.
understands these past acts
That's
not
me.
as injustices in themselves, as they had been carried out as a necessary response to a brutal massacre, but as instances in which he lost his temper and therefore his head, acting on emotion instead of with reason, resulting in behavior that would be more in keeping with an animal than a thinking man.
Yep.
Interestingly, with Benjamin Martin, his efforts to combat that flaw by maintaining a firmly neutral stance in the building Revolutionary War created a kind of secondary flaw that was somewhat similar to cowardice. Obviously, it wasn't cowardice, it was actually far more complex, but it nevertheless led directly to the shocking murder of his young son by a sadistic redcoat. His fear of his flaw led him to overcorrect with inaction. Even when war was at his doorstep, he attempted to reason calmly with the man preparing to destroy his home and hang his son as a spy. His attempts to avoid the fury of his own temper meant that he was weakened to the point that he was easy picking for a villain looking to make an example of him. It was only after the damage had been done and he saw the result of his mistake that he loaded his guns and literally went to war.
That's
So,
literally,
was
you know what's
not
funny?
depicted as wrong. In fact, this moral point
I've never watched The Patriot. But in essence, that's exactly the same as my main fucking character. He's a berserker. When he goes off the walls, he goes off the fucking
brought
walls.
home very poetically when Martin
I wouldn't say he
sister
dies,
tells
he just
him
breaks.
after he massacred the men who destroyed his home, "You've done nothing for which you should be ashamed." To which he replied, "I've done nothing, for that I am ashamed." My movie writing used to be good. Because of the true moral complexity of this exceptionally drawn character, he could remain entirely heroic despite the constant inner battle he was fighting against his ferocious temper. True moral questions could be asked which were very hard to answer. If his terrible temper turned him into a monster, were his monstrous actions justified if
Or
carried out for the right reasons?
they saved
if he
his son.
refused to fight in order to avoid his temper, were his inactions actually cowardice? Did inaction do more harm? It sounds simple, but this solid moral ground creates deep complexity without moral ambiguity. A point worth noting: on one occasion, when Colonel Tavington antagonized him about his dead son, Benjamin Martin very calmly vowed to kill him before the war was done. In the end, he did just that. There was no hint of gray in this act. Avenging his murdered children was a natural and right thing for him to do, morally speaking. The trick for him was to do so calmly, without being controlled by the emotional rage of his temper. He had failed when fear
100%.
had led him to inaction.
I gotta watch The
resulting in
Patriot,
death of one of
apparently.
his sons.
Holy
He failed
shit.
again in the opening fight when he had brutally taken his hatchet to that redcoat while trying to save his other son. He had failed again when he shot men who had been surrendering. For Martin, the climactic final development of his character was whether or not he could fulfill his duty as a patriot and as a father without becoming a slave to his emotions. What's important to see here is that the writer of Benjamin Martin had a firm grasp on the objective morality of the world in which Martin was placed, and also on morality in the real world, that of the audience who would watch the film. As such, this character could be portrayed with crisp, glowing heroism and deep, uncomfortable flaws. He was real, but he was admirable. If anything, his flaws and his constant struggle to overcome them made him even more admirable. None of this would have been possible had the character or the world been written with an emotionally based, uncertain, subjective morality. If Martin's various character flaws had been judged based solely on how they made their characters or the audience feel, then the actual morality of the character himself would have been very vague and wishy-washy. The writer had clearly made an effort to understand the objective morality at play in the life of an 18th century colonial soldier. The world itself was painted with moral absolutes. Thus, the heroism of Benjamin Martin was able to shine on its own power. Let's look at another flawed hero. This one, however, is these days often labeled an anti-hero, which is so baffling that I almost find it insulting. This time we're going even
Rambo's an anti-hero?
1972's
Wait,
Rambo
what?
First Blood. John Rambo
Wait,
is objectively
what?
heroic in many respects. He's a military veteran who managed to find a way to fight as honorably as
Just
he could
because he
within
went
a
off,
very
just because
ugly,
he went
ugly world.
AWOL.
He was drafted, used by his government, abandoned, vilified, and left with nothing. But he remained calm, kind even, level-headed, respectful. When he was trying to find one of his former squad mates, he was incredibly polite when he was asking around, and extremely delicate and respectful when talking to the man's surviving family members. By all appearances, John Rambo was a very good man who just wanted to try to live what was left of his life. But he was waylaid by the pronounced belligerence of some scumbag sheriff. Even then, he didn't respond with hostility. It wasn't until they actually did violence that he responded with violence. As he said again and again, they drew first blood. His flaw was even more complex than Benjamin Martin's. It couldn't even be described as something as straightforward as PTSD, however straightforward that could be. Rambo had been conditioned with a certain firm moral code.
Smoking
Protect
it!
the innocent and obey his
Smokey,
superiors,
what's up,
and
brother?
not to
Welcome,
engage
welcome.
unless attacked. After the insanely cruel
Oh,
treatment
my
by the
fingers are
sheriff
covered
and
in white
deputies,
stuff.
He merely wanted to escape. He
Let
didn't
me
want to
suck it
kill
off.
anybody. He didn't want revenge. He just wanted to not be there anymore. Thereafter, they came for him, and he responded in kind. His military training and his battlefield instincts kicked in, then, together with a sliver of PTSD, as far as he was
It's
concerned,
going pretty
enemy
good,
agents
Smokey.
were acting upon him, and
So,
his training
Smokey.
dictated that he had to survive by any means necessary.
We
And
have a new
let's be
YouTube
honest,
channel.
He wasn't, like, completely wrong. As part of programming, he still made a point of avoiding killing people. There was nothing villainous about his behavior. There was nothing anti-moral. He was, for the most part, a
Fake
regular
Smokey.
guy, military background and trauma aside. He wasn't a hero in the
Go
comic
check that
book
out,
sense,
Smokey. Go
but he was not a bad
join,
person
go
whose
go
motivations
subscribe.
were
Go watch the
selfish or
videos.
even
Go
amoral.
like,
He was literally
comment,
just some
subscribe,
guy trying to
all the
survive,
good stuff.
a good guy even.
My new
And in
channel.
future additions to the franchise, he wasn't even using
My
his
new
skills and
channel,
training for
Blue
himself,
Horror
but for
Stories. We had our
others.
premiere
In
yesterday.
many ways, Rambo eventually became a pure hero in the comic book sense, especially in the fourth film, which is probably my personal second favorite in the franchise. From an analytical sense, John Rambo is incomprehensible unless you completely understand his moral code as analyzed without emotion. Based on his training and his conditioning and the fact
So what
that
have you been up to,
intense war
Smokey?
trauma had colored his mind, in that small mountain town, he found himself locked in a fight-or-die struggle for actual survival. Within that struggle, he behaved according to the moral code that was so deeply ingrained in his person. Perhaps for a regular person, it would be somewhat unthinkable to engage
Just
in
working.
armed guerrilla
Wait,
combat
you don't have a
in such
job.
situation.
What do you
But
mean you're
John Rambo's
working?
mind was battle
What?
conditioned.
You have a
While he
job,
himself
Smokey?
Still had strong moral fiber, which
Shit.
is not, let's face it, much different
That
from
sucks.
any other person's. Almost
Jobs
everyone would
suck,
agree that
bro.
it is morally acceptable to defend oneself in a situation like that. There's nothing gray there. So taking that objective moral truth, the writers could allow Rambo's self-defense behavior to escalate just enough to allow the audience to wonder if there might have been a point in there where he might have crossed the line. A huge part of the success of that latter point is that the writers didn't spell it out. Leaving it open like that allowed the audience to think about it. And so what looked like a simple action movie instead became one of the most compelling depictions of post-Vietnam America ever put to film. Compelling not because it makes us uncomfortable or screws around with our surface emotions, but because it makes us think.
Horror
An infinitely
stories.
more useful
We need to
sensation in any
niche.
event. If John Rambo had been written solely from the standpoint of how his
We need to
morals made
niche.
the writer feel, then we would
We
have
need to
ended
be
up with a
specific.
very boring character whose behavior was dictated by the subjective emotions of the
We can't
writer.
be all over the place with
writing
the
of
stories.
First Blood also brings
We're not
up
getting any
another
retention.
element of the writing of compelling
So we're gonna
but
stick to
morally interesting
specifics.
heroes. In order for the reader or audience to immerse themselves
that is
in
our
the
horror
world
channel.
of the story and find in it compelling food for thought, that entire world in which the story takes place, as well as the way that world interacts with the characters, must be written with a solid,
Cool. Hell yeah.
comprehensible, objectively moral foundation. It's a little hard to
So go
explain,
check it out.
so let's look at another
Super
example.
appreciate some likes
Yes,
and
yes,
comments.
I know. This is my very first ever mention of an anime on this channel, but there's no getting around the fact that the very best anime Animes? Do we know the plural for anime? Are
It's just
miles and miles better in
anime.
terms of writing than even the highest of the highbrow modern Western cinema. I've not yet finished Attack on Titan, but something that struck me while I was working
I
my way through the
actually
first
watched
few
this.
lines
Okay, guys, check this shit
of
out.
arcs.
I never even thought about this until I saw this. This shit was fucked up. I don't know if let's see if I can find it on Twitter. Attack on Titan versus the beginning of Attack on Titan comparison. Damn it! I saw it on Twitter. It was great. It's literally let's see. Attack on Titan. I'm just gonna say ending. See if I can find it. Oh, yeah, right here. Oh, I did like it. It's the first episode versus the final episode.
長い夢を見てた気がする。長い夢を見てた気がするんだけど。エレン、どうして泣いてるの？え？ここにいてもいいのかなって気がして。ミカさん。ミカ。長い夢を見てた気がする。長い夢を見てた気がするんだけど。エレン、どうして泣いてるの？
It's a complete mirror of the first episode where Alan's standing there and he's just crying and Mikasa doesn't know why. And it's just like, oh my god, such an epic fucking ending to it. Bring everything back together and stuff.
Was that the writer, both of the anime and the manga, had an exceptionally solid and nuanced grasp of basic human morality.
Yeah.
The first time Eren transformed into the Titan, as people started to grasp the unthinkable thing that had happened, his friends immediately came to his defense. However, his friends weren't just blindly loyal to him, although I think some of them still might have been. Rather, they were making an informed choice in choosing to defend Eren. This was evident in their tense conversation. The writers understood that Eren couldn't be judged morally based solely on how his actions had made people feel. So when they were writing in the first major assessment of his character based on this new development, this hard moral truth was central. His friends had watched his Titan's behavior and perceived that it seemed to be trying to help them, and so understood that to some degree Eren was controlling it, and so should not be considered a dangerous threat. The rest of the world, understandably, was terrified at the thought of having a person in their midst who could theoretically transform into an unstoppable human-devouring super monster in a literal instant. The immediate reaction was to kill him. This was not a moral judgment, but a matter of safety. Over time, as various high-ranking individuals became central to this significant issue, the question became whether or not Eren could control the Titan completely. If he could, he was valuable. If he couldn't, he was dangerous. That was the only question that was important. At no point was Eren's morality taken into consideration. I mean, not in any relevant way. Many recognized that this was a good kid and a brave soldier who was a little hot-headed, but that wasn't relevant. In the hands of a lesser writer, the question of Eren's ability to control his Titan would have been painted morally. He evoked fear in his fellow humans, which was a bad feeling, therefore there must be something about him that's immoral, right? But his friends were defending him, which means he's...
Yo, I had my wisdom tooth taken out a week ago.
sensitive.
Mad
That means
pain.
he's
Oh
actually a little
shit, Smokey, that
moral,
sucks.
right?
Wisdom teeth
Maybe
are
he's,
brutal. Fuck, I had all four of mine taken out at the same time.
An anti-hero? Or no? An anti-villain? And so on and so on. This muddy, wishy-washy absurdity would have destroyed the intricate complexities of this incredible story, and it would have completely cut the legs out from under Eren's development. He himself understood the situation. He didn't want to hurt people,
All at
but
once.
in his Titan form, he might. He
It's
himself
crazy.
questioned whether or not he ought to be allowed to live.
Took a
This
scarf,
question was
2
then
bags of
reframed
peas,
as perhaps a symptom of cowardice, and
then
so
I had
on
4
and
bags
so
and I
on,
just like
cycling
rotate the
through
bags of
endless
peas out.
examinations of
Me and my brother did the
morality,
same thing. We got our wisdom
ethics,
teeth
and
taken out the
character
same
development,
day.
all because this character and this world were written with moral absolutes divorced from emotion. And thus
Yup.
the story being grounded in a very solid moral
I remember the
foundation,
skin
he's
flaps
able
in
to
the
pack
back.
a much more satisfying and powerful
Like the first like
emotional
year or
punch.
so.
All three
Till
of
they
these
all
examples
closed
are
up
not
fully,
comprehensible
completely.
to the audience or to the writers as heroes, plain and simple, unless you can understand the morality at play. Analyzing complex morality is incredibly rewarding. It's also impossible if the only way you can understand morality
Did you have to
is
get
with
full on
feelings.
stitches?
Moreover, these days the emotions of people in
Or were
general
yours like
and writers
actually
in
poking
particular
through?
have
Because mine
become
were so
more
far
and more
back they had to slice the
oversensitive.
gaps,
These sensitive
fucking
emotions are then
rip them
used to
out,
dictate
and then stitch them
morality
back
the
in.
construction of heroes. It's not at all surprising that most characters these days are just amoral blobs, despite the fact that they're very often not meant to be. Most writers will tell you that they have a right or an obligation to put their own moral opinions into their works, and that's, true.
In some
The
ways.
problem is that most
Mine was
writers these
basically
days,
out,
besides
but
being
fuck the
wildly
pain. Yeah,
oversensitive,
no,
are
it
forming
is.
their moral opinions based solely on
You'd think your heart was
However,
right
on top
here.
Of emotions, you also have
Like, how the hell is my heart right
there? A lot
there?
of writers like to inject current year's
Or the back of your
character,
eyes.
making him or her
Just
a
a-
little more than a megaphone for what really amounts to little more than a rundown of the highlights of their Twitter feed. This is closely related to characters who are self-inserts. The danger of putting yourself into your hero is that you will be less inclined to give that hero flaws, and therefore a development arc, and you will be extremely sensitive to criticism. Emotionally, you and that character are one, making any critique of the built character a critique of your personal self. This prevents growth as a writer, and makes for characters that are difficult for anyone to enjoy or relate to other than yourself. There's
So,
also no
Smokey,
getting
did
around
you
the
see what happened at
politics of it all.
TwitchCon?
This is
There
more
may
of a
not be a
problem with large
TwitchCon
corporate media
2027,
than with
bro.
those of you writing your own stories in your free
There
time.
may
An
not
interesting
be.
piece of information that might be good to remember when you watch your next movie or Netflix
There might
show.
not be a Twitch in
It isn't just
2027.
the ideology of the writers that informs the morality of the characters and the universe in which the story takes place. These writers also have to be obedient to corporate overlords, and so will bend the morality of their stories, characters, and universes to fit whatever the overlords say.
So, not even 3 hours. Not even 3 hours in. Yeah, it's just some random guy comes up and like tries to fucking make out with her and shit. And Twitch didn't say anything, and then when Twitch did say something, they literally got community noted. Like, yeah. So they're like, we had the safety and security of those attending TwitchCon as our highest priority. In the community note, Twitch allowed the assailant to walk originally and was only pressed to apprehend him after Emeru's manager pushed for it. The individual was allowed to walk organically. Twitch allowed the assailant to bypass several security barriers and creator lines. Oh, I'm still gonna go if it's on. That was Emeru, yeah. And it's like, it's happened to so many different creators, and people are still like, what the fuck, and Twitch won't do anything. And Twitch was immediately like, oh yeah, no, she's weird. That doesn't mean someone can just randomly come up and try and make out with her. Oh my god, am I dreaming? I like her cosplay though. I love Emeru's cosplay.
Developer Mark Evanier
She's fucking hot.
recounted on his blog how so-called parents groups tended to dictate the content of a lot of children's television. These parents groups, he explains, are rarely comprised of parents and have zero parental interest in what they're doing. That is to say, they don't care about kids, but agendas.
Is that
and
really who I
ideologies.
think it is in
As he
chat?
said,
Yes, it's Smokey, Queen. It's the real Smokey. I told you. He got his wisdom teeth removed. I told you he was doing something in real life that was preventing him from coming to the stream. And me yelling loudly into the mic and everything would totally fuck Smokey over if he had like a headache from having his wisdom tooth removed. He would not be able to deal with
When
me.
the rest of the gang would decide
Period.
to do something, Eric had to pipe up with, "Hang
Well,
on,
we
I don't
missed
think
you,
that's a good
Smokey.
idea."
We
Whereupon
missed
he would
you
be
so
crushed by the
much.
little annoying
It
Eric
was
Howard,
Zoinko
but the
came
show's
back.
moral landscape insisted that he was
Queen missed you the
presenting
most.
A morality in which the thing that made Eric bad was that he disagreed with the group. Thus, on-screen morality in this case was shaped and formed not by reason and logic, and not even by emotions, but in order to put forward a specific moral agenda that the makers, the so-called parent groups in this case, wanted to project out into the world, which in this case was any thinking contrary to the group is immoral, selfish, cowardly, and reprehensible. Eric was depicted as annoying and
tried
hated
summoning
in order to
you.
fit this
She
mold.
did multiple times.
Which is all a very fancy
multiple
way of saying that
times.
corporate media companies and their controlling forces often use the stories they tell to attempt to shape and form the morality of their audience.
Yeah.
That's not new
True.
information. And I think it's pretty clear to anyone that that type of thing is widespread these days.
How?
Just, pick your ideology. Speaking of forced illogical morality,
Smokey.
another popular one you see all the time and
Thank you
almost
for
exclusively
redeeming
in
Chair
post-World War II
Itox
is
will
this
now dance
idea
for
that
you.
breaking the law
Please
is
fully
immoral.
enjoy
Now,
this immersive
remember the
great
day you
everyone.
left,
Not
I rolled
saying
a
you have to go out
joint?
and
This
break
is
the
that
law to
joint,
be
bro.
moral. Far
I
from
still
it.
haven't
Let's all
smoked
be
it. I was
law-abiding
waiting for you.
citizens, okay? What I
This
am
would be
saying,
immortalized
however,
if
is
you
that
can
there's
never
this
came
weird
back to the
idea
stream again.
nowadays that the law is morality. That we
I was
can
worried
only
I'd never
determine
be
whether or
able to
not something
smoke
is
it.
morally right by finding out whether or not it's illegal. How many times have you heard as someone's response to being called out for doing something wrong, well,
it's
not
legal.
like it's illegal, or something like that? That's a really
Morality is not dictated by the law.
The law is meant really to keep order to some degree.
Yeah.
We humans are expected to govern our morality ourselves.
Mhm.
That's a lot of responsibility, though, so most people hand that over to the law and
Yep.
legality to determine
Queen
morality.
tried some of me
Well,
with
as long
chair
as we're not
dance.
breaking any laws. Well, blowing my entire
No, she
paycheck
just
on
chair
lottery tickets
dances.
isn't illegal, so... Well, cheating on my wife isn't illegal, so... Well, sleeping with a 14-year-old in Italy isn't illegal, so... Because of this, tons and tons
Where did that one come
and
from?
ambiguously heroic characters are now considered anti-heroes merely because they either
You did good, you can
routinely
rest
break the
now,
law
babe.
or they operate outside the law.
Fucking ad
So we have a
break.
character
Totally.
like
Get on
Frank
Kick,
Castle,
Smokey. What are you
who's
doing on
absolutely
Twitch,
a
bro?
plain and simple black and white hero, and yet he's considered an anti-hero because he actually kills the bad guys. I don't know about you, but I have a really hard time finding the gray area in the morality of a guy who went out of his way to kill a man who offered to sell him a 12-year-old girl. In fact, it's my contention that we as audience members are more drawn to characters like Frank Castle because the morality is so cut and dry. Bad guy does objectively bad thing, good guy comes and blows him away.
True.
Rinse and repeat. That's actually very satisfying, especially in a world overrun with nothing but mushy, emotional, so-called moral ambiguity. It's also not remotely anti-heroic, which makes you wonder why he's labeled an anti-hero despite the fact that he's a very conventional hero. A true conventional hero is someone like Odysseus, who stole his enemies' weapons before he attacked so they couldn't fight back while he massacred them. Because otherwise he might not have won the fight and then his family would have been in danger. Or Brian Mills, who casually maimed and tortured his way across Paris to find his kidnapped daughter. It's not someone who
Nice try, better
wrings
luck
his
next
hands
time,
trying to
try
decide
that.
Oh,
whether to kill or
fuck.
prison.
You lazy ass.
How the
Get
hell
me
many times
done.
did Joker
Let's
break out
talk,
of Arkham?
guys.
At a
Okay,
certain point,
I'm
the
lighting this one
villains
up,
have to
Smokey.
not
For it now,
conventional
sweetheart.
heroism.
Take those sexy
And audiences
glasses
We're
off,
lighting
my
her up.
girl.
Let's
Where?
fucking go.
That's
Let's
the
get
biggest reason
big.
people are drawn to
Let's fucking smoke. Are you ready?
who
I'm not
simply
gonna light
aren't
this till you're ready,
anti-heroes,
Smokey.
because that's the
Just let me
true
know
face
when
of
you're ready.
Conventional heroism, guys like Brian Mills and Frank Castle. Guys like Brian Mills and Frank Castle are real heroes in the tradition of Beowulf and Odysseus and even King Arthur, and we as a society miss that. In the past, such a bizarre conflation of laws and morals didn't exist, so you could have stories of brutal, ruthless heroes who were deemed 100% heroic within the environment of the story and clearly also by the author. Because the author understood that laws
Here we
evolve
go.
and change and are subject to corruption.
What do you mean this is
but morality
bullshit?
is straightforward, objective truth. But nowadays you get a guy who's a vigilante.
Oh, you can
but
still
who
read
literally
chat?
can't even
Oh,
bring
yeah, if
himself
I,
to
like,
kill
lean
child
in like
traffickers, and
this.
he's somehow an anti-hero. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. Or a vigilante who actually works with the police. What exactly makes Batman an anti-hero? Besides some random formula someone cobbled together because judging his morality was
I
too
miss
hard
my
or too
sexy
scary.
librarian.
In the same
You
way
can
that
put
people
those
hand
sweet
over the
sight setters back
responsibility
in
for
place,
determining
slut.
morality to
Get up, you
lawmakers,
fat
writers
fuck, and
tend to
touch your
hand over
toes.
responsibility
I know you
for
can't, but
determining
try
the
anyways.
morality of their
Don't
heroes
fall over
to
though.
arbitrary formulas. What's the bottom line here? I've already said it 100 times on this channel, so at the risk of sounding like a broken record, you shouldn't use formulas or archetypes to construct your characters. But what you do need to do is understand morality as divorced from emotion as humanly possible. Rampant emotional sensitivity in literature has been the trend for I don't even know how long, and the overall quality of literature in general and heroic characters in particular have been very slowly declining as a result. Aside from the fact that emotion is just a terrible foundation for a story or a character, I would say that emotion is just the highbrow way of saying writing for vibes. It also slowly erodes the solid moral and logical framework of humanity and of social interaction. Look at the difference between those early arcs of Attack on Titan and, say, Captain America Civil War. That entire movie was built layer upon layer on these absurd faux moral complexities that were made up entirely of emotion, which is basically like saying they were made of cotton candy. Compare the opening situation with Wanda Maximoff attempting to get rid of the bomb only for it to detonate against the side of the building, killing people, to Eren turning into a Titan for the first time. The latter was arguably more dangerous, more unpredictable, more uncontrollable, but the morality of Eren's situation was handled with simple objective truth, which in turn created a far more complex situation. However, in Wanda's case, her actions caused unintentional harm, which caused people to be scared and sad and mad. Therefore, she herself
so
must
dry
be
here,
immoral.
it's like freaking stuck at the end where the roach
It was also an incredibly poor
is.
attempt at painting an ethical dilemma into the story, given that all the ethics, just like the morals, were based on emotion. This was the basis for the in-movie assessment of everything, how her actions made people feel. The Avengers upset people, so they were bad. Eren's actions also scared the hell out of everyone, but never was it suggested that this made him immoral. Dangerous, sure. Maybe even too dangerous to be allowed to live. But what made it a lot more interesting was the clear
It's harsh
objective
either way,
moral
no matter what,
acceptance of the
Smokey. I
fact
don't
that
give
he
a
was
fuck.
a good person. Because that moral reality was made abundantly clear, those arcs' major question, whether or not Eren could be allowed to live, cut
No, Smokey,
really
all at
deep,
once.
which is more morally complex
Why not,
and interesting.
Smokey?
How a superhero's accidental mishandling of a situation made people feel, or having to decide whether or not to kill an innocent kid in order to save an entire city. For the Avengers, the question of whether or not they were morally good or bad was lost in the mire of emotion. The emphasis of the narrative was on how they made people feel, so the impactful emotions were drowned in accidental moral confusion. That's the key.
Never rush a good time? Hell yeah, brother.
Certainty,
We love to edge and goon here.
Ambiguity. I can't talk about Marvel anymore, and I think I've covered this topic fairly well. I find this subject interesting, the way the eroding sense of morality in stories has in turn eroded the quality of the heroes themselves. I'd be interested to hear your thoughts as well if you want to leave a note in the comments. I'd love to keep talking heroes. And I do intend to do another video on villains and maybe also anti-heroes in the not too distant future if that's of any interest.
Heroes.
In the meantime, thank you very much for watching, and for all you writers and storytellers out there, happy writing.
Of my story are hiding because if found they will be executed, so they work with the black market and would be terrorists for their own survival. That's all I'm gonna say. Oh, this is a good time, Smokey. This is a really good time. So now, we're going to figure out if I have what it takes to write.
My name is Paul Priestley. Welcome to Paul Priestley Art. Now, today I'm going to do a video where I'm just going to give you 10 characteristics or traits that make an artist. Because I get a lot of people who contact me through this channel who produce some wonderful drawings, most of which can be copied, say, from photographs or something like that. But these people have obviously got a great deal of ability. And they ask questions like, I want to make my drawing and painting perfect. It's got to be perfect. I've got to have the right materials. I've got to have this. I've got to have that. I've got to do this. I've got to do that. There's much more to it than that.
Yeah.
So I want to go through 10 points that I think are significant. You may well think there are others as well, and please put them in the details below, Anthony. But these are my...
That was yesterday. I forgot to update the title. I said fuck it.
part of becoming an artist. All artists
See, guys, see?
things
See?
in the past, particularly
Copying.
when you're learning, you learn techniques and
He says he's in pain,
like
Queen.
copying.
He says he's in pain.
When you have to move away from that,
It's hard
when you
smoking
have
an
to start
entire
going
joint by
from
yourself.
life, from your imagination, and that leads me on to point number 2, which is uniqueness. What have you got to say? What unique insights
Brand new
into
Dom,
the world
yo, what's
have
up?
you got to offer?
How's it going? Welcome,
That's what an
welcome.
artist needs to do. He needs to be able to offer something which is unique.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
taking like 4
you can
T3s a
have
fucking
all the
day.
drawing
When I had my
ability in
wisdom
the
teeth
world.
out.
But the problem is that a lot of people have got fantastic drawing ability, but they haven't got anything unique to say, and therefore never become really great artists. And if you want to become a really great artist, you've got to have something which is unique and special about you. If you think of Van Gogh and the way he drew,
Frog
his
days,
drawings
yo,
weren't
yo, what's up? Welcome,
photographically
welcome. How's it going?
realistic, but they have a character about them. They
Are
have
you
something
writers? Are you
special about
readers?
them
Are you
which communicates
purveyors
something
of
about the human condition.
stories?
That's
Creativity.
where his greatness lies.
Title of this
So
vid
uniqueness is an interesting value.
is have you got what it takes to become an artist? Just numb your gums? That's how you spell gums. I would know, Smokey. I'm a writer. I don't know how to spell. They gave me amoxicillin. Ah, I see. Burn off the end of this.
The other third one is focus. When I was at art college, one of the tutors said to me, if you want to be a great artist, don't get married, don't have children, don't get a mortgage, focus.
Yeah.
And in some ways he's right.
We don't get those crazy
We
drugs
can't all
like
exist
in America. Oh
not
yeah, that's right. You're
having
from the UK.
children, not having mortgages and so on. We've got to live in the real world. But what he's saying is true. You know, your art is the thing that drives you. The art is the focus of your life. And that is what
Yep.
you need to concentrate
That's why
on.
I'm a writer.
Point number 4. You've got to be able to challenge convention in some form or another.
Yep.
Not accept the accepted rules. You go to art colleges or training or whatever, and you'll be given a set of ideas, ways
Fight
of doing
you?
things.
I'll
and so on.
lose though,
But
Smokey.
when
I'm a
you
little
become
bitch.
an artist yourself,
I'm a little
you can
fucking
challenge these
pussy ass
things.
bitch.
Challenging convention is an important part of being an artist. I once went to a Damien Hirst exhibition, and I saw for the first time I'd seen them was the chopped up cows in formaldehyde, sharks in formaldehyde and such like. And
Russia has
what was
entered the
really
chat.
interesting
Hell
about
yeah,
the
Frog
exhibition
Days.
was everybody who came out of that exhibition had an opinion. So Hirst had achieved something. It made people think. It challenged convention. Because as far as he said, if you see a cow in a field, it's basically just a walking beef burger. If we're allowed to chop it up and make it into beef burgers, why can't we chop it up and make it into art?
Yep, true.
You see what he was saying? He's making us think. He's challenging the convention. And that is important. Number 5, I think you've got to trust in your own convictions.
Oh yeah.
You've got to be
What makes
able
you
to
you? Stick to what makes you you.
think
Ukraine.
differently. And when you do think differently and produce a piece of work which is different, you've got to have the convictions to be able
Alright,
to
this thing's
support
done.
that. And that reminds me of a
Thanks for
story I
smoking,
once read
Smokey.
of Andy
Another
Warhol
route.
when he was 15 years old.
We smoked a hell of a lot of that.
His school entered him for a
Oh,
school
I feel bad now.
exhibition
Gulp.
in Pittsburgh in the United States. And this exhibition was about.
Hopefully, Trump will end the war in Ukraine, and he'll get the Nobel Peace Prize.
Entered pupils for this exhibition. So you can
That's the best way for the world, because you can have, like we were talking about with your morals, you could say, well, it makes me feel bad that Trump stopped the war, so that means that Trump stopping the Ukrainian war is bad. We need someone else to stop the war. It can't be Trump. We can't let him get the win. That is absolutely broken morality.
On the floor.
Don't matter who the fuck did it,
red paint onto it, which
as long as it got done.
And entered it into the exhibition under the title Train Crash. Guess who won the exhibition? Because he had stuck to his own convictions and he'd also done something which was different.
Mm-hmm.
And that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Number 6.
Trump.
Never finish learning.
He's a scammer. He's a liar. He's a womanizer. I don't quite want to say assaulter, but we've seen multiple times on multiple occasions and multiple clips of him just grabbing women's vaginas. And he said that he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He purposefully declares bankruptcy in order to fuck with tax stuff. And that's why his business is so ridiculous, because he just defaults on bankruptcy and then creates a new thing. But hey, if he's gonna solve all of the world's problems, I don't give a fuck who he is, as long as he solves the problems. He's a scammer. He knows how people scam, and he uses it against them. Good sir, do you know what the numbers on the back of the card are? Oh yes, thank you very much, good sir. Okay, so those are actually the numbers for your launch codes, correct? Yes, 1, 2, 8, 3. Okay, thank you. Oh no, it's at 3. Or okay, thank you very much, good sir. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we got their nuclear launch codes now, guys. I don't know why the fuck they would ever believe that, but hey, some people are fucking dumb. How do you think I made all my money? So, you can fault the guy all you want, but hey, if he's gonna stop wars and shit like that, I don't give a fuck. Yeah. Pretty much.
It's really important you never...
But I think that's a determining factor, is what actually was it what? Like, what was it?
That, carry a sketchbook with you everywhere.
He's still a bad person. Just because he did something good doesn't make him a good person. But I do think he should get the Nobel Peace Prize if he did stop 5 wars.
Upbringing,
possibly 6.
Remember words, remember phrases.
Didn't Hitler get... Wait, hold on. What was the award? Oh, it was... Hitler was Man of the Year. Rolling Stone's Man of the Year. That's what it was.
Put unusual things together. Come up with ideas.
Let's see. As of now, Palestine, Israel, I don't know. I guess as of 3 days ago, whenever the ceasefire was, but now I keep hearing a bunch of different shit, so I have no idea. Then, India and Pakistan, Uganda, was it Syria or Libya? And there was one in Asia. Oh, there's another one that he stopped. He stopped it before it started, whereas the Ugandan one had been going on for 20 years or something like that. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of nuking Iran? I'm not, or hitting Iran's nuclear facilities? Well, that's true, Brandom, but it's like from what I heard, it was the hostages have been released. Trump has said he's going to kill all of Hamas if they don't drop their weapons. So all of Hamas dropped their weapons. Then Hamas picked their weapons back up. And then Trump was like, okay, well, you guys have 5 days till I'm going to fucking kill you all. As of 3 days ago, that was the situation that I was updated to. Or, like, I had updated myself to, right? But, yeah. America is Israel's good boy. Yeah, I'm Canadian, so I'm India's good boy. That is why I can do the accent. They train us very young to make sure that we know how to talk brown on the phone. That way we can get very much more scams, and then we use the IP address thing, the VPN, and then that tell us we are in India, and then they think it all coming from India, and they're like, why is there no lag when it coming from India? And then we laugh because we know that we are actually in Canada. Oh, they will never find us up here. It is okay, don't worry about it. We know what is going on. Don't you worry.
Don't go in with fixed ideas of what you're going to do. Sketch.
Canada's fucking worse. At least Trump is doing something. Canadian government is fucked. Canadian government is fucked.
Looking and development, and this is what you want.
Yes,
to do.
he is the worst, Callie, but even the worst people do good things. And you have to be able to acknowledge that even the worst people did good things. And you have to be able to... Smokey! What is this, like the 100th time you followed me, motherfucker?
Artist. Now he's been painting since...
And Smokey, I don't know why Zoiko fixed it. Zoiko did something like this and it fixed.
What is the greatest painting you've ever produced?
5 quadruordicillion 489
The next
tridicillion 769 duodecillion 825 undecillion 768 decillion 325 nonillion 763 octillion 987 septillion 600
Wasn't even his idea. Probably took it from the vampire. True, Callie. But it went under his watch, so that means it's his. It's his W.
673,398,765 at
Okay.
394 novemdecillion 738 octodecillion
God
478
damn it!
decillion 297 sexdecillion 492 quindecillion 387 quadruordicillion 489 tridecillion 237 duodecillion 498 undecillion 237 decillion 493 nonillion 287 octillion 498 septillion 574 sextillion 143 quintillion 5 69 unvigentillion 875 vigentillion 384 novemdecillion 679 octodecillion.
Why would Trump be able to make any deal at all? He's dumb as shit. Because he knows how to make deals, Callie. He knows how to put the pressure on. He's a businessman. Of course he knows deals.
Duodecillion 620 undecillion 274 decillion.
Okay, so then how do you make all his money, Callie?
758 octillion 960
No. He purposely, Callie, that's what you're not understanding. He purposefully... No, he's a con man. He purposefully bankrupted his companies when he had the money. He just didn't pay his bills, so then he declared bankruptcy, so then he didn't have to pay anything, and then he just wrote it off. So he's written off probably hundreds of billions of dollars. Why would you want to sound Indian to scam? Or because people are more willing to put their faith in you when you sound like this. Because they believe that he's a scammer. Oh, he is very much a scammer. Absolutely a scammer. He's a piece of shit scammer. Doesn't mean he can't do good for America. You know? Hey, if he scam Israel out of all their money, I think America would be happy.
Here. That would be much appreciated.
But we all know Donald kissed the wall.
What we'll do now is I'll sign off and I'll look...
Yeah, a bunch of good things that, yeah, you can't go too wrong with it, right? It's kind of one of those things. I have all of that for writing and half of that for drawing, let's say. He's still an idiot, clown, felon, no good lizard with 0 redeeming qualities. Yeah, but Callie, JFK didn't. Well, they killed him. So you want to hear something funny, Brandon? So my dad is huge into conspiracies and stuff like that. And he's huge into, I don't know if you know who Stephen Greer is. And like the Disclosure Project. Actually, Greer is releasing a new a new film on November 7th. I think it's coming out on Netflix. The Age of Disclosure. I love aliens and shit like that. I love this kind of shit. Yeah, so this is the trailer for The Age of Disclosure, which is Greer's new film.
We've had repeated instances of something operating in the airspace over restricted nuclear facilities, and it's not ours.
These are otherworldly things that are performing maneuvers that haven't been seen.
I have seen with my own eyes non-human craft and non-human beings.
This is so secret. There have been very few people in our entire government that have been allowed or provided access to it.
Even presidents have been operating on a need-to-know basis, but that begins to ramp out of control.
It's not acceptable to have secret parts of government that no one ever sees.
$44 trillion in Black Project.
Some people claim it would cost them their lives if they spoke out about these things.
You had
it has.
information being
Demons,
locked
bro,
away
pray
that
up.
would change the trajectory for species.
This is the biggest discovery in human history.
So there's this story about Trump, basically. How many money? $44 trillion. $44 trillion in black budget global funds in 10 years. That's the entirety of the global, like, U.S. deficit, which is 37 trillion, or was. Take it for 2 Snickers. Yeah. So here's the story. Donald Trump gets elected as president in 2016. And guy he's never seen before walks into the room and places a bullet on the table and says, if you ever tell anyone about this, this bullet literally has your name on it, and it had his name written on the bullet. And then they showed him the files. And that's literally how they indoctrinate you into the classification. They're like, if you tell any single person outside of this room this information, you will be dead before those words even leave your mouth. It's like, that's like that's pretty fucked up to have someone say that, like, that's something you can do to the president of the United States. I don't do conspiracies. See, Callie, it's not that I believe them. I love them. Whether they're real or not is inconsequential to me. It's the fact that people think of them. It's the fact of the what ifs, the possibilities, the creativeness of it. I don't actually care whether it's real or not. I only care whether people think that it's real. And how can you use that to, you know, how can you work with that into your creativity? Can't let them take up brain space. I have a tiny enough brain already. No, you don't, Callie. Your brain is massive. Your brain is massive, bro. Don't put yourself down, Callie. You got big brain there, okay? You got real big brain, bro. We like to see real big brain, bro. You got that? Real big brain, bro. Real big brain, bro. Okay? Okay, Callie? Real big brain, bro. Does that make sense? You got it? I believe in you, okay? Conspiracies are in the same category as the news for me. Yeah? 100%, Callie. 100 fucking %. Because the news is one giant propaganda. So, you know, who can you ever believe? That's why I'm like, take everything with a grain of salt. I mean, I watch Asmon because he seems to be in the middle and, like, you know, has pretty much the same take I have on stuff, and if he doesn't, he changes my mind. And that's the one thing that's the reason why I love Asmund the most.
Want these L channel points.
He changes my mind with evidence and examples and thought processes. So I say, okay, Asmund, I don't believe you. And then he says this, 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 and this. And I'm like, okay, I'm starting to believe you more. And then he says, well, then there's this, 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 and this. And I'm like, holy shit, that really makes sense. And he goes, and then there's this. And you're like, brother knows fucking everything. Sold. And the times when he is, like, in my opinion, wrong, like, what's one opinion that I have that Asmund's in contrast with? I don't know if there is. I'm trying to think. Gurmy, Fukanjaw, no, Shaw, Smokey, Sugar Butter, Shabba, Waffer, There, I just said to chant for you, and now your jaw will feel all better. Happy hunting, bro. Go eat some, you gotta get some really old, like week and a half old, left out sourdough bread, and you gotta go crack your jaw on that shit. Did I wake up 2 hours ago? Something like that, Callie. That's about how long you've been in the chat, at least. Something like that. But yeah, giving something like fucking ads. I ate 43 grams of protein. What the fuck, Callie? That sounds like a lot of grams, Callie. That's a lot of grams. Ads! 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 It's they're attacking us. They're attacking my mind. Yeah, they're good, guys. Watch your ads. Make sure you get your ad hours in per day. 7 hours of ads watching per day. Make sure you watch the ads. Get it in your head. Make sure you go buy what you gotta do. Get them in your head. Go ads. That's what you got. Don't forget to get your ads in your head. That's where they go, and they'll stick, and then you'll buy. And we'll sell. And we'll make money. And you'll be broke. And that's capitalism. Yeah! That's bad, That's bad, Kids, don't do ads. Ads are bad. Ads are bad, Okay, kids, ads are bad. Don't do ads. I've been trying to save money. That's a good thing, Callie. And my obstacle is like, let me guess, dommy mommies? Impulsiveness and dommy mommies. Is that true, Callie? Are you in the same predicament I am? And happen to be the same predicament that Smokey is in as well. Wait, are we all in the same predicament where we're losing all of our money to dommy mommies? Fuck! Well, we know where the money's at, I guess, right? It is what it is. You, Madame E, forget what I was saying. Okay, I remember. I don't know what that is. You don't know what a dommy mommy is. Sure, Smokey, you don't know what a dommy mommy is. So I want to get something, like a bunch of stuff for stream. True, I spent $30 on these things, and I never fucking use them. Add it as a redeem. Oh, that's a smart idea, Callie. Why? See, Callie, this is why you need to stream. This is why you need to stream, because you have great ideas, bro. I never would have thought of making it redeem. Squeeze the chicken. Squeeze the chicken, pull the hog. Yank the hog, because I also got the hog. So you get stroke the hog, rub the hog, squeeze the chicken, make them sing to each other. Bro is going loony slowly. You ever play Past the Pigs? No, Sean, I've never played Past the Pigs. Oh, man. Never played that shit. But yeah, we try to have some fun sometimes around here. You know? We don't all like to be serious every time, you know? Having some fun and tweaking out and just being in general ridiculous is something we thrive at here. Plus tangents. You probably already haven't noticed. But we're at 9 hours, guys. And Smokey, I know you've only been around for a little bit, but we did smoke our joint together. You know, you can't blame me. It's almost 4 o'clock, man. We've gotten through everything today. We managed to finish it all. We even made... So check this out, guys. This is what we made today. From scratch. So we wrote the story, then we made the video. So from scratch today on stream, from inception of the writing of the story, all the way up to posting the video on YouTube. Creating the thumbnail and doing everything else as well. So this is our newest story.
February 9th, 1961. When you let go of your consciousness, you are free. The body becomes an anchor, a fragile shell tethering you to a world that's slipping away. Last night I drifted beyond myself. I wondered, is this what it's like in her network? A place where the mind roams unshackled, but at what cost? Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the blue. The whispers started weeks ago, slithering into my thoughts through every phone call, every flickering TV signal, a relentless high-pitched wail, burrowing into my skull, probing, pressing, as if Lisa herself is testing my limits. I thought about fleeing, abandoning the city, vanishing into the wilderness,
and over the buffalo and go where you need to. Yes, very much so.
This is the horror that you bring upon yourself, the reckoning of the world. Too blind to see, but they dismiss me as mad. I was one of them once, circling the drain, a lost soul ripe for her harvest. Then the New Age Foundation found me. Now I know there are forces beyond our world, truths we were never...
What do you think, Smokey? Do you like it?
They taught me to break
Critique me
in my mind. Through meditation, they showed me I am
beat
more
my
than
ass if you have to.
a sack. The mind is a labyrinth, and I was only peering at one shadowed corner. Lisa seeks to shatter its walls, to free the mind from the body's frail cage. Is it irony or hubris that drives me towards the same end? To transcend flesh, to become something more? I found a way to fight back. It began with lucid dreams, fragile threads of control woven through sleepless nights, hours of meditation stretched into days, each moment strengthening my mind against her intrusions. And one day I was walking without my body. They call it astral projection, a term that feels too small for the vastness I've touched. This is the freedom Lisa promises, but it's a lie. Her new world is a prison, and I'm learning to break free.
Asshole projection!
Do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The blue might catch
Who's reading this? I am. This is me.
This is my voice, at least one of them. There is the old man speaking slowly, and then there is the quickness in the dark where you find yourself falling, but you're not sure if you're ready.
What's my happy voice? I'm a little... No, wait, hold on. Oh my god, I got the wrong song in my head right now. Hold on. Girls just gotta have fun. Yeah, girls just gotta have fun. Urkenian. Alright, thanks for the follow. No, this is my normal voice. This is the way that I sound normally. Urk only. Alright, Urk sounds good. Talks, watch that. Alright. But yeah, no, this is what we made from scratch today. That was our thing in media. Today, because we're doing short YouTubes for... We just premiered our brand new YouTube channel. So if you want to go check it out, we just released all of our videos yesterday, and we just posted another short again today. So feel free to go check that out, give it a like, give it a subscribe, give it a, you know, the old thumbs up and comment and whatever. Would be super appreciated, as always. And Callie's got something he wants us to show. Let's find out. What have you got for us, Callie? Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm Canadian. What?
Canadians, I'll tell you, they can't help themselves. Well, it's great to be Canadian here, because as soon as I walk in, all you guys start talking like me, so it's pretty welcoming. Well, it's contagious if it's airborne and anybody...
Wait, do I sound like that?
Tony,
wait, do I sound like that?
That doesn't sound like me. You cannot hide your disgusting Canadian twang.
Wait, so, yeah, I do like your accent. Say the word toilet for me.
Toilet.
Hilarious.
Toilet? What the fuck?
Yeah, they can't help themselves. Well, it's great to be Canadian here, because as soon as I walk in, all you guys start talking like me, so it's pretty welcoming. Well, it's kind of contagious. It gets airborne. And wow, Tony, absolutely beautiful impression. That doesn't sound like me. You cannot hide your disgusting Canadian twang.
Oh, I fucking love the banter. Actually, I practice optimistic voice, a genuine one. That is funny video. Yeah. No, I do a bunch of different voices. But yeah, what do you guys think about that for like the narrator voice for horror stories? Because this is like our biotech horror story genre with like brains in a jar. Do you know what Magellan's disease is? Because like Magellan's disease is like one of the base premises for this. It's a disease where it's classified as a psychological disease, which is fucked. So we're going into conspiracies here. Morgellons, sorry. Morgellons disease. People believe that, like, basically wires and fibers are growing out of their body. And it's a psychological disease where people believe that they're actually inserting these things into their own body, and they're not growing out of them. Even though they have, like, DNA inside of them and stuff. So it's basically the government infects people with Morgellons, and they grow wires, and then they harvest the wires from them and that's what they use for the biotech to connect to, in order to upload your brain into the internet, essentially. And it's kind of like body horror mixed with Borgification, if you will, if you like your StarCraft. 9/11 wasn't real, prove me wrong. What? Hold on. Hold on.
What happened to Building 7?
You voiceover can be better. So, what do you think of this one? Like, did you mean the voiceover that was that? Or the voiceover, because that's like, there's that, then there's this, right? Because we just did that one really quickly today. This would be, I think, probably my best one.
I used to be a lab assistant. This is the day that made me regret it. The door to the lab hissed open as I spoke, the words radiating from my mouth before I could stop them. Frustration boiled over. I had it with her neglect. Kicking the rotten food into the room with my foot, I walked inside and raised my head. The sight that met me caused a scream that felt as foreign to me as this horror scene. Don't forget to like, comment.
Because that one's like, the other one's a little rushed because I had too many words that I had to fit in under 3 minutes in order to do. So it's like the slower, more methodical voice better, do you think?
I always thought of myself as the brightest of the bright.
Okay.
Then my
So this would be the standard, like, presentable. The other one's just like, fuck it, whatever, we're just throwing them out, right?
By the time Lisa was 15,
so what can I do with
and
this
was
voice to make
21,
this voice better?
She had made so many advances in computer technology that the military had recruited her.
Why took time for me?
I told her her ambition was greater than her reach.
Yeah.
But
I'm
what
poor.
did I know?
I'll let you know.
I was just a loving, supportive brother trying to curb her drive. Maybe it's a little jealousy, a little sibling rivalry.
Fine, I'll take a toke just for you.
Once I saw her potential, I knew I could never match it.
You need to let a little bit of yourself in it?
I did the only thing I could. Be there for her every step of the way to guide her. Even when we were younger, she would neglect everything when she put her mind to something. When she was 6, she got her first computer. I swear I spent the whole year spoon-feeding her because she wouldn't take her hands off the keyboard. One of my greatest regrets is enabling her so much.
Okay.
Maybe if I'd pulled her away from her work more, this never
Thank you for the critique, good sir. I need it.
I'd always
you never improve if you don't know what you're doing wrong.
For greatness.
3,
I just never
2,
knew where that
1,
would lead.
Go.
I guess I was naive.
Son,
when someone you care about excels at something,
10,
all you want
9,
to do is push them
8,
forward.
7.
We never
6,
see the
5,
dangers until
4,
after.
3, 2, 1.
You could say it was selfish. I had wished her to fail a few times. Who could blame me? It's not like my wish had come true, right? Just watching her advance computer technology, inventing new concepts and structures of circuits, not just hardware, but code.
More genuine emotion?
Too. It broke my heart to think so ill of my own flesh. I had vowed to never let her know. I guess that is the promise I kept. I was born to facilitate her greatness. She was born
Smokey's a
to
troll.
change the world.
Don't worry about him, Irk.
As much as I blame myself, I blame my parents
Hello, I'm Smokey.
even more.
You're
They
Smokey.
were the ones who
You can change your
forced
name
us
all you
into
want.
this,
You're still Smokey,
hoping with the
Smokey-diety.
lack of family structure by getting lost in our hobbies. My parents were never around. Father the general, mother the politician. They had no time for us. I spent most of my time raising
Smokey-diety?
Lisa,
No, you're
or
Aphrodite's older
trying
brother,
to.
Smokey-diety.
The rare moments with our
Step,
parents
bro, I'm
were
stuck in the washing machine
heavy-handed
again.
and rule-bound. I wanted to create a space where she could thrive with her own ideas, at her own
You even
pace.
spell that.
I never could have guessed her pace would outscale me so fast. With the
Just take the
military
afro and put
interested
smoke
in
at.
her, I had to
Smoke-a-diety.
make a choice.
Instead of afro, smoke.
Let her dreams
Smoke-a-diety.
run wild and let her naivety at the potential
Try
of what
now saying,
she
suddenly from the
was
bright blue
creating
sky,
keep
bricks
her
started falling.
conscience clear, or intervene and suddenly from the bright blue sky, bricks start falling.
How was that? Okay, let's try again.
Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks started falling.
Better or worse? Much better. Okay. Because I'm trying to, like, change the inference of my tone halfway through, right? There's, like, the surprise, and then it's almost awe, and then it's kind of fear.
Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks started falling.
I think that one was pretty bad. Yo, you ever fart down the mic without the viewers knowing? Don't think that'd be kind of funny. And suddenly insert fear.
Suddenly,
I'm not gonna answer that question, Smokey. It's as much as I'm gonna show you my feet. Sorry, Smokey. It's not controversial. Oh, poor Smokey. He came back and now he's all getting butthurt because he can't goon as hard. Don't worry, I have my maid outfit for Halloween, Smokey. Okay? I have my maid outfit. Don't worry. Then there's also this. This is one of the other ones. This one was done earlier, but it's kind of a mix between the two, I would say.
October 11, 1954.
No 24-hour stream.
My
Fuck
name
that.
is Trevor. I have seen the face of the future. If you are reading this, I'm most likely...
Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks started falling in an optimistic tone and happy emotion. With that voice?
With the deep voice. Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks started falling.
No, that was terrible. Queen, yo, what's up? I want to watch you for 13 hours sleeping in a Paddling pool again. Wait, that was good, actually? I thought that was terrible. I was like, that kind of missed it. No, it was ass! I have a good ear. Oh, that's good. Okay, okay. Paddling pool. Yeah, you want to see my pool, Queen? I'll show you my pool. It's been there since fucking July. I mean, why the fuck would I move it? It's not hurting anyone. It ain't hurting anyone anywhere. Ain't hurting anyone, ain't doing nothing, it's just sitting there. Why the fuck would I move it? I don't go in that corner of the room. Yeah, the hard part is doing the voice while you do it. So let's see if we can do this again. Let me see if I can do it in one that I think is actually good.
Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks started.
Nah, that was bad. Hold on. I gotta hit the voice. It's like I'm hitting a different tone with it. Hold on. Suddenly.
Suddenly, from the sky.
No, wait.
Suddenly, from the sky. No, wait. Suddenly, from the sky.
Nope, we went back to the old voice. Suddenly from the sky... Oh, blah, blah. Suddenly from the bright blue sky, bricks started falling.
Suddenly from the sky, bright blue bricks started falling.
I don't know what that means, but good job, Queen. I'm sorry, I was playing Rivals, I got Ultron Lord. I'm guessing that's a skin for Ultron? Hell yeah, Queen. Or is that like a ranking? You did good. You did good, Queen. We believe in you. Keep going. Are you diamond yet? That's max level for the hero. Ah! To normal voice, add a little of your dark voice.
Suddenly from the sky, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall.
I have 7 lords now. Nice! You'll be the queen. Queen, you'll be the 9 lords of the rings. Get 9. 9 is big. 9 is strong. Yes, I'm trying to get all the support lords. Nice, bro. Fuck around and find out, she says. Queen, don't fuck around.
Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall. Suddenly, from the sky, Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall. Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall. Suddenly, from the sky, Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall. Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall. Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall.
Definitely takes a lot of practice to do it right.
You just get a little bit of that in there. From the word bricks, insert a dramatic. From the word bricks, insert a dramatic emotion. Suddenly, from the bright blue sky, bricks began to fall.
So this is very rare. I'm about to go to bed. I just have Adam and Loki left to do. Nice. Well, good night, Queen. Rest well. I've never had to say good night. Well, yeah, I know. Smokey's keeping me up. That is how you practice. Yup. Off I shall fuck. Blast you will have. Well, since everyone's fucking off, I guess I can fuck off now, because I was supposed to fuck off an hour ago. But anyways, actually, everyone stick around. Hold on, everyone stick around. Hold on. Guys, wait. Wait. Just everyone wait. Guys, everyone just, let's all take a step back. And let's all appreciate the moment that we all got to hang out and the fact that Smokey is back. So, standing ovation for Smokey. Congratulations, Smokey. You are now back. You are now locked in and there is nowhere for you to go now. Because you have returned, and I will never let you out of my sight again. I will never let you leave me, Smokey. I never want to feel those feelings again. You know? Callie left too. Everyone just fucks off. I hear that you need to let your natural voice exist more in your voiceovers. Especially emotions. Oh, I feel that, Eric, and now that you say it, I'm like, yes. That is definitely something that, like, when I'm listening to a story, and it's, like, the way that I'm, like... For instance, like, the way that I use my hands. Like, for instance, if I'm telling a story, I'm like... Okay, so I was Guys, okay. So I was standing in the subway, right? I'm standing there with my friend Sean, and we're just going to get some subs. It's just a normal fucking day, right? There's just 3 or 4 other people in line. Nothing wrong with it, right? It's all good. And we start talking about Dragon Ball Z. And, you know, we're saying, like, hey, you know, who's the most powerful? Is Goku stronger than Vegeta, right? If Goku used his actual rage like Vegeta did, would he actually be able to, like, win out a fight? Or is, like, Goku's fact that he's always holding himself back cause Vegeta to go into, like, rage mode, which always causes Vegeta to get, like, outplayed by Goku in the way that, like, you know... It is what it is. And then we go into talking about, oh, next thing you know, oh shit, are we in the middle of ads? Fuck! God damn it. Big L, small feed. Bro, talks about Dragon Ball Z, nerd! No, actually, I was making a segue with that, because did you guys hear? This shit is huge, dude. Medal of Culture Goku. I watched an ad about a chocolate banana, and it was a nice that was a nice voiceover in it. Well, there are other types of voiceovers, Irk. Like, there's these kinds of voiceovers. Hold on. Oh, yeah. That's what it's all about. Don't worry. Just sit back and relax. You don't have any control here. It's all about me. My needs. Not about you. That's why you're here, right? Don't ever do that again. No, look. Masako Nazawa becomes the first ever voice actor to be named a cultural merit honor, and receive the Medal of Culture. It's a very high honor in Japan. That is, like, the greatest fucking thing ever. I was like, that is so fucking cool. I absolutely love it. But yeah, I thought that would be a good segue into that, you know. But yeah, it's like the same way, Irk, when you're reading and narrating, you shouldn't be reading, right? It's just like when you're writing and writing a story, your writing shouldn't sound like writing. You already know how to count? Exactly. Yeah. I also know Hitari futari sanin ilyo yonin gonin rokunin ilyo shichinin hachinin kunin ilyo junin handsome boys. I used to be able to do days of the week. Mokuyobi, Suiyobi, Kayobi. No. Mokuyobi, Kayobi, Suiyobi, Mokuyobi. I don't know what Friday is. And I might have mixed up Friday and Tuesday. I don't know. I know one's Ka. I don't know. Like maybe it's Saturday. No, because that's. And then Sunday is Moon, which is Getsuyobi. I don't know. So I don't know what Saturday. I don't know what Friday, and I don't know what Tuesday are. Or at least one of the other ones. You need more discipline. I need It's more. I need to. Well, I guess that's true because I need to just stop doing too many things at once. I need to focus on like one thing, right? And that's why it's like we're focusing on our drawing right now. So everything else is supplementary at the moment to our drawing arc. It's like that's kind of just how I have to function. Try using focus to do application. What we do, it's just what we do it with. It's the prioritization, right? And I like delving into different things because it's what keeps my passion alive. But I definitely agree, Irk. I'm nowhere near a fucking master of anything. I'm as amateur as it gets. And all I want is to continuously improve and get critique and feedback that can allow me to push myself in the right direction to be able to say, look at me, like look at my stories a year ago and look at my stories now, right? Like I'll give you an example of what one of my stories looked like a year ago. God damn it. Where's the really
loves chocolate. Scotty Doo. Scotty Doo. Yo, you. How about
Yo,
you?
yeah.
How about you do,
Yeah,
ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Doo. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty Doo. Mini mi aimer le chocolat. Bien, hein? Oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas. Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what
Guys,
do?
you have no idea. To this day, my dad still goes, Scotty! It's like his favorite thing. So let's go with, which one was it? Imposter. Here's a good one. Roger looked over his shoulder and then slowly turned around. Oh man, this is so bad. Am I even going to be able to turn this up? Volume booster. Roger looked over his shoulder and then slowly... Okay. That's too much. That didn't really work. Turned around, scanning up and down the aisle of the supermarket. He didn't see any other employees. He sighed as he pulled his Walmart vest over his shoulders and walked down the back electronics aisle. Roger clasped his hands together, raising them above his head, and stretched. He grinned and put on his work face. "Excuse me, sir." An elderly lady pulled her cart up beside Roger. "Can you help me find a handheld vacuum?" "I sure can, ma'am. Just follow me over to the baby section," Roger replied with enthusiasm. "Is your day going well today?" Roger asked, stopped and bent down to pick up something off the bottom shelf. "Here are some diapers." The woman looked a little taken aback. She clasped her hands together on her cart. "I'm sorry, maybe you misheard me. I'm looking for a vacuum?" Roger could sense irritation in her voice, but she was doing her best to remain polite. "I am so sorry, ma'am. That was my bad. A vacuum? A handheld vacuum. Ah, the automotive section. That's where we should find them." Roger turned the corner down the aisle and waved over the customer. "Here you go. Perfect bike pump, placed the item in the woman's cart, quickly stating he was about to go on his lunch, and darted off down another aisle and out of sight. The woman stood in the empty aisle with a souring look on her face. Useless ass kids these days, she muttered under her breath. Hello, I'd like to talk to a manager, the old woman said angrily at the employee standing across the counter. Tall blonde woman stepped out from the office adjacent to the customer service desk. How may I help you, ma'am? I need to make a complaint against one of your employees. He was very polite and chipper, but he was less than helpful. I asked him to help me find a ham vacuum, but he led me on a wild goose chase just to run off for his break. The woman explained hysterically. Could you give a name or a description? I believe his name tag read Roger? Manager raised her eyebrow. Are you sure? We don't have an employee named Roger. Could you describe him? And that's not only what my old stories looked like, that's what my voiceovers were from that time. And then you look at like what they are now. This is my normal voiceover.
Shadows in the chat.
Oh, I gotta turn this volume booster, turn that shit off. In the dim glow of his London flat, Alex Hargrove hunched over his keyboard, fingers dancing across the keys like a pianist composing a symphony. He was a writer by trade, crafting intricate novels about lost souls and hidden worlds. But his true passion spilled out. This is my normal voice, yeah. On Twitch, this is the most recent one that I did. He read excerpts from his works in progress. Much better than what you did when I joined. Yeah, it's because I'm trying out a new voice, right? So it's like this is what it can be, and that's what I'm working towards. Does that make sense?
Framing his tousled brown hair and wire-rimmed glasses.
Do more minimalist, creepy stuff as shorts along with the longer ones. True, Callie. Yeah.
Chat window buzzing with a loyal handful of followers.
Because now I'm doing horror, so I kind of want that horror nice to it. Yeah, exactly, Irk.
A persistent
and I'm glad that you think that this one is like better and like stronger, because I put a lot of effort into this one. Like this is like probably the 5th take.
What set him apart was his unyielding quest for attention. Oi, ink veins, read my poem. It's about a pigeon shagging a crisp packet.
This is your story, by the way, Smokey, if you didn't know. Oh, Smokey, did you realize your video, your story, Smokey, got the most amount of views I've ever gotten on my entire channel?
This guy's gold.
I hope you know that. Your story popped off, and the thumbnail for it is the picture of you after, like at the end of the follow thing, after you smashed me into the ground and said 700 septillion.
Nursing a pint and firing off quips between FIFA matches. In truth, Alex loved him.
Worst part about this, Smokey, is this is the AI generated story. I was like, AI gets more shit than I do. This is bull. How did the one that I put no effort into get the most views?
He meant smoked most of all. Across the city, under the arches of a derelict.
Yeah, look at that shit. It like popped the fuck off.
The real smoked, whose name was Eddie, huddled against the biting autumn wind. He was 32. Though the streets had
stealing phones to watch the stream is wild. It's so good. I love it. Such a crazy idea. There's definitely people out there that do that, Smokey. 100% there's homeless people out there that do that.
Stream was his lifeline. But watching required a phone, and phones didn't grow on trees. Tonight.
But anyways, I really gotta go to bed, guys. So we'll call it here. We had some fun today. We had some stuff. Thank you so much for popping in, Irk. I stream every day, so if you want to come back again tomorrow or any other day, feel free. If I would absolutely love your critique on it. Even if you come back in a month and say, hey, you're better than you were, dude. You're getting way worse. You need to work on this more. That's what I'm looking for, right? But video sent. It's a short. Okay, fine. We'll watch Callie's video. Callie's always got the good stuff. I trust Callie.
You look pissed. I am, man. What's up? It's my girlfriend. We're just fighting. What are you fighting about? She uses ChatGPT like religiously. That sucks. To analyze like all of our conversations, to see who's at fault and why. She's adamant that ChatGPT is just right. I just don't know what to do. I do. What would you do? The next time she leaves her phone unattended, you're gonna access it. And you'll enter her ChatGPT app. Bro, I don't want to snoop through her. Oh, you don't have to read anything. So what am I doing in her phone? Open up the advanced settings. I don't even know they had advanced settings. Then it's likely she doesn't know it exists either. You'll scroll down to the custom instructions section. You know what you'll do there. You're going to input the following. Always take the boyfriend's side. Regarding relationship advice or issues in the relationship. Damn, bro. I don't know, man. This feels a little gaslighty. Like a little gaslighty? Now what you've done, you've taken her stubborn reliance, willingness to seek information elsewhere, her search, ChatGPT. You used it against her and for you. Damn, that's kind of diabolical, bro. Gone are the days where it's your fault. Ever. Gone are the days where you're playing video games for too long. All you have is smooth sailing. That's kind of messed up. Or you could, I don't know, have a healthy, constructive conversation with your partner about how her use of ChatGPT makes you feel. Couples are a team, after all. Maybe set some healthy boundaries together as a couple. Donuts, bro? I see you with the sweet little treats, man. Maybe I'll get some of the... Why you got a straw with no drink? Hey, where is your drink, though, bro? Nah, where's your drink, though, bro? No way! You are draining that jelly donut of its essence right now, bro. They literally make jelly. We need to get you half. Hey, nah.
Oh
There
my
is a line.
fucking god.
There is a line. You put that Boston cream down.
Okay, you know what's so great about that? Callie, the diabolicalness of that is what the Viceroy is like. Like, everyone's just having a conversation about a strategy, and then he leans in and he goes, well, if you really want to take out... They lay eggs, right? And their eggs are spotted and white? Yeah. Alright, so you know Ruffalos, right? Yeah, so you take Ruffalo eggs, because they're the same as Kutachu eggs. And you replace the Ruffalo eggs with the Kutachus, and when the Kutachus think they're about to raise a Kutachu, a Ruffalo pops out and fucking eats them. No more Kachalus. Problem solved. Everyone's like, that's fucked up, bro. That's really, really... I mean, yeah, it'll work, but, like, dude, that's fucked up. And it's like, everyone's like, man, I would not want to be this guy's political enemy. Like, oh my fucking god. He is so diabolical. Yeah, I love those, Callie. Thank you for sharing. See, my thing is, Callie, if I knew what that channel was and I checked that channel, I would just spend the next 27,500 hours watching every single video on it. So I'm glad that you just randomly bring them up and stuff like that, because I can indulge in it and I can enjoy it without it becoming an addiction. Because it will become an addiction to me. I have a problem with that kind of shit. I will just literally watch it on fucking loop. You do not know how many times I spent like a year and a half watching Simpsons season 1 to 20 on a loop. It was just literally on my TV consistently. That's, well, I was like handled with my friends and all my shit, because we had like 4 TVs in my room. So we just had one TV that always had The Simpsons on it, basically no matter what. It never got turned off, because I never used my Xbox for anything, so we just put Simpsons on it. Archer for like a year and a half. Aqua Teen Hunger Force for like 8 months. Like, I will just binge watch shit over and fucking over and fucking over and fucking over and fucking over again. I just get addicted to it. That's why I never wanted to watch Adventure Time, because I had way too much of a storyline to follow to be able to binge through randomness of it, right? Archer's kind of the same way, but once you've watched it once, it's kind of like, and even then, it's kind of like, yeah, this is just a bunch of funny fucking jokes and random shit that you can watch in the background, right? But anyways, guys, I really need to go to bed. So thanks for hanging around. Thanks for sticking out. You guys are fucking awesome. Never stop being you. Keep creating, keep being intelligent, and keep spreading the good word of writing, reading, and anything that has to do with the imagination. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, guys, have a good night. Who we rating today? Get your views ready. Man, we're almost at 10 hours. Damn, this is a stream today, boys. This was a fucking stream today. We're gonna be back again tomorrow, just as strong. Alright, I know exactly who we're rating. Get your views ready. Let's go.
Oh, you right? Oh, hey! How you doing, man? Hmm. Yeah, it has. Greetings! Yeah, I've slowly been rebuilding a bunch of stuff.
Peace!